खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया।
बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
The countdown for the number of matches remaining for the first 2 groups of the grind is finally down to single digits. With 9 matches left, only one question left to be answered. Who will qualify in the top 8 and who is going to have to struggle in their journey in BGIS? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting day of BGIS 2026. The grind still goes on. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me is going to be none other than Necro. And Necro, what an exciting day yesterday. For the first time, we see teams, or in fact groups, just play 3 matches. And those 3 matches you either perform or you're going to be waiting for the next day.
Exactly. Not a lot of room for error, to be honest. And FS Esports, the way they played on the previous day, now it seems like once again they're back in that groove. They started things off on yesterday's day on the 10th spot in the overall standings, and now they're once again there in the top 4. And that's what you like to see from banners like FS Esports. Gods for a reason, though. A bit of that slip up, but still it's fine as long as you're there in the top 8.
Exactly. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to continue on their path of collecting all of those finishes. But that's the story for Group C. Let's talk about Group D as well, because yesterday they were the ones to kick things off. That Rondo performance coming in and a comeback win as well was very impressive. We saw a lot of comebacks from Group C, but going back to Group D, as you mentioned, FS, Gods for a reason. We have to talk about Esport Social team. My apologies, that is Group D, but Group C, we have to talk about Learn from Past from Group C. That was a team that made an impressive comeback.
Exactly. And Termi's play yesterday, shutting down all the 4 players of Tamilan Esports in the front, it was insane. And this is what you expect from a man like Terminator, right? You expect him to terminate the opponents, and that's what he was doing. But it was not just about Termi, it was also about Pain, and this man single-handedly mowing down the foes. For a moment, we all thought that it's going to be Rivalry Esports' fight, but then Pain just somehow pulls out the AUG and shuts down all 3 players up close and personal with the AUG, by the way.
Pain has been very impressive ever since we saw his debut in the BGIS. I mean, a new player coming in, especially for a banner like Revenant Xspark, it can sometimes get to you, but this man has not let the pressure get to him. And then again, the map rotation or the map pool for Group C yesterday was a little bit weird. They started off with 1 Erangel and then 2 Miramars back to back, and of course there's that I don't know what to call it. It's a standoff that goes on between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports.
Oh, yeah.
That has resulted in both of them not getting any points in Miramar so far.
Yeah, to be honest, for Vasista Esports, it's not looking too good. They're on the bad end of the stick and now currently sitting on the 5th spot with 111 points. Yesterday, in one of the standoffs, both the teams died to the blue.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure why that happened. I do understand it's a bit of that ego clash going on. I just hope, because of the egos, you are not placed in the bottom 8.
I mean, there was a lack of clash, to be honest, because they were just staring at each other through those windows and did absolutely nothing. Revenant Xspark had a few bandages, so they just survived a few moments extra. And the last shot we saw was Trace picking up the crates of the players of Vasista Esports and putting all of them together before he also went out to the blue. But this is the story of the shenanigans. Let's talk about the story of individuals. We have Pain leading the charge of top 5 players, followed by Termi. Then there's Praise, Hitman, and Oxen. And while these lads have done quite a lot of heavy lifting for their team, there are a few individuals that haven't made this list. But yet, their performance yesterday was quite key in making sure that their teams will have momentum for those comebacks. One of those names is going to be Gods from Altitude Esports, helping his team secure a chicken dinner in the last Miramar of the day.
Absolutely, yeah. Even Gods was popping off. We've also got a man like Rishi coming in from FS Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Even he was doing wonders. But to be honest, this top 5 players, it's justified. Yesterday we saw Termi as well pop off.
Yeah.
Of course, Pain as usual. The man's fragging out. For Trace, he's there consistently in the top 5 players from the start. Hitman as well from Gods for a Reason. I feel like he's the main reason why Gods for a Reason's doing so good.
I mean, hey, we saw in those clips that performance on Miramar as well, taking down the entirety of Medal Esports pretty much all by himself. And this is why we want to talk about Gods. The fights he took, the way he was able to clutch out a win when he was the last man surviving for his team against 2 opponents. There was Rivalry Esports, there's GLITCHxREBORN, and Gods made sure that they were getting those extra finishes wherever they could. And of course, the chicken dinner, that's just a bonus.
The problem is just one man popping off is not going to cut the show.
That is
you
true.
need the entire team out there getting those elimination points and even helping each other to get those placement points as well. Altitude is still outside of the top 8 and Jux is right above them. It's going to be a tough climb for Altitude, but it's not going to be impossible.
That was supposed to be our next question too. Like, we saw this sign of life from Altitude Esports yesterday, but do we actually believe that a comeback is on its way and they can find a break inside of the top 8?
Yes, I think they definitely can find a break. But if you look at the top 8 as well, it's extremely stacked. But I'm still a bit skeptical about teams like 4 Wolves, and I feel like there's a chance they might just slip out of that top 8.
I kind of agree with that. I'm also worried about Team Versatile because yesterday was not that great of a day for Team Versatile. They're kind of maintaining that balance, but again, if they do not come in clutch or if they do not buckle up right now, then they can slip out of the top 8. But a head-to-head comparison between Rishi and Gods on our screen right now, and of course the performance yesterday was impressive from both these players.
Rishi as well, man, especially individually popping off in such a good way. And I feel like that was one of the main reasons why FS Esports was once again able to get the momentum back in their hands. We've got today's matchup lined up on the screen. As we know, Group C is going to be the one to play the first 3 games, which means they're also going to kick things off on the map of Rondo. A big chance for all the other teams in the latter half of the board to make that comeback with the Rondo. And then Group D will be stepping in for the latter 3 games. They're going to start things off in Erangel and end it off in Miramar.
I think at this point, a lot of these teams from Group C, considering in Group C, the competition is a little bit more tight, would want to make sure that they capitalize on the Rondo today. And especially my eyes are going to be pinned on Revenant Xspark because first Rondo, they drop a massive 32-point game, and then the next Rondo, they're the first team to get eliminated within a minute and a half of the game starting. So again, is this going to be a story of redemption, or was what we saw from Revenant Xspark in the first Rondo just a fluke?
But the point is that I don't think Revenant Xspark needs to try too hard, right? They're already on the first spot. They've got such a massive safety cushion. All they want to do is just mess with the players of Vasista Esports, and I'm sure that's their goal now. And Vasista Esports is fizzling away, by the way.
All right, I thought for the second time, you're just going to ask a team to just give away points to your prediction of the day. And talking about prediction, let's just have a look at those. So you predicted Jux Esports.
Yeah.
I am just sticking to Gods for a reason because I love the aggression they have inside of the game. Salty has decided to curse Rivalry Esports today. I see Engineer going for Learn From Past, Ravan picking Aura, Sparrow going with Eggy, and Ankybot going for Versatile.
Interesting. The only reason why I personally went with Jux, it's because in the final few moments, Jux always knows how to make that comeback. We've seen them in 2025 as well. Yes, they were not able to make it to the LAN finals, but somehow they were able to barely scrape through to the semifinals, and that's why Jux is one of those teams that I'm going with. I do believe in the power of amazing. I think today he will be amazing.
Hey, he was amazing yesterday as well. I mean, in a few games he got taken out a little bit early, but I do agree with you. Jux, they know how to come in those clutch moments and secure crucial points, especially in the last few days of the tournament or last few days of the stages that they are playing in. Gods for a reason, again, just aggression. This team does not shy away from fights, man. If they see a conflict, they're going to charge on it head on. That results in them getting taken out early in a few key games. But again, they are there inside of the top 8 surviving just because of the aggression, just because of those finish points.
That's the whole point, right? As long as you're there inside of the top 8, it's good.
Exactly.
But you also do not want to be on the edge because the sword will always be on your heads and you never know when your neck's going to be cut off. So it's better to just be there with a bit of that safety cushion, make sure that the position's guaranteed.
What you're talking about is the situation we see Team Versatile in. That's going to be the pick for Ankybot. Now, Versatile, let's talk about them as well, because this is supposed to be a big name. Again and again, we keep saying that this is the banner that is supposed to be defending the trophy of BGIS, because, well, the previous roster ended up winning it for them in 2025. With these new players, it is a hit or a miss sometimes. That's just my opinion, though. Sometimes they're going to do extremely well. Other games, they are just completely lost.
That's the crazy part about them, right? When they do really good, it feels like, man, what a team it is.
Exactly.
But when they do bad, it's like, man,
what a team it is.
The expressions are completely different, right? And I feel like Versatile, they just need to find a proper middle ground. If they're not good enough to get those games, at least go aggressive and maybe get the elimination points so you can have a bit of that standoff or at least a stable ground in the overall standings.
I completely agree with that. And of course, right behind Versatile is a team that you have raised concern for before, 4 Wolves. In team fights look quite decent, but again, a climb is going to be needed. And talking about the climb, ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time for us to drop in Rondo.
The plane's going to be in the skies once again for Group C this time, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Rondo. And you already do see it's a bright, sunny day, which means we are expecting a lot of fights off the rip in Neox Factory. Johnny, what do you think? Would Revenant Xspark survive for the first 10 minutes or no?
I have no idea, man. I mean, because Revenant Xspark, they are playing with a very different strategy compared to everyone else. While everyone goes with the default 3-1 split just so they can get a little bit aggressive, just so they can try and get those finish points, which is going to be that X factor on Rondo. Revenant Xspark, they drop as a 4-man unit split in two duos. And of course, jobs for both the duos are going to be different. One duo with Trace and Pain is going to go and take fights 2v4 or 2v3. And the other duo with Punk and Ninja is going to try and get the loot for the mid-game survival stages. But this time around, I think, all right, they are opting for the 3-1 split because we see Punk take an exit early. And Pain is still there with the rest of the squad inside of the plane.
True.
They're going to drop Stadium, aren't they?
I guess. Seems like it. So Revenant Xspark just wants to maximize the amount of points they can get with the drop locations they've got. 2 players dropping all the way towards Stadium, 2 players around Neox Factory. This is going to be interesting. And inside Neox Factory, we've got too many foes. FS Esports is one of them as well, and FS Esports recently does have the wind in their sails. They know how to win the fights. And there we go, off the rip, the fight kicks off between GLITCHxREBORN and their opponents. And this one's looking a little bit GLITCHxREBORN favored. They're, of course, coming out on top in these duels, and 4 Wolves, it seems like now they're not 4 anymore. Another man goes down. GLITCHxREBORN, quite an easy conversion for them.
Did you just try to pre-fire a man that was already knocked out?
He didn't know he was knocked out.
Anyways, I mean, GLITCHxREBORN, another team that is, well, kind of in a very, very precarious position, but 4 Wolves, 3 players knocked out and finished off. The points picked off and split up between 2 sides. GLITCHxREBORN getting 2. And there was another team in the nearby vicinity that was able to pick off 1 point for themselves. But FS Esports, as you were talking about them, wind in their sail. They have the momentum. Yesterday in the map of Rondo, we saw a lot of good fights being brought on the board by the players of FS. This time, they kick things off in a nice manner. But the question is, how far can they take it?
And Sarvit's all the way towards Minhu, by the way. So that man is isolated. No one's going to be disturbing him. He's probably waiting for his teammates to get done with the fight and at least secure as many elimination points as they can. At the moment that happens, Minhu will instantly trigger that recall tower and get all the players back on the board once again. Revenant Xspark, though, strategy is a little bit different. They just want to maximize the amount of points they can get from this 2-2 split. 2 players towards Stadium, 2 players all the way towards Neox Factory. Actually, it's a bit of a different approach this time, Johnny.
Yeah, they went with the standard default 3-1, as we mentioned earlier, and you talked about this, that they want to maximize their points now on Rondo as well. But Trace and Pain were finished off. Ninja is still left standing, but we'll come back to that in a bit, because on the top of the new X Factory, Gods for a Reason versus Oishani Esports. And Oishani Esports, they just get beaten down and hammered by Gods for a Reason.
That's got to blow. Gods for a Reason. Beast is still knocked out. And luckily enough, Beast is back up on his feet, so it's all good and dandy as of now. For Metal Esports, once again, the woes continue. Big man's down. Luckily, there's still a possibility Metal Esports can come out on top, but then I forgot that it's Metal Esports we're speaking of. They haven't even won a single fight.
I mean, I think they've won.
No,
wait,
they haven't.
they haven't. They haven't won a single fight.
They have gotten individual finishes, but that too on the back of third parties and stuff.
Yeah,
but
pretty
they have
much.
never won a proper 4-4 fight.
It's weird to talk about Metal this way, man. Last year the team was, well, they were decent.
Now they're what?
I don't know. I just don't want to say it, man. They're bad.
I just don't want to say it, but they're bad. Man just casually says it. But anyways, FS Esports, not trapped, but it seems like they are. So FS Esports in a real awkward scenario against the players of Gods for a Reason. Rishi almost could have been caught off guard. Yep. Crosshairs was well trained, and luckily enough, he was able to suppress the man down a bit more. Spots out the second guy as well, and Gods for a Reason now proven out to be a real threat. FS needs to be careful, and Rishi pops the first man. Shocking up close and personal are way too deadly. Tough to counter, and that's what Rishi is heavily relying on. But FS Esports is still getting fiddled with. Rishi, the only person left standing, and now the opponents, they've got the man advantage to play with. Rishi's also getting charged up from the back and eventually shuts down the first. Almost turns around to get the second one as well. He's getting pushed on, and eventually Rishi gets shut down.
Gods for a Reason and FS Esports, this was a fight of the heavyweights, man. very impressive. Both the teams very aggressive, but this time around, it is going to be Gods for a Reason that end up coming out on top. They've lost Hitman, but with recall still available, they can bring him back. And of course, they have 6 finishes at the start of this game. So this is a great start for Gods for a Reason. Now the question is that with Altitude Esports closing in, another team that has kind of built up a decent momentum yesterday, what is going to be the decision from Gods for a Reason? Are they going to continue fighting, or are they just going to back off and move into a different position? Because now if you look at it, New X Factory, it's extremely cluttered up.
In my opinion, they should just continue fighting. There's still one man towards the recall tower anyway, so...
Yeah.
Even if they do get eliminated,
they're waiting
Hexa's
for all 3 to get finished, I guess.
Yeah. So it's all good. I don't think it's going to be a problem for the players of Gods for a Reason. They should still continue on their rampage. For Middle Esports, yeah, they have secured 1 finish point, so that's a good thing. At least it's not going to be one of those days.
I mean, we don't know yet. The day is just getting started, man.
I mean,
Middle Esports
by one of those days, I mean 6 games, 0 points.
So yeah, there are no 6 games for them. It could be 3 games, 0 points. Well, they have one.
Well, they have one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not going to be one of those days. So yeah, that's a good thing for Middle Esports. Positive start.
Well, they have to push it further. Let's see. Even if they do manage to somehow finish in the top 3 of this match, I think that is going to be okay, considering the performance right now, or till now, from Middle Esports hasn't been the best. Eggy Gaming in a very interesting position. They're just at the edge of that EMP zone. And we saw this yesterday as well. They moved up to the rooftop of the New X Factory, but weren't really able to get any value from it. Getting finished off in the last round, in fact, that they played. But this time around, I think they've heard the footsteps of the players of Altitude, gotten a little bit of visual confirmation as well, and now are looking to charge forward. And these 2 men need to wait for their 3rd player, Ralph, as well.
He's there. Right behind him. So it's all good. Especially inside of the EMP zones, it's better to just take off the sights and use the iron sight instead. Yep. That's what will give you the maximum accuracy. And as of now, for Gods for a Reason, still these 2 players, they want to continue the rampage. They've got decent loadout as well, so I'm not exactly sure how the intentions are going to be looking like for Gods for a Reason. There's still that 1 player all the way out in the open around the blue towards the recall tower. So I'm pretty sure Beast and Spirit will try to take as much risk as possible. And there we go. For Oishani Esports, they're off to a bad start. 1 man's down. It's VXT chasing them, hunting them down. And just like that, the second one as well falls apart. Oishani Esports, this seems like a domino effect. The moment the first one fell off, an instant chain reaction began.
VXT today off to a great start, 4 points secured, and now they're just doing drive-bys on anyone that they see. They see a vehicle moving up, and there is going to be a possibility for a chase. Servant spotted out, almost getting knocked out, still alive, running for his life, and there it is, versatile. They just instantly turn around that 4-man unit, and, well, they are quite hungry for these frags.
They indeed are. Even Sarvid falls prey to it. Yeah, for FS Esports as well, it's going to be a bit of a stinger. What am I watching for VXT? How are they even able to collect elimination points in such a way? All the players driving inside of 1 vehicle, just casually drive-bying anyone that they see and collecting freebies. It's interesting, and actually an interesting strat, since they know in the outskirts there's probably going to be isolated solo players who were waiting to get the recalls. So it's actually a 5-head move. Gods for a Reason, 6 finishes on board. Still these 2 players, they do have a lot to do and a lot to accomplish. And speak of accomplishing something, we've already got one of the teams just getting absolutely dismantled. Altitude not feeling too good after that one.
That was a brilliant nade coming in from Beast OG, man. I mean, timed it perfectly. Got the easy knock and finish confirmation. But the job is not yet done. Gods for a Reason, they're going after Eggy as well. And Destroyer and Gamla Boy try their level best to charge towards Spirit. He picks both of them off. I believe Ralph OG is still there. Oh, maybe not. Let's see how things turn out. Gods for a Reason, though. I mean, already hitting double digits, man. This is why I've always enjoyed watching this team, especially in this edition of the grind. Not afraid of anyone, not afraid of anything. Just take fights head on. If you win, you win. If you don't, well, better luck next time.
What a push it is. Revenant Xspark, all the 4 players pushing in tandem. 2 players underneath, 2 players up top. GLITCHxREBORN absolutely isolated, but Shorty was still able to get a fadeaway knock, and that's going to save the day! GLITCHxREBORN, they flip the odds and flip the table! might just come out on top in this fight as well, but Punk is trying his best to keep his team in the race. How did this just happen? Revenant Xspark was supposed to win this fight in a flawless manner, but now it's taken down to a 1v1. And Fan OP, oh, he's going to let that revival come through. Fan, you should have pushed up when the time was right. Communication not proper for GLITCHxREBORN. He had the momentum. He had the moment. Should have pushed down. But the way GLITCHxREBORN, especially Fan OP, was able to shut down those two players, it's incredible.
It is incredible, and it's kind of bad for Revenant Xspark because they had used 3 recalls. So Pain and Trace are going to be finished off. NINZA as well does not have recall available. It's just Punk. It's a 1v2 situation for the side of Revenant Xspark. I'm talking about GLITCHREBORN, by the way. They still have all recalls available, so they can bring their players back. But hey, there's a man lurking in the shadows. It's going to be Beast OG. He's waiting for Spirit. And they're going to wait for those gunshot sounds to go off. Hexy on the other side cooking up an aid. I think Gods for a reason, they are going to end up wiping out both GLITCHREBORN and Revenant Xspark over here. They're going to go for those points.
Still a chance. They've got those recalls available, by the way.
Yeah, but it's just Fan alive right now. He needs to be the one to get those players back. And where's the closest recall tower? Well, it's in NeoX Factory. You can't go to NeoX Factory anymore. Look at the number of teams that are present in that area.
I was actually speaking of Gods for a reason. So I'm pretty sure Gods for a reason, they're going to try to bring in some maniac moves. And that's what they're doing. Just look at the way they pushed up. Do not even care about what's happening around them. Gods for a reason, they're just hungry for points because they know they've got free recalls available. Pushing up with the shotguns once again. The man from GLITCHxREBORN, he's down low. And he's the only glimmer of hope standing as well. He's right there around the corner, but he finally ejects out and no one's got a clue! What a play that was! 5 red moves now giving him the advantage, but eventually Fan OP's been eliminated from the game. Gods for a reason, they've got the recalls available. Look at Spirit! He's not scared of anyone!
Hey man, his spirit is strong and he wants to make that bounce. Revenant Xspark put under pressure. The nade goes out as they run down the stairs. Gods for a reason, they are going to hope for a revive, but Spirit, he's trying to keep these players at bay and they are trying to pinch him from either ends. NINZA and Punk trying their level best to put the players from Gods for a reason under pressure, but they don't succeed, and Revenant Xspark once again forced to take an early exit in this game.
Spirit's just brilliant. 8 finishes all by himself.
Yeah.
This man is on a different level.
This team is doing quite well. 13 eliminations secured by the entire team.
Oh my god. And what a positioning that was on top.
Yeah.
The moment he realized he's getting pushed anyways, he went up top, and then he dropped down and eliminated both the players of Revenant Xspark. That's some brilliant thinking. Going for the high ground in that moment.
From Revenant Xspark, though, Necro, was that comms issues? Because at one point you have Spirit pinned down, NINZA from one stairs, Punk from the other stairs. They could have actually finished him off. They just needed to push in tandem.
I know, right? For some reason it felt like in that instance, the confidence wasn't there.
Confidence, coordination, nothing was there.
Even if a solo man who is confident enough to win that duel would push that.
Like Fan OP.
And shut him down. Exactly, like Fan OP. But still, both the players not confident enough. Yeah, communication issue as well. Probably Nigel was saying that be a little bit careful, don't overcommit. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why they gave him enough time to reposition. And that just dug their own grave. Tamilan Esports. Starting days weren't too good. But then later on, they have pulled off a major comeback. Learn from past, a big mistake. And man, oh man, that mistake, it's going to be paid off as well. One man's knocked. The confirmation's not going to be a problem. Rivalry Esports, they continue their domination on this part of the map.
Well, let's see. The Rivalry Esports, as you mentioned, domination goes on, but they got to be cautious as well. The blue zone is going to build up extra pressure, and of course, it's not just learn from past. There's Team Eggy as well that is going to hear all of this commotion, and their attention is going to shift eventually from learn from past to Rider. Eggy himself trying to spray down Rush Boy, who kind of has an awkward driving moment, but the support from Termi, impressive, takes down Eggy, and now Ralph OG is the last surviving player from the side of Team Eggy.
Oishani Esports, Jux Esports right next to each other around the southern side. Eggy as well now starting to face the brunt. They're all the way around the blue. Rivalry Esports, things a little bit different. They went real close to the opponents, driving around casually around the players of learned from past. And LAFP aren't just someone that's going to let you go like that, especially yesterday's clutch from Termi against Ryder. I'm pretty sure that was a big statement. And Ryder would want to get their revenge.
Even right now, man, Termi is in an incredible form. We saw that precision cover fire coming in as soon as his teammate Rush Boy was put under pressure by Eggy. But learn from past, we see them on the map. They are moving towards that recall tower, looking to bring their fallen teammate back. That is going to put them in a very awkward position because now Ryder, what they can do is they can move up towards the edge of the circle and just try to gatekeep the players from learn from past. But who am I to say anything if Termi is still alive? He's just going to pick these players all by himself. First knock secured. The second one as well comes through. And Rivalry Esports, this is not how they thought this fight was going to go.
True. It's a little bit shaky. And Rivalry Esports, all the confidence down the drain. Learn from past. Even though they had the man disadvantage, they still somehow come out on top. And now Lucky 2 Noob, he's lucky enough to stay alive, but is he lucky enough to wipe out the entirety of Learn from past? I don't think it's possible. Termi, once again, the man looking at the back, making sure no one's going to be in the blue. You've also got Honey still there. And yeah, by the way, yesterday from Learn from past, it was Honey and Termi who got 50% of contribution each in all the games they played, which was 3 games. And that is crazy if you think about it, because it's just the 2 players getting the elimination points for an entire banner.
Hey man, sometimes that is going to be the case, but as long as the team is doing well, I don't think the other 2 lads are going to care too much. Sometimes you get carried, sometimes you carry, right?
Well, I personally think it's better to have
all 4 carries.
Yeah, I don't think it's better to just let the 2 of the other guys do the work, because when there will be a roster shuffle, you will have that red mark on your head.
Oh, yeah. Hey, let's not talk about roster shuffles till April, right? We still have a lot of time before the transfer windows open again.
Yeah, still a long time.
Yeah.
Even though if you don't like each other, you still got to play.
Exactly.
Cause for reason. 14 finish points. Team's on an absolute rampage. Mad lads. Spirit. He's popping off on a different level. 8 finish points all by himself. And by the way, they haven't even used a single of their recall, which is crazy if you think about it.
Yeah, but now the recalls are gone away, so it doesn't matter. Now you just have to play this like any other map. But you can reshape the terrain with all of those nades that you're going to lob out eventually. But Gods for Reason, I mean, incredible performance. I think along with these 14 finishes inside of this match now, if they just get a little bit of placement points, they're going to be a happy bunch of boys. I mean, I think they're already quite happy with these, with the performance that Spirit has delivered. But 4 Wolves, man, Necro, today is not too kind on 4 Wolves. Right off the bat, they lose fights, get 2 finishes, and now they are eliminated from the game. We spoke about them at the start of the day that the performance has kind of dropped, and it seems like today is not going to be different from yesterday.
Yeah, for some reason, since I've been back on the panel, 4 Wolves' performance has went down big time. And I'm noticing that.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing well before you showed up.
Yeah, and even Oishani Esports, man, it just gets even worse. Altitude, though, for them, it's a good news since they've got 7 finish points and also set up for success in the future as well. Tossing out the smokes to get the revival on Clouds, it's not going to be an issue. Learn from past, though, still want to take a dig against the players of Jux Esports. And Jux, they've got Niku up close and personal. It's going to be a big wave of enemies coming soon. Vasista Esports is Summit. Utilities in hands. He wants to shut down the players of VXT. But Versatile, they're playing it real passive. They've got him pinned.
Let's see how things turn out for Versatile. I mean, we saw that drive-by strategy working out quite well for them in the early stages of the game. And the problem is just a few moments ago, we also saw Gods for Reason lobbing nades towards Versatile, one of which actually fell quite close to them. Lucky the players were able to survive. Although now stuck in this sandwich, I think Aura Esports can lend a helping hand, keeping the players of Vasista Esports at bay. But Jux, they can't do anything from here. Learn from pass. They get a secure knock onto Niku, but Altitude actually taking away that finish.
Jux Esports, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, it's a key player as well.
But hey, something that's going to make you feel good is the Royal Enfield right there in the game. Continental GT 650. And of course, even the Bullet right there, 350. Both the bikes looking absolutely classy and beautiful.
Yeah, man. What do you think suits you more? Oh, yeah, we spoke about this. You like the Continental, right?
Yeah, if you talk about what's going to suit me physically, then I think it's going to be the Bullet 350.
Yeah, pretty
much.
But
I like GT 650 because more speed, of course.
More speed, better engine during the winters. You can just keep your hands close to the engine.
Yeah.
I used to do that when I used to ride that bike. Delhi winters they're insane, man.
Yeah. It's just like that smoke.
Well, anyways, Gods for Reason looking to take on two titans in the form of Vasista Esports and Versatile. But now they've kind of dropped their pace in terms of aggression, and it makes sense, right? You don't have recalls available. You would like to walk away with the chicken dinner, so you have to take your time before you run into a fight. Also, they don't really have incentive or anything of forcing anything. They are at the edge of the circle. They have time to breathe. Although they're running out of utilities.
Indeed. Gods for Reason. Spam it away, and that nade. Dead players down. That's a big man taken care of. Getting the confirmation, though, is going to be important as well. VXT. Dead player's got to be dead now. There's no way he's going to be saved. Nobby, the only man standing yet. At this point, even Nobby needs to play suppressed. His position cannot be compromised for too long. The man's getting shot at even from the back, so he's got nowhere to go. It's Vasista Esports constantly taking those pop shots. The blue's going to force him to make it out in the open, and that's when he will be eliminated from Hexy.
And even though at the start of the game, Hexy was forced into a position where he was just responsible to get those revives, now he finally starts to pull the trigger himself, getting a few key finishes for his team, and of course keeping a few key players at bay, one of which was the side of Vasista Esports. But hey, Aura Esports against Vasista, and on the radar you see that slight movement from Gods for Reason. They want to move in this direction. They want to try and at least go for a third party, see if they can build up pressure for the players of Aura Esports, who right now are sitting at 0 eliminations. They've secured a knock against the players of Troy Tamilan, but they will have to commit in order to get that finish point for themselves.
Oh, those shots deadly, and Hitman's once again going to threat the needle. Vasista Esports, Shayad's down. Hector right there, and even he can be caught off guard. Shotgun will do a lot of damage, but it's Hector who outmaneuvers the opponent and shuts him down, but still the trades are there. Gods for Reason now with the man advantage in the fight. They've got one more man standing, but still the utilities from the side of Vasista Esports, it's going to bring the man advantage down once again. Now the situation's down to an even Steven.
Yeah, Gods for Reason need to reset though, because look at Somi's position. That off angle can cause trouble, and it does. The third party also comes through as Aura Esports show up at the right time, and Gods for Reason are going to get eliminated from this game. Man, what a play. It was a valiant effort, but that third party, I thought they knew where Aura Esports was, because they ran into a position where it was quite an obvious sandwich.
But still, Gods for Reason got a lot of points out of this game, so it's okay. I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with that.
I think 16 or 17 points, 15 or 16 eliminations, and 1 point for placement, I believe. But it's quite a decent average that they have going for themselves. Aura Esports on the other side, now dealing with two teams at the same time. They know Troy Tamilan Esports is there in the back lines. And of course, Vasista Esports are trying their level best to breach the circle. They haven't found a position yet. But we see Some moving up towards the northern edge of the circle, which I believe is going to be the better option. But Aura Esports, all of the attention they gave to Vasista Esports has resulted in Troy Tamilan Esports finding a few key trades for themselves.
Yeah, but even Troy Tamilan Esports is in shambles. From the back, it's Altitude consistently pouring down shots. They tossed close, and that's going to chip away a bit of that damage. Hespera's backing away. Another nade right around that deployable cover. Still, things looking good and dandy. A lot of smokes, and that's going to provide them a bit of that sigh of relief, but still the utilities constantly being poured in. Altitude tossing every single thing in their arsenal. All the utilities just poured against the players of Troy Tamilan Esports, and now the pounce is going to be made. Altitude just want to create a bit of that off angle, punish the players of Troy Tamilan Esports a bit more. And now there's only two men standing. Vasista Esports from the back as well is also doing the same thing.
Necro, Vasista is taking away those finishes. Altitude was the team that secured the knock, but Vasista stole that point away. Jux on the other side, Superb still alive. 3-man roster, shots fired towards them from Learn From Past, who are the only team that have been ignored by everyone because majority of the teams are playing from the western edge of the circle, and Learn From Past is a team that has found some cover to work with towards the eastern half. Jux towards the southeast is the only team they have to deal with, but this is a conflict of the ages. Troy Tamilan Esports versus Altitude and Vasista. And somehow Troy Tamilan Esports, they do get a reset going.
The next circle, it's going to shift on top of the players of Eggy. But it's just Ralph alive, so Eggy securing a chicken dinner sounds impossible. For Altitude, Gots is the only man knocked out. And as long as that player's knocked out, Altitude's not going to be too deadly. Troy Tamilan Esports spam it away against the players of Vasista Esports. And Vasista, where can you go? Too many shots against him. A man gets confirmed. Salme, the only person standing, does not even have a lot of HP. Does have that cover, but is that enough? The answer is going to be no. Flame spreading right next to Salme, but not on him.
Oh man, that was so close, that Molotov spread. But he's still alive. Anyways, Jux Esports, they decide to make the pounce on the players of Learn From Past, and that is going to be the decision that leads to their demise. Learn From Past, better position. And of course, the players in a better form do manage to capitalize on these few decision-making errors. 9 finishes on the board for Learn From Past, and I think with where they are right now, it seems like they can walk away with a potential chicken dinner.
Learn From Past are so good. Have you ever seen Learn From Past lose a proper 4v4 fight? My answer is no. Since I've been back on the panel, I've never seen Learn From Past lose a proper 4v4 fight. And the fact that they like to play it a little bit passive and defensive, and they're still so strong with their defense, I feel like Learn From Past, yeah, they might just be a big team in the making if they keep on playing the same way.
Hey man, first thing that you learn when you're learning combat sport is a good defense is better than a good offense. You need to learn how to protect yourself, and of course, if you are able to keep those numbers up till the end game, you are going to have an advantage against majority of these teams. But right now, it seems like it is going to be a 3 versus 2 versus 4 situation. Altitude with all 4 players alive and well. Learn From Past down to 3. And Vasista Esports finally down to the last man as Beast is going to get shut down.
Every single game, Learn From Past is consistent. This game as well, they've got a decent amount of elimination points. But even Altitude, they still stand a chance to snatch the game away. Vasista Esports still alive with that Salme. And I'm not sure what Salme is going to do now, what the game plan is going to be. I'm sure he's going to let the other teams duke it out amongst themselves, and then maybe he's going to try to go for that strike. But since the zone moves away, now Salme, options are limited.
Hey man, but just a few days ago, we did see that 1 versus 2 entire squads clutch coming in from FS Esports. So it is possible for a single player to kind of steal the chicken dinner away, even in a situation like this. But as you said, for that to happen, Learn From Past and Altitude Esports need to commit in a fight. And Termi has been sent into a very brilliant off position. From here, he may be able to spot and pick off Salme and catch at least one of the players from the set of Altitude off guard. Maybe find the opening, equalize the numbers, and then Learn From Past and Altitude duke it out 3v3.
A lot of maybes. But Learn From Past, they're playing for map control. And I like that. Look at that big split they've got. Max has got a lot of information as well. The entirety of Learn From Past, they've got a lot of intel to work with. And since they've got such a massive spread, they can also cover a lot of FOEs. And that's what they're exactly doing. Controlling majority of the terrain, spotting out the individual men, getting the confirmations. They've also found the knock against one of the players of Altitude. And Termi's now just driving around, driving for a bit more of that control.
Oh, and Altitude Esports, they are getting beaten down again. Necro, I believe they're down to the last man. And Learn From Past out of nowhere just do manage to get themselves in a position where it seems like this is going to be a guaranteed win now. It's a 3 versus 1 versus 1. Salme with Manus right in front of his eyes. This is crawling forward. Could get spotted out by Manus as well, who has a nade equipped right now, and Salme needs to capitalize, get this extra point for his team. At least Vasista Esports finished top 2 with the double digits, and well, there go the nades, and it is going to be Salme who gets that frag now, 1v3 against the players of Learn From Past. He can't really do much. It's quite obvious the end game result for this matchup, especially with Termi still being alive. Look at that switch up. He gets knocked out 1v2. Doesn't matter. Rush Boy from the back lines secures what was rightfully theirs. Learn From Past, an impressive winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, Learn From Past. Consistency once again prevails, and what a defense it's been from them.
Yeah.
In the final few moments, knew exactly when they need to step out of the comfort zone. They did so, got a major spread, got a lot of intel to play with, and Learn From Past fights are so good. They're not like Revenant Xspark. On one day they're good, on one day they're bad. Learn From Past is consistent every single game, and that's what we want to see.
Exactly. Very impressive, and that is one of the reasons why we see this team inside of the top 3 as well. I don't think if Revenant Xspark, the way they played this round, if that keeps on happening, there will come a time eventually where learn from past will overtake them and take that first position
My
away.
point is, this is not even the final form of competition that you're going to be competing inside of this tournament. You are going to be facing teams with more skill ceiling,
Yeah.
and that's where the real problems will erupt. If you're struggling right now with these sort of teams, I do not know what to say, what's going to happen to you in the future.
I see two sides of a coin. So it can be said for the side of learn from past as well. Like they have to make sure that the refinements are going to be there. For example, like if we are going to start nitpicking everything, they were there with 4 players. They lost 1 man for no reason at all, and because of which they were forced to fight that 4v3 against the players of Altitude Esports. If everything was clean, if everything was perfect, it would be a 4v4. But yeah, they were able to pick off Altitude with just 3 players as well. I don't know how they made it happen, by the way. Altitude just messed it up. They threw the game.
That's what I'm saying. It's just learn from past. Somehow they know how to come out on top in these type of fights,
Yeah.
right? Even if learn from past messes up in one of the games, they know how to squeeze in at least the bare minimum points, and that's a good thing about this team, Johnny.
Very good at finding openings, man.
Yeah.
Very good at punishing mistakes, off positions from players. In this one, Altitude being out into the open, no smokes, they were just crawling out, and learn from past was able to just pick off those individuals.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Not every single game is supposed to be an explosive game where you get double digits on the
Exactly.
board. But even if you get single digits, you just got to get the bare minimum. And that's what Learn from Past is here to teach.
Exactly. But let's see, this is the start of their day. They still have 2 more matches left. All of that and more is going to happen after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We will be back after this. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it has been a great start to the day for Learn from Past from Altitude Esports as well. And of course, Vasista Esports securing that top 2 finish in Rondo. But that is done and dusted. Now we are going to move forward to the maps of Erangel. And joining me right now, it is going to be Icy Baby 1-2. How are you doing, buddy? Did you enjoy that game?
I actually enjoyed it here, just because the fact that there's 3 teams that really popped off in my mind here. It is obviously Learn from Past is going to be one of them, Altitude, and also Gods for a reason, because these 3 teams had a massive game. They were just dominating every single frontier, farming finishes throughout the map, and then it just turned out in a way where, okay, this is how you should be playing Rondo.
Yeah, it would have been better had they been able to survive for a little bit extra time inside of the game, but that situation where they were just pushing the players of Vasista Esports and got third-partied by Aura Esports was quite unfortunate. But hey, if you want to test out your fortune, ladies and gentlemen, go and try getting yourself that Arthur Shelby set with a Peaky Blinders collab that is happening inside of the BGMI right now. And of course, if you do find yourself one, do make sure to share the happiness with us.
Exactly, and of course, with goodness comes greatness. In this case, Peaky Blinders, well, they are always giving you that amazing gunplay in well, I wouldn't say playing as well here. Like, you know, would you call that playing or would you call that just acting? Straight up.
I think it's theater at the end of the day, no?
Yeah, fair enough. You know, I like gangsters. No, I don't like gangsters, man. But you know, watching movies are amazing.
Alright, I mean, I was just thinking, the thought running through my head was, what do you call those caps? And then I remembered they're called bowling hats.
Oh, it's called bowling hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, we are going to talk about BGMI right now again, specifically about Spirit, because you did mention Gods for a reason, and Spirit was on fire in that game. 8 finishes secured, 1247 damage dished out, and I think it is one of the key reasons that Gods for Reason were able to get those 15 or 16 eliminations, whatever that number is. We are going to see that in a bit, but he wasn't the only one of the individuals that was performing. Learn from past Termi, this time supported by Rushboy as well. 11 finishes on those two players. And of course, after a long time, we see NINZA back again in the list of top players.
Yeah, considering the fact that VXA had early engagements in that particular map as well here, it's just that Revenant Xspark, that had early engagements rather early as well. Was just unfortunate that they were third party by GLITCHxREBORN and so many things that was happening towards them as well. Ninja Jaw was the one that got the frags, but they just could not convert placement points at all.
That is true, and I think that was the strategy for Revenant Xspark as well, that alright, this time we're going to try the 3-1 split play. Today, I think one thing for Revenant Xspark that's not really working out is the fact that Pain and Trace weren't really able to perform. I think they had like 0 eliminations in that game.
Well, it's only the first game as well here, so we shall see. They're still in the top of the overall standings here. Nothing remains changed for them. They are in the top here with 154, but learn from past with that chicken dinner and a massive game cover for them. Shoots them up into the second place with 140 points. Troy Tamilan takes a little bit of tumble here with 129. Vasista Esports pushes up in top 4 with 127. Gods for a Reason with that comeback as well, which again was one of the surprising names for us, especially when they first debuted in week 1. On their first week itself, on the first day itself here, because no one expected Gods for a Reason to be doing well, and then they took a little bit of tumble, and now they're back again. So I'm really happy to see that, they finally figured out how to play the current meta. And
it is looking quite well. I mean, as we mentioned, this is an undergod team that has done, a surprising deal in terms of improving themselves over the last few months. And of course, the individuals from the team as well. In this particular game, it was Spirit. Yesterday, it was Hitman, who was doing quite well for Gods for Reason. So, again, the momentum is there. They're carrying it forward game after game. But for Wolves, they have slipped out of the top 8. Now, how do they find their way back in?
Well, it's not that far off as well. They just need one good game and they should be fine here. But I actually want to convert another team instead, which is going to be Altitude in particular, because this is the third time now that they could not convert into a winner-winner chicken dinner at all. They were just stuck in the top 2, top 3. They had manpower, they had the numbers advantage. They just always could not clean up the game. They just dropped the ball.
I think it kind of was a snowball effect of the fights they were taking 2-3 minutes prior the game concluding, because Altitude was busy dealing with the players of Tamilan Esports, they were busy dealing with the players of Vasista Esports, and I believe what happened was they ended up using too much utility in all of those fights, because of which they had nothing left for the end game but just smokes. Because simply put, the easiest solution to the problem, which was basically dealing with the players of Learn from Past, would have been to just lay down those smokes enough so that you can get into the range of lobbing those nades and then just go after the players of Learn from Past. An alternative would have been just to use those vehicles, the buggy bait strategy, if you will. Just try and see if you can get them to shoot towards you or one of your players. You get the info, and then the entire team just try and sprays that individual down, whoever just like tried to take your man down.
Agreed, but at the same time as well, I really like that they are taking advantage of the fact that if you can use nades to blow up the floor to make covers. Learn from Past perfectly described what the ideology of that idea itself.
Yeah, they had pretty much an entire dip created over there, which helped them survive till the endgame stages. But that is not going to happen in the upcoming map, ladies and gentlemen, because what we witnessed was Rondo, and coming right up, it is going to be the home ground for everyone in BGMI. It is going to be Erangel next.
Well, the second game for today is going to be on its way here for Group C as we head into its Erangel all the way through. And the flight path is going to be coming in from the southeast corner of Novo and then traversing all the way past Quarry and then exiting towards the west side of Gatka itself. And interesting enough here, it's a very southwestern shift. So that means teams heading up to the north side is going to have a very, very difficult drop path, or in this case, a flight path for themselves, or drop spots for them. But I would say we are going to be expecting a couple of clashes on towards vehicles in particular, maybe along the highways of Milta, along the highways of Pachinki, maybe even Gatka as well.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you want to head towards those northern sides, you are going to have to take those vehicle spawn drops and then try and fight for those vehicles. But My attention, alright, I wanted to see if Eggy was going to go after GLITCHREBORN again, but I think GLITCHREBORN have learned their lesson and they are going for an off drop. Eggy this time are going to choose to drop with Rivalry Esports, so they might have to fight for Milta Power and Milta City. Revenant Xspark, they're going to take that 4-man split drop towards the southern shorelines of farm. Jux, I think this is one of the easiest drops they have ever had for NINZA. Because every single time in the last few days we have seen what happens is it's the northern side flight path and Jux Esports are always forced to rotate through everyone else just to get towards their drop location.
Yeah, it's so far away as well.
Look at the circle though, it's a completely northern circle.
Oh boy. Well, fortunately for Jux, they do have one of the earliest drops, so they can take the liberty to actually exit really quickly here, but it seems like we do see a clash right here. It's going to be Gods for a Reason versus 4 Wolves right there on the outskirts of farm, and I'm pretty sure Revenant Xspark might have a little bit of idea that this might happen, but considering a couple of shots has been made as well, both teams may consider wrapping things up a little bit quicker because the zone is not exactly favoring them as well. Exit strategy is not looking great, especially if you don't have vehicles.
Yeah. I think as of now, there are 4 Wolves. They might be looking for revenge. And it is a 2 versus 4 in the favor of 4 Wolves for the next few moments. Because on the radar, you see Hitman. He's in a different position. It's going to take him a while before he reaches his teammates for backup. And Balu already has a nade. Lines it up, lobs it out to try and take out Hexy, but fails.
Oh, the pre-fires are coming in, and Hexy is able to find Balu instead here. 4 Wolves, they need to be able to find an off angle here, but Spirit finds another one as well, making it towards a 2 versus 2 inside this compound. Cause for a reason, they need some sort of cavalry, but Spirit finds another one. That's going to be the 3rd knock coming in from 4 Wolves, leaving only 1 player remaining here. Spirit is going to try and buy time for his teammates, and they know for a fact that this fight is pretty much in the bag, but the problem is they need backup and they need help here. It seems like the backup is here, Gods for a Reason, cleaning up the rest of the members, and only Avnish is remaining on top here for 4 Wolves. I mean, he's the one stuck on top now.
Yeah, Avnish, he can't do anything in this one. As you mentioned, man from Gods for a Reason was able to buy enough time for his teammates to basically arrive as a support squad, and then there it is, the 4 Wolves, they go extend in a matter of seconds. And Balu can be saved as well. My apologies. Hexy can be saved as well. He was knocked out. That is the one thing that I wanted to say. That's the one thing that Gods for a Reason need to avoid, losing out on a player this early. But hey, they get 4 eliminations, and they're still a 4-man unit.
Yo, Spirit is on fire today, alongside with the Hexy as well. Both of them have done a fantastic job. They actually defended the entire rush in a 4v2 situation, making it towards a 2v1, buying enough time for his teammates to come, and then making it towards a 4v1 and just clean them up. That was just insane.
Yeah, I have a lot of safety concerns about what Team Eggy is doing right now.
Well, for all things considered here, have you ever seen a Formula 1 car having a additional seat at the back?
No, never.
Having somebody...
It's custom built.
Only in BGMI.
Yeah, only BGMI. But we do have the individual stats for the players on our screens right now. And Termi, well, he has been on fire. Consistent from day 1 till now. Has finally taken over Pain. And there was one more individual right behind him. So Pain started off strong with Revenant Xspark. But it seems like there has been a drop in performance. It wasn't just me. It was actually happening.
Well, it is a little bit inconsistent for them. But considering it's only been 1 game to kind of gauge here. Some days you have good days. And some days you do have bad days. And so far, when a clutch is about to happen, you kind of want Pain to kind of do it as well. But when it comes to urban warfare or CQCs, it's a little bit unexpected as well. But let's take a look at the replay on how things happen as well. Balu initially had a very, very nice off angle to kind of close the gap, but was picked off. And that pretty much dismantled 4 Wolves' entire flank angle. And when they tried to re-flank or maybe even re-engage that, Spirit was able to pick up the 2nd player from inside 4 Wolves, which resulted in towards a 2v2. And you can see the chaos immediately kind of spread there. But hold that thought for now. Gods for a Reason, they just finished up the fight. Now, the mid-rotation, they catch Avi on the process as well.
I guess it's all about early fights. And as we have spoken about it multiple times, this team will never shy away. They will never turn their back to a fight if the 4-man roster is all together. And quite unfortunate for the players of GLITCHREBORN, man. If it's not Eggy Gaming, it's someone else charging towards them and just picking off their players. Although we were talking about Jux Esports, who started their journey of this game of Erangel from Nova Repnoi. found a hovercraft and now have rotated towards the main island. They are passing between Milta City and Milta Power, so they will have Rivalry Esports to their right, and one of the players from the side of Eggy Gaming towards their left.
It's really unfortunate for them, considering the fact that they have no choice but to, you know, immediately dip into his Nova as quickly as they can. But while they're passing on towards the highways is what they are looking for vehicles, which unfortunately most likely is going to be gone because Ryder and, like you said, Eggy is usually in those drop spots as well. So stocking up those vehicles, especially if they want to go for spread here, is going to be very difficult here. As you can see, Jux is still roaming around in the hovercraft trying to look for some sort of engagement here. Maybe even steal a couple of vehicles, which in this case, I don't think is going to happen as well. But Eggy, Ralph, they did spot this out as well. He's thinking about taking those shots, but he's a little bit afraid that he might draw them attention to try and go and push.
And I don't think he should take those shots, man. Because what Eggy Gaming did was they left Ralph behind because they did not have vehicles. Somehow 3 players made their way to Lipovka, and I believe the plan is to rotate back to pick him up later on, but as long as his teammates are in Lipovka, he can't do anything. He can't take on the players of Rivalry Esports unless he gets pushed, and he can't take on Jux Esports. But hey, if you want to take that Porsche for yourself, well, you can do that in BGMI, the official collaboration with Porsche and BGMI.
Yep. Be sure to take it as well. And of course, if you don't like those Lamborghini and you're sick of those skins, remember, you can always check out the Porsche.
Yeah.
That's why we have options for you guys.
Exactly.
Or you don't want a skin, just go for something like that, a Dacia.
A standard coupe.
It
wasn't a Dacia.
Oh yeah, sorry, Dacia is four seaters, correct. Or you could go for the Murado, a standard one as well.
Yeah, this is a car that I like. I mean, it looks like a old school muscle.
Yeah, it is an old school muscle. Yeah. Anyways,
I have no muscles, so.
Yeah, man, you're like a stick sometimes.
Yeah, and you always want what you can't have, which for me would be like a lot of things in life. But anyways, for now, Revenant Xspark, since they did not get a lot of finishes in the last game, they want those finishes in this one.
Well, speaking of finishing here, Revenant Xspark, Punk once again is going to be leading in charge, trying to scout ahead. He's a little bit far off from the pack. Interesting enough, seems like Trace God might need a little bit of help here because Jux, they did find some vehicles. They are kind of spread now, but you can see Superb and Nico, they really want to try to take this buggy away from themselves, but decides that maybe it's not a good idea because Trace God turns the tides, tries to get a couple shots in, chipping away at the health of that hovercraft. But it is enough to scare him off, so looks like they will disengage, but looks like they will run into somebody else. Is it? It's going to be Superman. This is going to be the first casualty. But Jux, they're still deciding if they want to disengage. Finally, he goes for the commitment. Takes 2 down. Wants to go in for the reset. And Jux, Niku in the front lines, gets picked off by Rishi instead. Not looking good for either side. And Amazing seems to be driving past by, but doesn't have the tools to back it up because seems like he was able to scout out another team as well as Revenant Xspark. Punk tried to scout out information here, maybe considering that they could actually third-party this.
I mean, they are in a perfect position to do so as well. The spacing, the distance between the two teams, ideal for Revenant Xspark to just charge forward and try and pick those finishes, but FS Esports, it seems like they are going to get that reset going. Rishi brings Superman back. Sarvit is going to be there inside of the smoke with the rescue operation underway. They do manage to save their lives. They do manage to get away, evade the pressure, just having lost 1 player. So it's a swift little recovery coming through from FS. But Revenant Xspark, now, since they have been stuck out into the open, they just have this one building to work with. And they are getting all of this info of the teams rotating around them, but how do you make it work in your favor?
Well, that's going to be a question for the players to actually decide and figure out. But for now, actions across the board. Oxen getting knocked mid-rotation as well. Aura forced to disengage and commit to this fight. Hesperos is able to get a full trade here. Gets a very nice angle. Takes another 2 in the back. And only Jackson remains. But Hesperos still has cover. He sees Jackson out in the open and he goes for the spray. And just like that, they wipe the floor with them. And Troy Tamilan Esports wins this engagement. But their 3-knock needs to go in for the reset though. However, another engagement here is going to be Vasista Esports and VXT.
Yeah, and VXT are the down in players. Vasista Esports just Shayan knocked out that nade. Was close to Sawman. The second one gets the job done. Beast is there in the back lines. And Versatile, they are going to try and pick him off. But Beast, he needs to go for those revives. They are putting in the distance. This one is going to go for the cleanup. Hector is there to support his teammate as well. But I think Vasista Esports, they've lost it already. They're out in the open. Versatile, if they still have a few nades available, can take out Vasista Esports in a matter of seconds. On the other side of things, Tamilan Esports. That was a close fight, by the way, between them and Aura Gaming. Because 3 players from the side of Tamilan were also knocked out. And luckily, we are not getting Dr. Hesperos this time. We are getting the old school Hesperos that was about those finishes. And he does manage to be the saving grace for his team. 4 finishes on the board, a complete reset coming through. But on that finish feed, you do see Vasista Esports Beast also getting knocked and finished off. That means Vasista, they're down to their last player. Hector is the last man surviving.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here, but it seems like there is a third party because Gods for a reason, like you said as well, went in for the slam. And Nobi, pretty much the last player left from VXT, I believe, as well. So it's going to be a massive shakedown here for both Vasista Esports and also Versatile. But, as soon as I say it, Versatile's gone. They've been eliminated. Gods for a reason, perfect third party. But let's take a look at the circle here. Seems like it is going to shift on the southwest corner of Yasnaya. GLITCHxREBORN right in the middle, learn from past, having a very wide spread on the southwest corner here. Seems like they're keeping tabs on everything that's happening to them, but not directly confronting any teams yet. Very risky maneuver, but seems like considering on how every single team is kind of far away from the zone, they have a small little leeway right now.
Yeah, and of course, no one is there to pressure them from the back line, so all of their attention is going to be inside of the zone as well. On the other side of things, Jux Gaming. Jux Esports taking on Eggy. Well, Gamla Boy is there. Troy knocked out into the open. Amazing. He's indoors. Gamla Boy takes a lot of damage for no reason at all. I don't know what he was trying to do. Was he trying to hop inside the window and instantly did he hop back out? Because he had to tank 2 shotgun shells for no reason.
Yeah, I think he's also a little bit afraid of teams shooting from afar, which you can hear all the bullets are flying across as well. But Gamla Boy, he's going to try and nade the guy below. But ooh, he made a mistake. He overcooked the nade and naded himself. Oh, that is so unfortunate. And just like that, Eggy gets eliminated by themselves. What a blunder.
Yeah, what was that? It's Gamla Boy. A player of his caliber should not be making these mistakes.
If he was like 1 second earlier, he might have been able to lob it just in the nick of time to pop it right in front of Amazing and take him out. But oh my goodness, the moment of greatness just completely in shambles here for Gamla Boy.
Moment of greatness turns into a joke. And a choke. But anyways, I mean, it's done and dusted. Jux are going to be celebrating. Heck, if you make a mistake and you end up eliminating yourself, who am I to judge you, right? Jux is left with 2 players. They get a reset going.
Well, that was literally a block moment right there.
Yeah. The moment I say Jux has gotten a reset, Gods for a reason are like, wait, what? Where are they? Knock on Rebu, finish on Rebu, and they finish off Amazing as well. But learn from past, an impressive win on Rondo. We have the stats for the team, and look at how much heavy lifting is being done by Termi and Honey. Termi almost close to that 50% finish contribution. 36 finishes on the board.
Sheesh. Honey and Termi, this duo is a team that you, 2 players you gotta watch out for here, especially coming from Learn from Past. And it seems like they are trying to make waves once more to try and make it towards a potential back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. And based on the circle, it seems like it is favoring them as well.
Yeah, their positioning is phenomenal. It's going to be very difficult to flush this team out. Look at that spread that was there for the info, and as soon as they realized, like, all right, it's a small circle now, we need to regroup. Max, without delay, just falls back, joins Honey, and now Learn from Past are playing a 2-2 split. But Termi needs to be careful, he needs to be ready, because Tamilan Esports are making that approach. But outside of the zone, it's Metal Esports taking on the players of Rider. Trades coming through, but Metal are dropping bodies. Rivalry Esports, they have the upper hand in this fight.
Oh boy, Likitha Esports finds the confirmation on Pradhan. And Metal Esports now. Seems like they may have just lost the fight right up. A very successful rush. But as you can see, Rider, they're looking for the last player here, Likitha Esports. In a very awkward engagement, needs to reload though. Getting picked through an off angle. But buys enough time for the rest of his teammates to come in for the cleanup. And just like that, Metal Esports next to fall in this game. And Rider Esports picks up a juicy amount of points off them.
5 eliminations on the board for Rivalry Esports. Although, Gods for reason, yeah, this is not looking good now. They try to make a bounce on the players of Oishani. Well, Ghostface is going to be the man kicking things off. Gods for reason, a player down. Spirit shows up. The Molotov goes through and Beast OG closes the distance with a nade in his hand. He needs to find this knock. They need to find an opener. They are going to try and see if they can flush out the players, and Beast just charges forward. One knock converted into a finish, looking for the second. He has taken a lot of damage, goes prone, still surviving, but it's a 2v1 situation. What is going on? 13 eliminations on the board for Gods for reason, and this time it's not Spirit, this time it's not Hitman, this time it's Hexy, who has put on a Hex on the players of Oishani, and, well, they just get taken out. There was a blast at that gas station.
Oh my goodness. Just held down the firing button here with those LMGs, just completely sprayed them down. Run and gun. Meanwhile, Revenant Xspark now scouts out Rivalry Esports out in the open. Seems like Ninja is able to find a couple of shots in his wall. Flex shot getting sprayed from afar, goes down as well. And that's going to be Rivalry Esports getting taken out. Another 3-pointer for Ninja in this game. It's got 3 finish points, and Revenant Xspark, he hasn't been able to push inside the zone yet. They're still on the outskirts. And Team Altitude, they may have heard some commotions as they try to reposition here, knowing that they're not exactly in the zone. Finds a small little hole to kind of work with, but still kind of paranoid for them.
I mean, they have to be. This is going to be an open circle endgame, I believe. And it's going to be amazing if it actually moves close to the shorelines of that small river dividing the main island and the northern island. But Gods for reason, I believe their game plan is going to get ruined by the man they saved a few moments ago, Hector. But Altitude on our screens. This is a fight that I would kind of advise against, taking on the players of Revenant Xspark, especially when they're very upset with their own run in Rondo. Upset enough to just go passive in this game.
Maybe, just maybe. But at the same time, let's take a look at the circle here. Hector, you know, somehow surviving the initial engagement coming from Gods for Rain. He's going to be the solo warrior, and the circle not going to be helping him here from the north side. Meanwhile, on the southeast corner, Revenant Xspark is trying to push their way into his FS Esports, which is going to be the next raid boss in terms of compounds, as the circle actually shifts on towards FS Esports. And interesting enough, what is Honey doing all the way by himself in the southeast corner without any kind of backup here? Because that is such a risky maneuver in the minimap itself.
Yeah, well, let's see how it works out, because they got too close to the players of Altitude. Shots were fired, but luckily Honey is still standing. And of course, there's a third-party play coming through for the players of Revenant Xspark. Shots fired by Ninja. The distraction was there, drawing the attention of Altitude Esports away from Learn From Past. Not really in a fighting position. Ninja gets knocked out. As I said, not a fighting position for Revenant Xspark. The players were split up around that ridge. But if they can provide decent support, if they can keep the players of Altitude from pushing up any further, they can recover. Well, luckily from them, it is going to be off the flank where Honey just goes ahead, pushes forward and wants to engage into Altitude now. Altitude Esports at the risk of getting sandwiched.
Oh my goodness. Now Honey again re-engaging in this fight all by himself here. And this is just putting pressure onto his Altitude even more. And just like that, you can see the hesitancy coming from Altitude to kind of stick in this compound, or in this case, those small little covers to work with, refusing to push out. And this is actually going to waste even more time for both Altitude and Revenant Xspark, just because of the fact that they do not know where Honey is shooting from.
Again, I mean, the threat of the players of Revenant Xspark also being there. Utility exchange from either sides. Revenant Xspark, they're trying, or at least they want to climb this ridge, but they know the risk. If they overextend, then they will be in the line of fire of the players of Learn From Past as well. And of course, FS Esports will be able to capitalize, but Sporter punishes Honey for all of the over-aggression that he was trying to display. All right, Altitude Esports, they might just run out of ammunition soon. I see Sporter had about 60 rounds left. But Clouds, he has a lot of bullets remaining, almost securing a knock, almost being the key word over there. The players from Revenant Xspark still left standing. And that is going to be the pain point that Pain himself is going to make Altitude feel.
Oh boy, a little bit of an unfortunate whiff there coming from Clouds. Did get the connection, but could not find the knock. But with that being said, Revenant Xspark, they might have to push through, knowing that Altitude has to disengage. They're not exactly in a very comfortable spot inside the zone yet. A lot of utilities being dipped in. And guess what? Throughout all this skirmish here, FS Esports has been holding the compound and nobody has decided to go for the slam yet. It seems like Revenant Xspark, they're finally going for the push. Gets the first knock on altitude, and now Punk goes in for the jump as well. The connection comes through. Altitude in one fell swoop. They lose 2.
And I think they are going to lose Gods as well, because look at Termi on the other side. He's getting eager to get revenge for his fallen teammate. But all of a sudden, a nasty amount of shots on him. He's taken a lot of damage. Well, this time it's going to be Trace. Gods gets finished off, and Altitude Esports, they are wiped out. 7 eliminations on the board for Revenant Xspark. Also, they know where the players of Learn From Past are. Termi, before leaving, just nades Trace, knocks him out, and now just turns around. Instead of leaving, instead of evading, he now wants to re-engage into the side of Learn From Past. I think Learn From Past realized that, alright, maybe the numbers are equalized, and now maybe we stand a chance of coming out on top.
What a nade from Termi. He was about to back off as well,
Yeah.
but now he is going to be potentially looking for those conversions. Support fires are coming from Revenant Xspark. Can he get the second knock? And yes, he does. Learn From Past now makes the call. They might go in for the pounds here. A 2v3 situation. But as of yet, they don't really want to lose their compounds here. Termi might need to back out of this fight. Oh boy. Can they get the reset is going to be the question here. But Termi, he's using the vehicles for that vantage angle here. He does spot out Punk from afar. A little bit afraid to go in for the push, and while this is happening as well, because of those initial nades, FS Esports decides to push out.
Too many distractions for Revenant Xspark, and they're paying a heavy price for that. NINZA knocked and finished off. That leaves Punk, the last man left standing, but FS Esports Superman, well, he is going to have to use that superhuman strength to take on the players of GLITCHxREBORN, but a missed Molotov. He loses a big chunk of his own HP, still looking for those knocks. The support is going to be there in the form of Sarvit and Rishi. And well, that's all they needed. GLITCHxREBORN wiped out from the game, but Punk, he's fighting for his life. Punishes Termi for overextension, gets a little bit of revenge, and ruins the day for Learn From Past as well.
Well, Learn From Past still somehow surviving here. Only Max and Rushboy remaining, but they do clean out Revenant Xspark. Meanwhile, inside this next phase zone, Gods for a reason takes control of the bigger compounds away from FS Esports. And it seems like FS, they may have made a little bit of blunder. While they were exiting to actually try and capitalize on Revenant Xspark's demise, Gods for a reason pushed through, gained control, and went unpunished. Now they've got the God compound.
Yeah, Gods for a reason have done close to 30 eliminations in 2 matches, by the way. They have 14 finishes in this game as well. All they need is a chicken dinner, man. This team, they are good at 4v4s, they're good at fighting, but they struggle with closing out matches. And this is the conversation me and Necro were having, that this grind is exactly what it's called. It's the grind for you to refine your strategies, for you to refine yourself as professional teams. And I think Gods for a reason, they need to figure out how to close out matches with chicken dinner. On the other side of things, Vasista Esports, Hector, he's been the last player surviving for his team for a very long time. And now he is looking for elimination points. Nades going out, trying to see if he can build up pressure on Tamilan Esports. Well, a knock has been secured by Gods for a reason. Maybe Hector can just lob out a nade and steal that finish.
Yeah, Gods for a reason. They're deciding if they want to push out. Seems like they are going to try and push out to gobble up all those points. But Hector, seems like because of the help for Gods for a reason, he might be able to put in a works of spanner for Tamilan Esports. As of yet, he's still creeping in. He's not exactly inside the zone. He's still got 45 seconds left before the circle starts to move in. Hector running out of utilities here. I think he's down towards his last 2 grenades. Gets spotted out by Tamilan, and he takes him out. That's going to be Vasista Esports out on 5th place.
Still a better outing than what I expected, considering Vasista Esports lost 3 players, I think, by stage 3. But Tamilan Esports, they have the numbers to work with. They have enough numbers to build up pressure on the players of Gods for a reason, who just now have been pushed ever so slightly outside the edge of the circle. And if they try to make that rush out into the open fields, then there's going to be pressure from both FS and the last 2 surviving players from Learn From Past. So I think Gods for a reason, they've done all they can. Unless someone over-aggresses and makes mistakes, and Gods for a reason are able to punish those mistakes, it is going to be a very difficult position to win the chicken dinner from.
Exactly. Circle actually pushed down south as well. FS Esports got the great line of sight here. If Gods for a reason tries to run out in the open. Superman right on the top as well. And how did that car... Well, they actually went for the slam on top of the roof as well. So that's going to be Superman's exit strategy.
Hey, Superman. Can lift the flat, can lift a car. Make it fly at least. Although, he's better with the Scarl. And the 4X takes down one player from the side of Tamilan Esports. The opening knock secured. And Tamilan Esports, I don't think they have a lot of options to recover because they need to climb the ridge in order to get themselves inside of the circle. And, well, every single time they peak that ridge, they're getting shot at by Gods for Reason and FS now. But look at Sarvit. He's closed in so much distance. He's crawled all the way right next to the building of Gods for Reason. All he needs is one nade to find the opening. And if he does, then Gods for Reason, they're going to be done for.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. Sarvit looking for the off angle. They're trying to punish this. And yes, that's going to be a nade here. Gods for a reason, losing one, but the circle pushing in. FS, they're going on full desperation mode. They have to go on aggress. Beast finds one, but gets traded off as well. As FS continues on, and they do find a member coming in from Tamilan Esports. This entire fiasco is just absolute madness. Chaos in the building right now.
Yeah, but Gods for Reason are still alive and FS is down to their last player. And amongst all of this chaos, there was a team that kept their head down. And I think they might be the ones walking away with the chicken dinner. That is going to be learned from past. They did well in their last game of Rondo and are now looking forward to a back-to-back win. Rishi, is he back? Yes, he is back. And Spirit, a man that was on fire in the previous game, trying to see if he can be the savior for his team again in this 2v2. Hexy is also going to be there. FS Esports struggles continue for them. The nade is going to knock out Rishi. And now it's down to Superman. Gods for Reason, they have the option of making that bounce. The finish stolen away by Learn from Past, but Gods for Reason, they find that point somewhere else on the map. One player knocked out. Hexy goes down to the molly. And now it's down to just two teams remaining. 3 players alive. Learn from Past, 2 players left. Spirit, he needs this opening. He needs to bring it down to a 1v1.
Oh, his position is exposed as well, and the zone coming in. Learn from Past. All they need to do is just wait. He knows he is getting flanked here. One left, one right. Spirit forced to run out in the open, and all Learn from Past needs to do is just play this patiently here. Let him come to you. And they should be able to go for a back-to-back chicken dinner, but this, again, Johnny, an impressive game coming from Gods for a reason.
Yeah.
16 finishes in the bag. Spirit looking for a clutch moment. Sprays across the smoke, clips onto its Spirit. They know he's there. Needs to go in for the reset, but he's running out of space and he will bleed out of the zone. Winner, winner, chicken dinner goes to Learn from Past. But an impressive performance here for Gods for a reason.
And both these teams fighting it out neck and neck. I mean, in terms of points, they were first and second on Rondo, and that is going to be the case even on Erangel. What an impressive outing for both. Learn from Past, by the way, I have to say, me and Necro were having this conversation during Rondo that their positioning, their judgment in terms of when to aggress, when to back off is just phenomenal. They never overcommit. And Gods for a reason, well, we're going to start to have, we're going to have to call them Gods from now on because, well, they have gotten, I think, 30 eliminations, 30 plus eliminations in 2 games back to back.
This is just insane, right? Considering the fact that in these 2 games, it's just the entire show has been Learn from Past versus Gods for a reason. Yes, you know, Learn from Past, they had a little bit good game with winner, chicken dinner. You know, they had a decent amount of eliminations. But Gods for a reason in these 2 games has just went full on aggression, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah, it's just an incredible performance coming through from these 2 fresh faces. I mean, not exactly fresh, though, because we've seen these individuals in the past as well, playing for different teams, playing for different roster. But this is the first time we are seeing them perform like this, to be honest.
I agree. You know, I did not expect much here coming from, like, from Hexe and Spirit in particular. Yeah, I've seen moments of brilliance coming from Superman. I've seen moments of brilliance coming in from Learn from Past. But especially for Honey and Derby, like, these 2 guys has been performing throughout the years. But this roster coming from God's reason, I've never seen them before. Like, it feels like we've seen them in a couple games, just not in this dominating fashion.
Yeah,
ever.
Right now it's just incredible with how these 2 squads are playing. And of course, huge props to Tamilan as well. They keep their consistency, the ball of consistency rolling, even in this game, finishing top 3, top 4. The only thing is they did not have a lot of eliminations because they weren't really getting involved in all of those fights. And FS Esports know how to bring themselves into a better position even when they're pinned down in a corner, just left for dead. So FS Esports, I mean, they are also bringing in their consistent amount of points in the last few matches. But then again, just 2 teams in a league of their own, learn from past and gods for reason. They have one more angle left. Can they go for a repeat between those two?
Well, we shall see. But again, back-to-back winner chicken dinners for learn from past and gods for reason might be the winners for game number 2 here in terms of the overall points. But you guys have to find out right after this very short break here as we continue on with game 3 right after this.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, and now finally it is time for Group C to play their last match of today. It is going to be another map of Erangel, but now this time joining me it is going to be Salty, and we're going to try it out, right? The last two casters that have been here, it's just been learned from past and gods for reason. With you being here, are we going to see someone else finish at the top?
I mean, that is supposed to be the case. In fact, I was trying to figure out if that is actually true when I was back over there. The Revenant Xspark have only performed when I have been on the desk. Majority of their big games have come in when I have been at the desk. So I don't know, I'm not calling it. Maybe that is a curse. Maybe they might just be the first one to get eliminated. But who really cares? We are here for fun, and you guys can have some fun as well with the flows and flora.
Yeah, of course, it's a new set inside of the game, so if you do manage to succeed in getting this set for yourself, do make sure to make the man sitting right next to me as jealous as possible. Just spam his DMs and let him know that he doesn't have it and you do. Just like Revenant Xspark did not get that many points in the last two games.
She's my second favorite crush, by the way.
Who's your first favorite?
Rebel Rogue Fox.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is also pretty amazing. But let's start talking about the teams again. I mean, learn from past, gods for reason, Troy Tamilan, FS. And considering we have spoken about Group C in particular, the competition has been very intense. Now it's even more than that before. More than it was ever before. Because now this middle pack, it is just competing against each other. We're seeing the teams from the latter half of the leaderboard, although take early exits again and again.
And that is understandable. I feel like the pressure on them is extremely high because, as we know, before the start of the day, only 9 matches remain for them. Right now, all that remains is 7 games, which again is not that much. So teams will be under pressure to give that best performance. But let's talk about the MVP of the last game, G4R. Hexy with that 7 elimination, 1100 points of damage. That is brilliant. And I guess, Johnny, you're going to be very happy because at the start of the day, I think you went ahead with G4R.
Yes.
So that is a great performance right there. In fact, back-to-back performances coming through from them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. They are incredible with how they are playing today. Hexy in this particular game, Spirit in the one before this. And of course, this team, I mean, if you notice, it was the first fight of the game that Gods for Reason were involved in against 4 Wolves. And till then, till the very end, they were just focused on those fights. We do have the point standings on our screens, and of course, because of those 16 eliminations that they were able to secure in terms of total number of points, they do topple over Learn From Past. But I Learn From Past have, well, they had an incredible average on Rondo. I am forgetting how many finishes they had, but they had the chicken dinner in that as well. And now, again, a back-to-back win in this Erangel, 15 points from this. So Learn From Past, they're pushing for that first spot.
And so is FS Esports as well. I mean, look at that. 9 eliminations, 5 placement points. The chicken dinner, of course, was not in their favor, but we saw Sarvit and Rishi really try hard as much as possible, to be honest, to keep pushing through. Revenant Xspark still hold that #1 spot with 164 points learned from past. They are in that second spot, but G4R, they've pushed through Tamilan. They've been pushed down. FS, Vasista, Versatile. I think FS and Vasista are quite safe, but Versatile, Altitude, these are the two places where I feel there's going to be that dingling pressure on them, because Jux, 4 volts, even Team Eggy, as a matter of fact, can certainly dethrone them.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they have to just start pumping up those numbers in the next Erangel if they can secure a top 3 finish with about 6 or 7 eliminations, or even 5 eliminations for that matter, get double digits. I think that gets them into a much safer position. But we are expecting the cutoff for this group. Like, my expectation is for the cutoff to be around about 135. What about you?
I think I am kind of going to be agreeing with you. I did mention my cutoff. In my opinion, it's going to be somewhere around 138, but then it can actually be pushing through up till 140, because the way teams are performing, especially the ones in the mid pack, there's still that little bit of vacuum between teams between position 8 and position 9. And if they do continue to perform like this, I guess the cutoff is going to be a much higher number as we thought initially.
So I believe let's just, for safety, for the sake of safety, keep it at 140, and based off of that basis, I think the top 3 teams are kind of safe right now. So they have the luxury of just running into those fights and ruining the day or ruining the matches for anyone they please.
In fact, just now we saw the overall standings. I think the top 6 over there who have crossed that 130 point barrier, they are going to be quite comfortable.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. With 7 more matches left in their grind journey, I feel like getting those 7-8 extra points shouldn't really be that difficult. But why we said that teams on that 8th position and that 7th position, there's going to be that threat tingling over them, it's because they're still around that 107, 109 points, which is still quite far away from that 140 cutter that we are thinking about.
You know what? And this leaves the door open for one of the teams that started off on a great note in their journey in the grind. I'm talking about Eggy. Because they had a great start, they were being very aggressive, they were getting those finishes, but all of a sudden, yesterday and today haven't really been too kind on them. They've been getting taken out early, and of course, now the aggression has also faded away from the side of Eggy. So they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out what was working the last time they were playing their matches, when they were playing 6 matches a day. And of course, if they can do that, if they can go back to that same play style, well, I think they can sneak their way inside of the top 8. But we have a player substitution coming in for Gods for a Reason. Since the team is doing well, they're going to make Hitman sit on the bench and bring Ragnar back in. So, are we going to see Ragnarok?
Potentially, yes, but I'm not really sure if Hitman would have liked that substitution, to be honest. Now, you did mention how Eggy Gaming might be able to sneak inside the top 8. I feel like Ragnar just found his way sneaking inside the playing 4 this time. Hitman is, by the way, one of the top fraggers inside of the grind so far, and if this man anywhere close to caring about being in that MVP list, I guess he's going to be a little annoyed with that substitution. It's more like Ronaldo does not like to be subbed out.
But I like what Gods for Reason are doing right now, because they are doing well. They know they're going to move forward towards round 3, so they will give that playtime to the guy sitting on the bench, just so even he is ready when they need him. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are ready right now for the last match of Group C, Erangel once again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Erangel is back up and running. We are up in the skies once again with this beautiful flight path that we have in front of us. We are going to be talking about it, but the tropical islands of Erangel. Well, the pattern of combat has already been distinguished in the first 2 maps already, that it is going to be a rather slow start. Teams will try to sort of get their positioning in, but who knows if the BGMI gods give us a very weird circle, potentially just throwing every team off guard. Talking about the map standings, of course, look at that. Revenant Xspark right at the top. G4R, they've actually significantly improved on the map of Erangel with their last performance as well. 79 points is what they have acquired. I can still see the teams who are on the second page of the leaderboard, majority of them have been struggling on the map of Erangel. Now, that is an opportunity for them to make amends, get one big Erangel on board, come back on the overall standings and make your way inside the top 8, Johnny.
Oh, but look towards Severny, man. It's an early drop clash, and this time it's going to be Medal Esports that go for that early aggression. Things have not been looking good for Medal. We're just hoping to see if they can recover in the number of matches that they have left. Of course, there's going to be a lot of heavy lifting required, but yeah, these early fights have never really worked out for them. Although, as you were talking about the drops, yeah, GLITCHREBORN, they are never going to Lipovka ever again.
Potentially, yes. I mean, that has been the case for a while now. Eggy Gaming, GLITCHREBORN fighting out in Lipovka, going according to the script as well. You've got that drop clash in Severny, but what we have usually seen is that the teams do find themselves the compounds, but it does halt their progress because looting mobility gets taken down the drain. Have a look at this. Medal Esports don't really have that freedom to move about in the entire city. A couple of players from Medal Esports will still occupy the edge. Some weapons to work with, but it seems like they are looking to charge upon the lads of Oishani Esports. An opportunity for Oishani to improve their positioning, but elsewhere it seems like learn from past victors from the last game. They're going to be the first ones to fall as Versatile Nobi gets one finish. It is actually Dead Player who confirmed that, and Versatile, they get off the mark.
Yeah, Dead Player gets the knock. Nobi just confirms it for his teammate. A soft little drop clash between Learn From Past and Team Versatile, because Honey was the only man who dropped towards Boatyard. The other three players, they've gone for Rozok right now. Starting the game with a man disadvantage. Not really where Learn From Past thought they were going to be. Altitude on the other side of things. They always like to play from Pachinki, and right now this loot truck in their tracks. Gonna try and see if they can get some good loot from it. Runs out of the entire magazine for the Scarl just to get a little bit of extra ammunition. Gets the M4 as well. And the level 3 helmet.
I mean, it's investment for big return, right?
Yeah.
You are going to be running out of bullets to take this armored vehicle down, but once you do that, you get so much ammunition. You get those level 3 kits as well for a couple of your players. You do get upgraded weapons. I mean, an M4 over a Scarl any day of the week, to be honest. And that is what Team Aura has been, Team Altitude, pardon me for that, has been feeling like as well. Pachinki, it is going to be one of their strongholds, and now they've got the loot as well. I think they're going to be good and dandy. But yes, majority of the teams are on that eastern fringe of the circle. So migrations are going to happen along this territory.
Yeah.
Altitude, if they keep their eyes open and their ears open as well, they might actually catch a couple of these players off guard.
Look at Troy Tamilan, though. That's a very early rotation we are seeing from the side of Troy Tamilan, and they are moving in right between the players of FS. Hopefully none of those lads get caught off guard. But moving back to Severny, medal against Oishani Esports. This is a revenge play. A few days ago as well, we saw both these two teams collide in Severny itself. And back then, it was Oishani Esports that ended up coming out on top. But medal, they have absolutely nothing to lose. Sitting on the 16th position with just 18 points to their name. Performance has been interesting, to say the least. Team fights not working out, individually players not being able to perform. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for them. They are the living embodiment of Murphy's Law.
Community perception is also of similar trends, to be honest. Medal Esports, one of those lineups who used to be making their presence felt in the LAN finals of the BGIS. A little bit of a legacy being left behind by Top Dog, Kyoya, Encore, and all of these guys who were absolutely brilliant for this outfit. Seems like Medal Esports, after the retirement of majority of those players, could not really find the best youngsters to go ahead with. Now, this is, of course, a young outfit and not really that much experience, but I think this has been a learning experience inside of the grind. And understandably so, I guess, because matching up to the lobby that plays like this, extremely aggressive, catches you off guard, forces you in uncomfortable situations, it will be tough for them to catch up. But let's see if there's going to be some sort of resurrection. Oishani Esports, though, first player is going to get taken down. Dizzy with the first knock and the finish coming through. Oishani Esports, they certainly have the upper hand in this fight. And Medal Esports, they are slowly falling back. They need to regroup as quickly as possible, Johnny.
Yeah, for sure they need to regroup, but There's another man lying in the backline, Scream, who hasn't spotted out, and he can cause a lot of trouble for the players of Metal Esports. And in fact, he's going to be the one kicking things off as Lycan gets knocked out. Fox, OP, and last man, they can't really do much. Fox is going to be the man getting knocked out next. Metal Esports just getting picked apart one by one. This is the last player with a barrel, and Uzi has to deal with 3 players from the side of Oishani Esports. But hey, look at that. Look in the distance. It is Gods for a Reason who have rotated from Yasnaya Poliana all the way to Severny just to third-party Oishani and Metal. Well, they will find those four frags against the players of Oishani Esports. Let's see if they can secure them. On the other side of things, Versatile against GLITCHREBORN concludes in a matter of seconds with GLITCHREBORN glitching back to the lobby and Versatile getting all those points for their name.
The change of drop location did not really pay them dividends, did it? I mean, you take a drop fight against anybody, GLITCHxREBORN, they just haven't been able to tackle that amount of pressure. But good rotation coming in from G4R, and correctly pointed out, I guess this is a sign of a team that does its homework. They know about the map, they are aware of where exactly the teams are placed, looking at the flight, but they were pretty sure that both Oishani and Metal Esports, who I wouldn't really say are the weak cog in this entire lobby, but for sure they're not as strong as the other ones. For G4R, this is an extremely good rotation because they know this is a chance for them to get those early points, and they can do so. I believe this is G4R looking to top the lobby as quickly as they possibly can.
So, as you said, I think Gods for a Reason, yes, they did their homework. It was a flight path starting from right on top of Severny, and they expected at least one of these 2 teams to be there. Luckily, both of them were there. But now there is a development. From the eastern side of Severny, 4 Wolves are closing in. And if Gods for a Reason over-aggress, if their players are knocked out, then they're going to be the ones in trouble. But GLITCHREBORN, this is a recap of the fight, how things went down between them and the players of Versatile. The trades in the favor of Versatile, and that last nade, also the last nail in the coffin. Or the crates that are going to be there for GLITCHREBORN. But Gods for a Reason looking for info. They haven't found any yet, I believe.
It's completely fine, I guess. They do not need information as much as they want. They can still afford to be inside the blue, at least for the next circle, because if they do have decent loot and some replenishments, I don't believe that the circle is quite far away from them. But hold on to my thought for a sec. I would love if the map gets pulled up, because look at that hard shift. It is brilliant, and Vasista Esports, they are going to be in the forefront, of course. Loving this early rotation coming in from them along that western highway. They can manage to find a good position along the shorelines. Couple that up with Versatile as well as FS Esports will be the early entrances. And I feel like Revenant Xspark, there was a little bit of interest against the likes of Altitude, but as soon as the circle shift, they knew they had to join the party and find a position for themselves. And this is something which I like about Punk. He knows he's got to prioritize for the circle, and he always does that on the map of Erangel.
Oh, for sure. And it is going to be a shoreline endgame as well, I believe. And Vasista Esports getting towards the shoreline early gives them a lot of playroom for the late game stages. But Versatile, they're stuck in these open fields. Dead player taking a lot of damage from FS Esports up front. Somehow does manage to stay alive. But options to move out, limited. He tries to get away, jump behind that haystack, and gets knocked out instead. Siam in the back lines has taken a lot of damage. FS Esports putting that pressure, building it up second by second on the players of Versatile.
Well, that pressure, of course, is quite high, but the smokes will disguise the player positioning of dead player. Will they go in for a revive? It is going to be extremely risky, but certainly not a risk not to take, not worth to take. But well, that player has been finished off. FS Esports, they get off the mark in lovely positioning, but Versatile, it's very surprising that in spite of being right at the dead center of the circle, they could not really find compound for themselves. And even if they did so, why was dead player out in the open? A big question, of course. Have a look at this. Ghost Pace will be taken down. It is Oishani Esports struggling because G4R, they are strangling Oishani Esports, choking them to death in the blue.
What are they doing though? They're going away, then coming back just to pick these players off. They need to realize that their own game is getting ruined as well. They have to travel a long way to get to the play zone now. And it's not going to be easy, especially with 4 Wolves still lurking nearby. Oishani Esports is done for, but I think Gods for a reason, they can just let them be all by themselves, still in Severny. But as they move, you see the map, Gods for a reason, 4 Wolves. There is a conflict that is unavoidable. It is inevitable from either sides. And Gods for a reason, because of the amount of time they spent at Severny, are going to be low on HP.
But also one important thing, I guess, is since they know that there's still about 2,500 meters they got to travel before they enter the circle, this fight can be avoided and both the teams might rotate in tandem right next to each other, understanding that the priority is different.
You say it can be avoided, but it's Gods for a reason, so do you think they are going to avoid it?
150 points, so why would they avoid it? They don't really care if they make it to the circle or no, they are just playing for fun, and I love that approach. Yes, of course. It's always better to get those extra points on board, but God for a reason, I guess now they are quite sure that they are going to be making it to the next stages, so why not? Hexy, of course, still looking in for that finish point for Wolves. It's kind of sad that Immortal had to be left behind, but I love the risk-taking ability for Gods for a reason. This is not usual.
He's going to just deny that point, get taken out by the zone only, because he was knocked out by the play zone, so Gods for a reason. They slowed down for absolutely no reason at all.
Yeah.
Basically.
Understandably so, if they wait for a little while longer, maybe they're going to catch Oishani Esports off
Again,
guard.
yeah.
But that is a long wait nonetheless, and I guess G4R, they don't really have any solid reason to do so. On towards the other side, have a look at this. This is, of course, the eastern side of the circle. Jux Esports right at the edge. Slightly off center, by the way. Slightly outside the zone. Need to travel about 100 meters to enter, but that is completely out in the open. And especially with teams like Rivalry Esports in the mix, you know they love to take those long distance engagements. Can be problematic for Jux if they do not find that right position of entry. Aura Esports on the other side, still trying to move about these rice paddy fields. Yes, completely out in the open, no real threat around, can move about quite comfortably, but do they know that learn from past is also waiting for them?
I think they should be aware, because since they are breaching the circle late, you are going to expect the edges to have certain gatekeepers present. Although even before they reach the edge of the circle, 4 Wolves start taking their shots on the players of Gods for a reason. That's going to force them into an off rotation, but 4 Wolves themselves need to be cautious. Max sitting in that watchtower up the hill, gets pushed up by Gods for a reason, and 4 Wolves from the other side show up as well. Gods for a reason, they need to find the opening in this fight. Balu OP overshoots. And well, it's going to be Gods for a reason, Spirit knocked out, 1 more man left. He's going to get taken out as well. Now the last man in the distance. I think this is going to be that one game where Gods for a reason take an early exit.
Lovely mechanics coming in from Balu over there. The seed change and then of course the spray down, something which was really uncommon back in the day, but now the players have mastered this art. Have a look at this, learn from past. They're going to chew off of God for a reason as well, and now they have been completely wiped off. Completely fine though, as 150 points is what they have acquired already. Should be quite safe as compared to the rest of the teams, but the points are going to be quintessential for teams like 4 Wolves, who are actually looking to make their way in, reach past that top 8. But from the distance, it is going to be Termi, another one of those players who is fighting for that top spot in terms of the top fraggers. As far as that is considered, he will be looking to chew off a couple of those finishes. As 4 Wolves, they are caught in the middle of nowhere. A couple of smokes is all that they have, and even learn from past, they're not really rushing inside the circle. They know there is 3 free eliminations waiting for them, and Max is looking to close on the distance.
Well, he has closed in a little bit of distance against the players of 4 Wolves, but not really in a position to force a fight. 4 Wolves making use of the time they have, the first aids they have inside of the blue. Balu should be able to survive. Yes, he does. Back to 75% HP. And pushing this ridge for 4 rules is going to be very risky. They need to rotate wide towards the eastern side for a safer option.
Very interesting stats out there on our right-hand side, right there. Damage leaders so far inside of the grind in this group. Have a look at this. Troy Oxen is the one who actually leads it. But what does surprise me is that the stark difference between Trace, God and Pain. We know Pain does lead the charts in terms of the overall amount of finishes, but Trace almost has 2,000 more points of damage. It just goes to show how effective Pain has been in getting those finishes.
Oh, but look at this. 4 Wolves, they are going to try and move out, get themselves inside the play zone, and Rush Boy falls back in the blue to try and see if he can get an extra finish for his team. And, well, he sends the player from the side of 4 Wolves, pretty much prepped for his teammates to be able to take them out. Pahalu gets knocked and finished off by Vasista. Alright, it's a different team, my apologies. It's not learned from past. 4 Wolves run into the open arms of Vasista Esports, who are also outside the play zone for the next few moments. And, well, the second team they run into is going to be FS Esports. So 4 Wolves are just wiped out. You said they needed points. Well, they don't get any.
They don't get any.
They get a few.
Unfortunately, though, I mean, it's still fine. This is one of those circles extremely hard to tackle around as well because of the ridges. You can't really make those long rotations, sudden rotations to be exact. You have to be extremely particular of which region, which ridge you want to be holding on to. Having said that, learn from past from the edges, I guess, are trying to cause problems for Versatile because they want to be the ones pushing through, pushing deeper inside the circle, and Versatile is looking to gatekeep them. Another one of those teams who is, of course, in those gatekeeping duties will be FS Esports, and Vasista, as we can see, is rotating around the circle. A little bit of wise eye jailing coming in from Hector, but have a look at this, Max. Beautiful execution of the DBS is going to find that opening. 2 finishes on the board already, but learns from past they are struggling. But who are they taking these shots from? Versatile. It is Nate God from the distance who Scarels has been singing the songs of death for this team.
Well, this is a revenge play for Versatile. They lost on Shrayan, and now they want to pick off learn from past completely. Last man left alive is Max. He's still healthy enough to clutch this fight if Versatile push him up, and Nate God again. He's also the last man left alive for his team. So both these lads need to slow down, need to hunker down, and just try and see if they can survive to the late game stages of this match. Max on the other side, he is going to try and go for a revive on his fallen teammates. He has to make a rush in order to make this happen. Well, Nate God was just waiting for an opportunity to strike. A pixel of HP. Max is still alive. This is the chance that Nate God has. He needs to get close. He needs to nade the indoors of this building. Oh, but it's going to be a bit off.
It will be a little bit off, to be honest.
And Termi is back. That's the worst possible man you have to deal with now.
They're not still healed up, Johnny. There's still an opportunity. Nate God does have the shotgun to work with. S12K extremely devastating in those situations. Look at this. Will clean up the fallen man, but from the sidelines, you named it, it is going to be Max, who's having a lovely day so far. Learn from past, in fact, have been having a lovely day. 159 points is quite a lot if you consider from where they started at the start of the day. Altitude, meanwhile, will get taken down. One of those games where Eggy Gaming makes it quite deep inside of the map of Erangel. Needs to get those position points as well as finish points, and they've gotten 3 already, which is a good start for sure. But on towards other side, towards the western edge of the circle, it is Tamilan who are huddled up. The nades do strike against Vasista, but Beast is still standing, and the retaliation is there, Johnny.
It is going to be there, but it's also going to be there from the side of Vasista Esports. Look at the amount of nades they are lobbing towards the players of Tamilan. Although they haven't succeeded in finding an opening. And now Vasista Esports take a beating. Beast down, Cheyenne down, and last man left alive, Hector, is going to be put down by Hespero. 6 eliminations to Tamilan Esports. And of course, they do manage to secure a nice little spot inside of this play zone as well. It's a hill with a high ground that looks down towards the eastern side. They will have information to work with for the later stages. But you look at the radar, and of course, this is the spot that I wanted to talk about. Eggy Gaming on the top of this quarry hill with learn from past Termi. And of course, the players from FS Esports down below. It's going to be difficult for Eggy to escape if they get third party from both the teams.
Very interesting trifecta over there, but Troy Tamilan coming back to that fight against Vasista. That was not a fight won, that was a statement for sure that you might have the name, but we've got the game. Troy Tamilan quite comfortable in extinguishing the lads from Vasista Esports efficiently, to be honest. Not really taking a lot of damage along the way, not a single casualty as well. Still controlling the lines of the western edge of the circle. And of course will cause problems for everyone. Have a look at this. They have a direct line of sight of where exactly Learn from Past is, and they're going to spray this place down. Burn it down as much as they possibly can. Speros, Aiden, they know their targets from up top. It is going to be Eggy Gaming looking to capitalize, and it is Gamla Boy whose sprays are extremely difficult to evade. Max trying to run for his life, but I don't think it's going to be easy. As Gamla Boy cleans him up, Learn from Past, they've been sent back home.
Yeah, the tire on the buggy was gone. There was no escape for Max. And of course, before that, a wonderful nade being lobbed out by Gamla Boy as well. Although I believe that finish was taken away by someone else. He was able to secure a knock, but the finish point does get stolen because they only got one finish for that. On the other side, Jux, one of the few names that has found some breathing room inside of the play zone. Ahad not going to be breathing in the next few moments, I believe, because Revenant Xspark, they are right on their tails, and Jux do not have enough room to work with. They are hiding in the middle of those trees.
They certainly are. Love that rotation coming in from Revenant Xspark. Always use those hovercraft to tank so much damage and make way inside the circle. Eggy Gaming, though, it's constant pressure coming in from the high grounds, and I'm loving it. FS Esports hunker down in this corner, in this little shack that they have. Certainly not the best place, but a good way to tackle those nades incoming is place those smokes in. Do not give those entry points and let Team Eggy guess where exactly your position is. By the way, Gamla Boy has been knocked out on the flanks. So that means Eggy Gaming, their firepower has been cut by half. Even FS Esports are going to be looking for Eggy Gaming to kind of make those unforced errors, but given the experience, given the game time that these lads have had inside of tournaments like these, it is understandable that they might make their way inside the circle.
And so far, there have been a few names like Rivalry Esports who have done everything possible to avoid those fights, but we're finally down to the top 6, 20 players still alive. And this is going to be the cue for Rivalry Esports to start bringing in those frags, start getting those finishes for themselves. And while they have spotted out the players of Eggy Gaming looking to breach the circle from the northern edge, they do know that there's a distraction down south in the form of Jux Esports. FS against Eggy, 3 versus 2. FS, they have the upper hand, but Superman has taken a lot of damage, and this is the revenge story for FS Esports, because just a few moments ago, we did see Eggy just build up all of that pressure from the top of the hill. Although Rishi, he finds a knock, instant trade comes through. Troy, the last man left alive, tries to run for his life. Doxy gets shot in the back by Troy Tamilan. And the third party is going to be the saving grace for the players of Eggy Gaming. Superman has no utility to clean up the players of Eggy. And Rivalry Esports, they could chime in, potentially, and get those points for themselves.
Panic set in the camp of Eggy Gaming over there, and so did for FS Esports. There was lackluster communication between those lads. One of them just pushed out, meanwhile the rest of the players could not follow suit. Because of which, it is just one player who has been left alive. Have a look at this, Troy, with that nade looking to clean up FS Esports, and that could lead the entirety of that northern edge of the circle in their favor. And Eggy won that space. The shack is still going to protect Superman as long as he's going to be inside. But the nade, two nades enter in, and of course that would mean the end of FS Esports. Brilliant usage of utility by Eggy Gaming, but are they aware of Rivalry Esports, who are closely following suit as Troy goes down as well, Johnny?
And I don't think Eggy Gaming are going to be able to survive for a long time after this one. Rivalry Esports, they do finish off Troy. Eggy is still there. He was hiding his presence. They do not know that he's still alive, but guess what? Troy Tamilan, they are aware of that fact, because they are also moving towards the northern edge. But Revenant Xspark, somehow they've managed to trade spots with Jux.
Yeah.
Now, Jux is on the outside of the play zone, and Revenant Xspark are in the play zone itself. Eggy, look at him. He finds an opening against the players of Troy Tamilan. He's looking for the second as he has spotted out Lens, closed the distance next to the buggy, but he forgot about the remaining players of Troy Tamilan Esports. Hesperos, he shows up for the cleanup. 10 eliminations picked up by Troy Tamilan Esports, and they do somehow manage to retain all 4 of their players inside this lobby.
Big game incoming for them. Big game potentially for Rivalry Esports as well. We've seen them pull off a chicken dinner, but this time it seems like the numbers aren't really in their favor. I'm talking about the finished numbers, by the way. Just 1 on the scorecard, 4 players still alive. They have an opportunity to make amends in the final moments, of course. But just like you mentioned, it's a 4v3. All 4 teams inside of the final circle are kind of healthy. But talking about positioning, it seems like Revenant Xspark, they're going to be very happy with the compound that they have found. But now it's time to put pressure on Jux Esports because they certainly are a threat as Spunk finds the opening against Ryder. Long distance engagement for sure, but Skeleton goes down. Jux Esports looking to push back Revenant. Have a look at that. Pain will have to fall back. Troy Tamilan, by the way, they have been trying to take control of the Northern Edge, but Rivalry Esports on the offense. I love this attitude coming in from Ryder. They're not giving up their position.
Yeah, but they just have 1 finish. They need to be proactive. This is the end game. It's just down to 4 teams, 15 players alive. Rivalry Esports, Skeleton knocked out. They're looking for a reset. As you said, maintaining composure, making sure they will have the numbers once they are forced to fight it out. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they do not want to wait. The push comes through. Lens and Aiden leading the charge against Franklin and Flex. Utility exchange is going to result in the players of Troy Tamilan falling down. There was some preemptive damage with the nade that made the job for the players of Rivalry Esports a whole lot easier. And now it's just down to 2 players in the backlines, Hesperos and Oxen.
I love the counter coming in from Rivalry Esports as well, just not really giving into the pressure. 2 players from Troy Tamilan pushing up, meanwhile the 2 players left behind, but with Franklin and his teammate beautifully isolating those fights, kind of forcing Troy Tamilan to kind of overextend, that resulted in their fall. I believe Troy Tamilan, their game has just now been spoiled. Hesperos, the only man who is staying alive, not really any position inside the circle, has been forced out towards the blue as well. With his back against the wall, can he pull a clutch? Can he take that top 3 finish and get those position points as well? It's going to be a big question, of course. Revenant Xspark surprisingly have been quiet inside of this game. 0 eliminations, but this is their chance to strike.
Oh, that nade. Pain is not coming back after that one. Gets finished off at the hands of Jux. Of course, as you were talking about it, slowly and steadily, Rivalry Esports chip away on the entirety of Troy Tamilan. And we are finally down to 3 teams remaining in this game. Jux Esports, they do not have a lot of finishers, but they have numbers to work with. 4 versus 3 versus 2. Revenant Xspark down to 2, and Rivalry Esports, 3 players left, quite of course, but they are kind of isolated towards the northern half of the circle, and Jux Esports seem a little too distracted by the players of Revenant Xspark.
They certainly are. Rivalry Esports can utilize this opportunity to close in the distance. Of course, this is the last stage of the game, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams, 9 players left alive. Jux Esports with all 4 of them. Beautiful map control spread across those greenlands. But Revenant Xspark pinned down in that corner. Will they be able to make the climb? They do have the hovercraft. They do have a couple of those vehicles, but it seems like it's going to be a little too risky as Trace God looks to make the move. Shots coming in from both ends. Franklin looking to take down one of those players, but from the distance it is going to be amazing. Finds the opening against Rivalry Esports. Jux Esports are on a roll, Johnny.
Well, they are on a roll, and they are not going to let this chicken dinner slip out of their hands. Picking off Punk from the side of Revenant Xspark. It's just down to Trace. They are dealing with the players of Rivalry Esports at the same time. 2 players knocked out. Rivalry Esports down to their last man. And Jux Esports, they want to clinch this win. 1 more finish secured. They know the position of the last man as well. No utility on Niku, but he still gets that frag. And now it's just down to the players of Revenant Xspark. Punk has been brought back, but the numbers advantage for the players of Jux Esports. Too strong for Revenant Xspark to deal with. Trace goes down. Punk is there with a sliver of HP, but his position is marked. He's putting on that first aid, but he has to force to cancel. A superb closing in. The stun goes out, but he whips the spray with the S12K. Finally, the last few shots left, and the job comes to completion. It took them a while to close out the match, but somehow they still managed to pull it off. Jux Esports with a chicken dinner.
That just spices up the overall standings, doesn't it? I mean, where does Jux Esports do stand? We'll find out when we talk about the mathematics of the game. But what a brilliant end game, to be honest. Keeping your players alive, trying to stabilize yourself, ensuring your positioning is always a priority. And plus, you've also got to give credit because this is one of the toughest circuits to fight in.
It is. It was very difficult to predict as well because ideally, and this was one of the reasons why we saw majority of the teams occupy the western and the southern half, southern sides of the circle, stage 3 and stage 4 onwards, because zones like this usually end up shifting towards the shorelines, towards that highway that's there next to the western shoreline. But this one came in the middle of nowhere between Quarry and Ferry Pier and Primorsk.
Yeah. And of course, talking about Primorsk itself, all the teams who made those early rotations, namely Vasista Esports, FS Esports, they got extinguished in a matter of a flash. And for that, I think credit has to be given to Tamilan Esports because it was one of those high-fragging games where all that they were looking for is to get those eliminations on board.
Yeah, but the funniest moment in this game has to be that last play from Superb where he was trying to finish off Punk. He throws out a stun and just gets flashed himself. And Punk is there on the other side of the ridge with no idea what just happened.
I mean, I think Revenant Xspark, as soon as they had the compound for themselves, the game was done and dusted. Yes, sure. Punk, for him, a lot of utility was dumped towards him as well. Nades, stuns, smokes. And I think the best part was not really giving him an opportunity to reset and get back into the fight once he's done patching up, right? I think that was one of the best things that Jux did. But coming back to that conversation, I think one of the surprises of this entire game will be Tamilan and the way they handled pressure on those open grounds. I feel handling learn from past Vasista Esports and possibly even Eggy Gaming, as a matter of fact, it's not a thing to scoff at.
Pretty much. I think they were able to secure a decent number of eliminations just off of those 3 fights that you spoke about. And because of that, I think Tamilan Esports should be able to stabilize themselves inside of the top 8. But is that going to be the case? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back after this.
As promised, we are back after a short break, and this time joining alongside with me is going to be the Malaysian legend Icy Baby 1-2, who is back on the panel. And I love casting with this man because, of course, he brings some amazing insights. And I want to know your thoughts from that last game of Erangel. It's sort of been seen today that teams from the mid-pack, they're really hitting hard inside of Group C. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think about that?
You know, I actually like the games that is happening here, especially coming from Group C in particular, because there is a lot of experimentation coming around here. Revenant Xspark has made a little bit of experimentation. We saw a little bit from Aura, but the 2 teams that performed the best coming from Group C here is Gods for a Reason, with a very, very surprising aggression here in all those games, and also learn from past, because they are the 2 teams that had the most amount of points gathered in 3 games in total.
Absolutely. And Speaking of points and gathering points, ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to gather points inside of your games as well, make sure you upgrade to the Royal Pass. Now, I'm pretty sure you guys know that it's not going to help your skills, but I'm pretty sure it's going to make you look way cooler when you get those points. So make sure you get the Rebel Rogue Fox, personally my crush, and I have given my heart to her. But then the DP28, it is one of the best weapons in the game for long distance engagements, and this skin might actually make you look having a swagger while you pull off those knocks as well. IC Baby has been, trying to challenge the Hindi desk in TDMs, and now we have kind of decided that maybe we're going to upgrade the Royal Pass and beat them with the swagger that we're talking about.
Well, definitely as well. But speaking of swagger here, this next upcoming player was the one with the most swag in that game here. It's got to be superb, coming from as the MVP from the match itself here, coming in from Jux Esports. A nice little recovery coming from Jux Esports despite having very, very two unfortunate exits right from the get-go in Game 1 and Game 2. But with this winner-winner chicken dinner, it does give Jux still a fighting chance to fight for the top 8.
Absolutely. Fighting chance is exactly the words that I would say, because Jux, they could not really get as many points as they would have expected. But talking about the top players of that last game, you've got Flexshot, you've got Oxen, you've got Troy as well from team Eggy Gaming. 3 finishes. All of these players shared. Not one of those high fragging engagements, because majority of the players got taken down in rotations, but we'll have a look at the point standings, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at how it's evenly spread out. You've got Jux on 17, Troy on 14, but apart from that, I guess majority of the teams, they have had a rather average outing. Eggy with 9, Revenant Xspark with 6, Versatile with 6, Learn from Past with 5. Any name in particular that looks surprising to you, IC? Because I feel like no real performance coming in from those bottom half of the overall leaderboard.
I think Rivalry Esports and also Eggy kind of made a little bit of surprises for her, because we've known them for being a team that has the capabilities to actually work things out in terms of dominating the game. But with this play coming in from them in particular, like I said, gives them a very, very strong chance to retain the top 8 here. Obviously, Troy is already there, but Jux, with that winner-winner chicken dinner, they actually push up into the top 8 here. One of the biggest comebacks for today to try and fight for the top 8. But as you can see, the gap between top 8 and 9 here is about 8 points here. So that is going to be a little bit, 6 points.
6.
Yeah, 6 points difference as well. So it's still going to be a free-for-all, and especially coming from the top 8. But with that being said, Group C has officially concluded a total of 18 matches. So that means there's only 6 more matches for them to try and fight to retain the top 8 here. And as of yet, LEFP, Revenant Xspark, they're very, very comfortable. They're pretty much true for the top 8, at least for now. That's what I think.
For sure. And I think the 3 positions out there on 10th, 11th and 12th, they are going to be looking to make amends in the last 6 games that remain, because the points difference is still not that much.
Exactly.
But that is enough about Group C, I guess. Now, of course, what remains to be seen is how Group D tackled the challenge of Miramar, because that is going to be extremely interesting. We still have one more map of Erangel to be played, and after that, we're going to be playing those 2 maps of Miramar. Team Alpha from Group D, one of those teams who love to play that map. Los Hermanos, one of those teams who love to play that map of Miramar. But these are the teams who've already done well. Talking about comebacks, do you think there are going to be any names who can maybe pull off a comeback? Maybe Meta NINZA or something around that?
I was hoping Meta NINZA to make a little bit bounce back as well, because I was kind of having a lot of expectations here, maybe because of the fact that obviously when we talk about Shadow, he's had his legendary run in 2023 in particular, 2 back-to-back official LAN champions as well. But after that, had a huge tumble. Maybe there was a dispute in between teams. Now with the new roster shuffle, especially with Apollo in the mix here, I was expecting a little bit more, but it seems like they haven't exactly gelled yet. But when we talk about the highlights here, these are a couple of moments which kind of surprise us as well. Meta NINZA getting shut down by Esport Social, which is a team that a lot of us were kind of in the grey areas. Well, we've seen moments of brilliance coming from Brandweir in particular, especially when his days with Troy Tamilan. But now it feels like they look like a very well-rounded team now.
I mean, if you talk about Ranveer, I think his team, Likitha Esports, has sort of been carried by Sukuna, who almost has about 50% of that Finnish contribution in that lineup. We'll still talk about stats later on. You talked about Esport Social. I think they've been very consistent in spite of being undergods. Gravity Esports, for sure, there were moments of brilliance at the start of the tournament. We thought that Shubh being that young IGL is going to be able to pull off some amazing clutches. And for sure, we saw that, but then on the overall standings, they haven't really been making an impact on that 16th position. A lot of job left to be done. 15 matches played. They are going to be playing the next 3 games, of course. And I think on the course of those next 3 games, there are going to be few teams looking to make that comeback, namely BotArmyEsports, Shadow Blitz, Meta NINZA, and maybe even Team Insane.
Well, it is going to be a free-for-all, considering that the fact that Group D, they have 9 more matches to go. Obviously, we did talk about Group C just now, with 6 matches remaining in their Week 2 engagement so far, before we actually divide them into round 2 or maybe even round 1 itself. Round 2 and round 3 for Group C. And obviously, with 6 matches means there's 6 more slots for Group C. But for Group D, now with 9 matches remaining here, this is the best time here, for at least for Los Hermanos and Esport Social, to secure their top 2 position to get in towards the next round itself, to progress, which is going to be round 2 in particular here, coming from Group D. And I feel like, as of yet, if Esport Social and Los Hermanos retains the top 2, by the end of today, they're pretty much guaranteed to cross.
One very interesting fact in that point standings was also the points difference, because we saw how evenly spread out it was in Group C. Group D, it's basically the top 3 teams having all the points. Talking about the top 5 players, of course, Viper, Fragger, Altu, they are going to be up there. 36 eliminations, that's actually quite a lot if you consider. But then Fragger Noob has been very efficient, 25 knocks, but 33 eliminations. Just goes to show the awareness that Esport Socials have been able to put up. Coffin from Team Alpha, one of those undergod players that we have always been talking about, made his way to further rounds inside of BGIS. But will this be his year? Maybe his first LAN appearance. That is a big question that remains to be seen.
I think the 2 players that stand out between both Group C and D was that when we talk about Pain, it's going to be Revenant Xspark as well. But when it comes to this group in particular, Phoenix, it has to be Viper as well. Because this is a guy that initially I thought it was like, oh, the Viper from Reckoning Esports. But turns out it's a completely different Viper. And he's actually proved himself that he does have the fighting power to play with the best of the best. And I'm really liking that this is a great start for them in the grind. But I want to see how he fares off later on, where the round stages actually begin and where, elimination is on the line. Where the weights, or in this case, the stakes are higher compared to now, where you're fighting for seeding.
Exactly. And, fighting for seeding, that does remind me as well that Group D is kind of in a position where you've got a couple of those big names, but then the rest of the teams is still fairly inexperienced. So for Viper to actually rack up those finishes, sure, it's a great start to momentum, but to carry on when you have a much tougher lobby, when you've got those bigger names as well, and maybe those dark horses, it's going to be a much more difficult job for him. But let's talk about the caster predictions, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Team Alpha from iQOO, Spiro, Ravan going ahead with Meta NINZA. Even you went ahead with Meta NINZA. Engineer, Johnny, and myself going ahead with Team Alpha once again, and Necro going ahead with Shadow Blitz. Now, Team Alpha, why? In my opinion, it is just because of those Miramars that are to be played today. Right, those 2 big Miramars. Team Alpha always love that map. Shadow Blitz is one of those teams who can make a comeback, but I want to know your thoughts about Meta NINZA and what exactly is going wrong.
I'm keeping my hope and beliefs alive as much as possible here, despite Meta NINZA not having a great showing here, just because, number one, Shadow 7's track record in 2023, and of course Apollo, and one of the only few that has been an all-timer in all officials in 2025, including IC as well, which is a very, very impressive run, I would think. But again, this might be the last time I predict Meta NINZA if they do not make a comeback today.
Why the last time? I mean, if you are actually showing faith, just keep on showing faith till the end of the world. That is what the advice you gave me last night when we were actually getting back from the broadcast. Well, nonetheless, that is a conversation we're going to have later on. But nonetheless, one more map of Erangel. We saw the points difference. I guess there are going to be some comebacks loading, ladies and gentlemen. Mid-pack in Group C was firing on all cylinders. Let's see if Group D can do the same thing. This is Erangel coming in for you.
To kick things off here for Week 2, Day 2, Group D begins their journey here today in the map of Erangel in the second half of today's map so far. It is going to be Erangel. And of course, when the flight path comes in, they are going to be coming in from the southeast corner of military base and then heading towards the north side of Stauber. And on the left, you can see the current map standings for this map here is going to be Esport Socials along with Los Hermanos that has been dominating in the map of Erangel in particular. Whereas the second half here, we do see Meta NINZA being the top of the second half. However, again, like I said, I'm keeping my hopes up. My dreams up, at least for Meta NINZA.
All of us are going to keep our dreams up as well. Now, the map standings on the map of Erangel kind of it runs parallel with the overall standings as well, particularly because Erangel is the map that is being played the most. You've got BotArmy, who is still up there inside of the top 8, so hopes are going to be there that this can actually be another good performance. But usually what we've seen, the trend is that dropping in at Nova Rupnoi, BotArmy Esports kind of get caught off guard around that Milta region whenever they do have to make that rotation up north. Will it happen this time with Meta NINZA? Will it happen this time with Los Hermanos? Now that remains to be seen. That is a conversation we're going to be having later on, because right off the get-go we do have a fight, and it seems like White Walkers, they've dropped in on the lads of Eve X2OP, and it seems like Vegito doesn't really need those guns. The dagger is enough. The first knock is there. Will the finish be secured? Yes, it does. White Walkers, they get off the mark.
That has to be the fastest exit out of the lobby right from the get-go here. Feels bad for 2OP official. Instantly, Vegito goes in, stabs him with the knife, and then just takes him out. But at the same time, they are trading 50-50s here. 2OP, they are split off, but White Walkers, they've got were knocked down, but Utkarsh tries to go in for a cross here. Gets sprayed down by Aditya. And White Walkers, they will have the upper hand, and INF got pretty much stuck all by himself. Needs to find some sort of backup. But unfortunately, all his backup is down on the floor. One out of the lobby. As White Walkers slowly surrounds the compound to try and flush him out. Aditya, he does have the angles to go in for the push here. INF got still stuck with only an Uzi to work with. But it seems like 2OP official, they are able to get the reset here. Guru gets the knock here onto his bonfire. But the guy inside is still alive. He goes for an off angle. And guess what? Utkarsh returns the favor. Down low, but not out yet. Ooh. INF tries to go in for a hoo-ha rush. Rushes in, gets sprayed down. It comes down towards a 1v1. It almost looked good, but Vegito, he has to clutch this. Both of them really low AKs versus Burial. And it seems like Vegito, he doesn't know that Utkarsh is going to be going for the reset here, but he gets the confirmation instead on the knock. Utkarsh tried to sneakily revive him. Unfortunately, gets picked off. This 1v1 initially looking to be in favor of White Walker, starting to get a little bit awkward as well as Utkarsh cleans out some finish points. He tries to go for the reset once more. Vegito already bailing out here to pick up Aditya, trying to make this back into a 2v2.
It is, of course, going to be a reset from both the sides, but damage has been taken, a big damage. In fact, 50% of their firepower just wiped off for almost nothing. I guess White Walkers, the concept was simple. To actually make a comeback, you need those early finish points, you need that early momentum, but it seems like they decided to drop in on a very unfamiliar compound, because none of these players had any idea of where exactly their opposition is going to be landing. EVX2OP officials, for them, I think the recovery has been brilliant. Did not expect Utkarsh and Botfire to still remain standing, especially with the way Utkarsh got those knocks through those tiny little windows, found those off angles. But this is lovely from White Walkers as well, to just give in time, let 2OP officials kind of feel the inexperience out there in that lineup, maybe make some unforced errors, and Vegito and Aditya are waiting to pounce on. As Botfire and Utkarsh, they are slowly falling back. Is Utkarsh going on a flank? That would be my question. And if he is White Walkers aware? I see.
Yeah, and on top of it all, he's just been looting for free as well. White Walkers, they're just down low in terms of ammunition, health, everything here. What seemed to be an advantage for White Walkers slowly trickles away at least for the other side here. Because 2OP now, they do have the meds, they do have the health bars as well. They cannot afford to get knocked here. White Walkers, they're getting a little bit desperate as well. Vegito gets a couple shots in. But the circle is going to be pushing them up north as well. So they have to wrap this up quickly. They haven't been looting at all. It's been about 5 minutes. This engagement has been going on.
Yeah.
And 2OP, once again, they've got the majority of the loots in this compound. As White Walkers slowly getting suffocated in terms of resources as they've taken their own sweet time while TOP has been given the control which initially wasn't favoring them.
Absolutely. Look at this. Botfire with that need. Wants to reinitiate this fight. But you mentioned a point correctly, right? This entire engagement is always going to choke out the loot and the resources from both the lineups. But also one important problem is going to be the fact that this is happening on the military base island. The circle has landed in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite far up north. And we have seen many teams, while rotating through the bridge, get choked down by the teams who are on the other side already. Will GENxFM be one of them? That is, of course, a question. But Utkarsh and Botfire needs to break open the deadlock, make some positioning, go in for those fights. You've got nothing to lose. You've lost 2 players already. And according to the HP bars, it seems like 2OP official, they have an upper hand. Utkarsh goes in for the fight. Lovely connection with the barrel. One player being taken down. White Walkers looking to head back.
Oh my goodness, Vegito, he's done so much heavy lifting as well. Now making it to 1 versus 1. Aditya gets clipped from the sides as well. Utkarsh was able to clutch things out. And that is going to be TOP official that wins, despite White Walkers having the initial jump. What a unfortunate event here for White Walkers. But TOP, they've taken too long. 6 minutes has passed. Shadow Blitz has finished looting. And they've heard gunshots. And this time, they are going to be the ones to third party this. Not looking good for TOP official.
Make the death knell ring, ladies and gentlemen, because Shadow Blitz are coming for 2OP officials. Botfire yet to stabilize himself, yet to patch himself up, and I doubt he has those resources to do so as well. Utkarsh has been rather fabulous in that early fight against White Walkers. Now is dealt with an even bigger challenge. Nanu and the rest of the lads of Shadow Blitz, by the way, aren't aware of the positioning. Is going to bait out Botfire. Lovely positioning. Will confirm here as well. Utkarsh left all by himself. This is easy pickings for Shadow Blitz and lovely third-party timings. They are going to be getting off the mark for sure as 2OP officials also gets eliminated. And Shadow Blitz, I guess they are in for an easy rotate. But have a look at this. Team Insane in the middle of nowhere. Shots coming through from Team Alpha. Yes, for sure, this is not their map, but they do have the skill sets to pull off a fight out in the open. But Alpha is kind of outnumbered this time out. And that does worry me because here comes the push from Team Insane and the first player gets taken down.
Oh boy, now Team Insane continuing their assault here. Team Alpha, they're dropping like flies. They're caught out in the open. And Insane Esports, Maxus down pretty low, but they will be able to find conversions here. Punisher, pretty much the last man standing for Team Alpha. He's a little bit too far off. And Insane will be able to get the reset in. However, on the horizon as well, we might see another team may look to try and third party this. But as I can see, Neo is still trying to scare off any teams coming to drive by here. But it seems like Esport Social, they've heard this commotion, they've got a good compound to work with. They are going to try and scout things out before they actually go in for the push. It seems like they do see an angle. Shots has been fired from Wanted, from Esport Social. And Team Insane, they need to get the reset through. They managed to pick up their members, but they need to get out now. They're still exposed and open as well. Sprays coming in, but they should be A-okay.
Should be okay for now. Esport Social on the other side, I guess they will be loving to hold on to this compound for themselves. A little bit of hard covers to work with. Right at the edge of the circle, if I'm not very mistaken, you do have teams coming in from the south. There are still a lot of long-distance migrations that are yet to be done. BotArmyEsports, one of them. We've seen how they kind of struggle on the map of Erangel. Have a look at this. This time, though, Nanu gets taken down. The vehicle was brilliantly placed. Shadow Blitz. All of a sudden, it seems like a world of trouble for them as Bot Army. They're not really interested for this fight. A couple of their players, they will infiltrate. As Viper Bolte will find the frag. Needs to pick up Ernie, one of their top fraggers from this lineup. Needs to keep him alive, but a very long distance. 2,100 meters before you enter the circle. You need to finish off this fight as quickly as you can, Bot Army.
Who would have thought that north of military base is a hot spot here? We've seen engagements after engagements, and now Exploser, he's run out of mats. He knows he's done for as well. Shadow Blitz, he is going to deny the point here, at least here for Exploser. BotArmyEsports comes in. Oh, they could not get in time, but they will settle with his loots instead as BotArmyEsports cleans out the last team in Military Island. But at the expense of Yashu. A little bit unfortunate demise here for Shadow Blitz, but seems like 3 teams already eliminated by Stage 2 before even Stage 2 closes here, Salty.
I'm going to criticize Shadow Blitz for a sec because this is a team that needs those points desperately. Now, I understand, yes, for sure, this is not their strongest map, the map of Erangel, but then since they had finished off the fight against 2 OP officials in a matter of a flash, they could have taken an exit from that region and prioritized the circle, but nope, they had to reinitiate that engagement against BotArmy that resulted in the demise. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to engage your fights, make sure you look like one of those lads who do not have anything to fear, and that is what Royal Enfield always personifies. My dad has one, actually in real life. I might have one in the game as well. Would love that.
If I ever get my license, I'll buy one in real, which I'm too scared to actually ride a bike.
How come you are 45 years of age, but you still don't have your license?
I'm not 45. I do have a driving license, just not a bike license.
That is sad.
Hey, man, it's dangerous to ride a bike. I don't want to get an accident.
That is what the thrill is.
I know it's thrill, but, you know, I'm at an age where thrill no longer excites me. Safety comes first for me.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Icy Monk for you.
Fair enough. But speaking of which here, the circle is going to be on towards Rozhok itself. But I might actually get one in game though, if you think about it. Because like, that's safety for me.
100%.
Anything happens in game does not happen to me in real life.
I always prefer to actually have a bike inside of the game while rotating because it does give you a little bit of that extra pace. So at the level that I play in, the players, my opponents, they can't really track a bike. I just whiz past them. The rotations are much quicker. And why not just get a Royal Enfield as well? But nonetheless, we are going to be moving ahead. Now, that is a very interesting circle, by the way. I want to know your thoughts. Rozhok, a hybrid circle, no real surety of whether or not it's going to go to the northern front or south. Meanwhile, we do have a little bit of a battle brewing up. Phoenix Esports versus Esport Social. Now, this is a battle between table toppers, by the way.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one as well because Esport Socials, they do have the gas station in control, which gives us a little bit of a safety net from any incoming attacks here. But the problem is shooting out is not exactly their forte because there's just so many angles that you can shoot from as well, under defeat, through the fences, from off angles where Phoenix may or may not be coming through as well. And considering that the circle is going to be shifting up north, and like you said as well, it's split between the Rozhok River as well. That means teams can come from every single direction. So for them, all they need to do is just sit still, hope that nobody pushes them, and they should be A-okay. Meanwhile, let's take a look at this fight here. They've been saying they were caught out in the open early on. They were able to disengage, and now they are caught in another encounter, and that's going to be against Evolution MIZORAM. Dreon with the nades clips him right outside though. It seems like it may have just procced the damage through the small little window and actually knocked Neo, who was picked off. That's a very weird interaction.
That is a very weird interaction as well. I mean, one player just proning to disguise his presence, which is understandable. Meanwhile, the other teammate just running behind him. What are you trying to do? Are you not communicating? Nonetheless, of course, you're going to get pinned down just like that. Team Insane Esports will find an opening for themselves, but they themselves are also struggling as one of their players has been knocked down. Evolution MIZORAM right next to them. It's going to be Oxygen. He's looking to pop in that nade right inside. I guess it was a stun, by the way. Will deny visibility, but here comes the nade out, and Team Insane, I guess they are unaware of what is getting cooked. Just gets put inside. Team Insane, they get flushed out, but from the back lines, it is going to be Mysterious4 who take down the lads from Evolution MIZORAM as well.
Just like that, 2 teams goes down at the same time as well. Mysterious4, they were able to gob out some points, but seems like they don't really care about loose as they are looking for control here. They're trying to push in towards the zone as Rivalry takes a couple shots in, but meanwhile the circle has pretty much shifted as well, and it has shifted away from where Mysterious4 and Rivalry is. Rivalry, you can see desperation is kicking in. Shots fired from Arcane to try and deny mobility, and it seems like they have to get the heck out of there as the zone actually shifts on towards the east side of Rozhok. It is going to be an open field. The river is still in play. Rozhok also still in play. And based on this perspective, you can see GENxFM has Rozhok control and it's still in the zone, and they're shooting everybody across the mountain here. Perfect line of sights, but no connections yet.
You mentioned about Rivalry, and that is a very interesting subject, by the way. You can compare them to something like a Tamilan Esports, whose comebacks has been brilliant. Tamilan, inside of day number 2, they made that big jump from bottom 4 to the top 3. Rivalry Esports as well. A similar storyline where day 1 we were questioning how Arklin and his IGL shape might actually not be proving to be that lethal. But day 2, he just came in, proved his worth, not just as an IGL, but as an assaulter as well. Rivalry this time, after that day 2 performance, has been a little inconsistent. So can they make it work in this map of Erangel? They for sure are going in on that long rotation. Esport Social and Phoenix Esports on either ends, but they don't really care as the vehicle just whizzes past them. They are aiming for that land of Rozok, potentially the edge, or maybe somewhere around that bridge region, but it is extremely out in the open, which means Phoenix Esports, it's going to be a constant threat dangling over their heads.
Seems like Rivalry Esports, they're just scouting out the terrain. And when they push towards the center of the zone and realize that nobody is there, they try to extend further. They were able to scout out Phoenix and realize that, hey, they don't really have a lot of good spots to work with. Smoker gets a couple shot in onto his eye shot, smokes up the vehicle, now forced to group up here. And Rivalry seems like they are going to be playing under the bridge and realize that that may be the safest spot here as of yet, considering that there's still 39 players left alive. 11 teams remaining. That means it is going to be an all-out brawl here. Esport Social, they have been hugging the compounds here, but this time they need to somehow find a way to push inside the zone.
Not yet. Not just yet, I guess. They can still hold on for one more circle because, of course, have a look at this, right? If we do pull up the map, majority of the teams, they are hugging the circumference of the circle, the periphery, because the center parts of the circle, it's quite out in the open. You've got a river that is passing through. The shorelines are completely barren. There's no covers, no stones, no trees, nothing for yourself. If you go out there, your vehicles will get taken down. You might get sprayed down as well. That is a risk not worth taking. But talk about a risk. It is Los Hermanos who love to take those risks. They do come in with that hovercraft, but Mysterious4, they dispatch them, dismantle them, and send them back to the lobby. This is a good defense coming in from them. Shots from that shotgun from Naman will connect, and there you go. 4 eliminations. Los Hermanos, they have been absolutely destroyed in that fight.
That is a very, very unfortunate run here for Los Hermanos, but Mysterious4, again, fantastic defense here coming from Naman. Managed to hold them off as well. Even Sketch will be able to get picked up. Meanwhile, Esport Social, now with the zone shifting away from them as well, they need to make the next move to get out. And Phoenix can see Sim already en route to potentially try and stop them from entering as well. A lot of gunshots has been made. But on the left PIP, Meta NINZA looking to try and engage as well. But that's pretty much the northwest corner. Let's talk about the southwest corner. Look at the amount of teams coming from Rozok as well. We've got GENxFM, we've got BotArmyEsports, Gravity, even Likitha Esports as well. They're still kind of stuck. Needs to find a way to push inside the zone.
I love the spread coming in from Rivalry as well. I like what they are doing. Positioning themselves under the bridge, potentially hiding their presence. And they know, as a matter of fact, that these migrations are going to be coming in. For sure, you will be able to fight it out, maybe get those eliminations on board, but there's no way you can tackle a third party if you do not have concrete cover. What Rivalry is doing is disguising their presence, potentially trying to play it for the end game. We'll talk about that later because Esport Social are currently under fire, and Mysterious4, it seems like they want to keep on that run of momentum. It is going to be Naman who falls. Beautiful spray down comes in from Scratch as well. Retaliation from Mysterious4, but can they manage to survive from these northern fringes? Because Esport Social, we know this team, they've gotten themselves those points and they don't really care if they die around right now. A man who has nothing to lose is the man you want to fear the most, and this time it seems like Esport Social will be one of them. But from up top, it is Meta NINZA who come in with the horn ringing that this is war.
This is it, Meta NINZA. They've got the knock and they are looking for those confirmation. And Esport Social, they are hurting right on the edge of the zone. They've lost Wanted, they've lost GLITCHxREBORN, and only Fragger Noobs remain. But even then, Meta NINZA, they're a little bit hesitant going for the push, knowing that they're not exactly inside the zone yet. As Esport Social, seems like only Fragger Noob, he is going to be running all the way in as a solo warrior. Rivalry Esports was able to scout things out, but they heard all these commotions. And Rivalry is going to try and gobble up some points. GLITCHREBORN, oh, well, looks like the point was stolen away by Meta NINZA.
Nonetheless, Rivalry Esports still around the center parts of the circle. They have been pushed a little aside because of that circle taking those drastic shifts late inside of the game so far. It is stage 5, ladies and gentlemen, but we still have 9 teams left alive, majority of them at the periphery, at the edges. One player from Likitha Esports just lost his life, and Likitha, they themselves are yet to find any positioning, but BotArmy, lovely compounds for them. Good compound control. They've got GENxFM up in the front lines, which they are looking to target. But are they aware of Gravity Esports right next to them, I see? Because if Gravity does manage to chime in, I guess BotArmy and their hopes of making that comeback inside the top 8 or solidify their positioning inside the top 8, that could be ruined.
Agreed. But speaking of ruin here, Phoenix Esports, they're just chilling on towards the watchtower just because of the fact that it does have a very decent amount of angles on towards everyone from the south side and also the teams in the bridge as well. Seems like they want to thin the herd first before they actually go in. As the zone hasn't shifted yet, in about 2 seconds left, it is going to close completely. And it seems like it's going to shift east as well, so Phoenix Esports, they need to push out. Likitha Esports trapped on the south side. They've got them boxed in, but while they are being boxed in, BotArmy Esports also scouts them out. They are going to try and get a couple of chips in to get a couple of points from afar. And again, it's all about thinning the herd now based on this circle itself. And GENxFM having so much control from under the bridge as well. They will have positions. But BotArmy Esports, Ernie, what are you doing? He's going to try and push this. This is such a risky maneuver.
It certainly is a very risky maneuver and does not really make a lot of sense. But Ernie is one of those players who loves to take those risks because he can back it up with the game as well. Goes up front, always the man in the front lines. Succeeds in getting those early eliminations on board. And this time, I guess he wants to set it up with the other player. Damu, the nade. The objective was to push back the lad from BotArmy Esports, but that did not succeed. GENxFM under the bridge. This is amazing positioning from them. Good map awareness to work with. Talk about Meta NINZA for a sec. You do have 2 players in the back lines who are providing cover. Meanwhile, the 2 players in the front lines, they've got a lot of job to be done. Got the lads of Gravity Esports, you've got the lads of Rivalry Esports as well. If you do not keep track of everyone, you're going to get taken down. And have a look at this. Ernie overextended a bit too much over there. GENxFM very quick in counteracting.
Nicely done here, GENxFM. Patience finally pays off. They've been playing position throughout the entire game as well. Now, they are going to try and reap the rewards here and punishing every single team, trying to rotate in now as the zone pushes them all out in the open. As Rivalry Esports, they initially had this spot. Seems like they are going to be pushing from the north side instead. But GENxFM, they just have the angles to work with. Next to fall is going to be Viper Bote and Zoop from BotArmy Esports, and they just get eliminated. They clean out the south side, and GENxFM has a free push into the zone now. But little did they know, on the left is going to be Phoenix Esports, and on the right is going to be Gravity, which, surprise, surprise, Gravity, they were able to sneak past them.
And I guess this is a chance for them to actually make an impact, a big impact inside this lobby. Will it be a comeback run for Gravity Esports? I want to see the dream run. I want to see the dream keep going alive as, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for the finale. 17, 16 players left, but from the distance, it is one shot. Beautiful connection on towards the polo as Phoenix Esports. They are also looking to chime in. Do have the high ground advantage, Phoenix Esports. They're playing in from the edges and they are acting like scavengers. Catching those lone stranglers off guard and picking up those finishes as they come by. Not really forcing those fights because this terrain does not allow you to do so. But just like you mentioned, Gravity sneaking past the defenses of GENxFM. It can be a big problem. Can extinguish them if they do find the opening. But what remains to be seen is, can Shobu find the opening? Can Osiris find the flank? Can Phoenix Esports not spot them from the distance? A lot of factors go in on who gets the winner chicken dinner in this one, I see.
Yeah, it all comes down to a little bit of chance as well. But with Phoenix Esports taking one player down from the side of GENxFM, they've evened out the odds here because GENxFM, they need 4 men in order to win this winner chicken dinner. And with that not coming in play, Phoenix Esports just might be able to put a dent onto his GENxFM, but the question here is, yes, they have the high ground, but the zone does not favor them at all. They have to make a play, and that is either to push to the north side against Meta NINZA or just directly confront GENxFM, because nobody has angles to work with. But based on this zone as well, let's talk about the teams in the shoreline. This is going to be Gravity. They do have a very, very wide spread here. 1-1-1-1. Shoop gets spotted out. GENxFM looking to try and confirm him, but seems like he is going to back off as the circle actually pushes on towards where Gravity is. All Gravity needs to do is just wait.
I love the fact that the circle is favoring them. And you mentioned about the split. It is quite risky, but it is also a way to counter those nades as well, to have a very wide spread. Meanwhile, Phoenix Esports, they come knocking on the doors of GENxFM. They've had enough. They want to take this fight as nades to come in from Zenith. A little bit of damage tanked. Trying to cook it to perfection, and it lands right on the money. Sim gets taken down. Another one flies in. GENxFM, they are looking to finish this fight in a flash, and they have done so much heavy lifting. Beautiful defense on the shoreline. Phoenix Esports, you are not overextending to our territory. Somraj, the last man, stayed alive. Phoenix, they now have to fight for their life. But Gravity Esports, this is the opening that I was talking about. Shoop from the flank will find that opening. And can Gravity counteract on this? Somraj will get taken down. Phoenix Esports have been eliminated. It's just 5 teams and 9 players inside of this lobby. And this is ruckus. This is chaos. But amidst the chaos, it is the fearless Marathas who are making it work, I see.
Oh my goodness, we're down towards the final 5 teams. Meta NINZA with 2 knock. Finally picks up the 3rd player. GENxFM with a solo warrior themselves. Ranveer from Likitha Esports is a solo warrior. And also, Fragger from Esport Social survives all the way to the top 5 here as a solo warrior. A game of 3v3v1v1v1 situation. Very awkward encounter. Meta NINZA getting re-knocked once more. Gravity Esports, they want to try and collide on towards them, but the smokes in play. Mikey, not in range.
Yeah.
Uses the smoke to try and get closer here. And the nade parades are coming in, but no connections on Meta NINZA as they try to go in for the reset.
Meta NINZA, this is time for them to not stay hidden, because if they keep on holding on to that position, they are going to get pinned. The zone is quite behind them. They do have a little bit of the circle, but now it's time for Meta NINZA to start picking up those off angles. Have a look at this. They do have a visual on top of Gravity. They are questioning themselves for sure. The hesitation is immense. And look at this ZF slowly creeping up right next to the defense of Gravity Esports. He heard the pin. Shub OG, the lanky shoulders of this IGL, just doing so much heavy lifting. And Gravity Esports, they're making their way in the top 4. This is a dream run from this lad so far. Not a lot of finishes, but I love the intent. I love the approach. And I also love the read of the play. So does come in from Meta NINZA as the nade sails in. Esport Social have been taken down. Apollo becomes the grenadier. But still, finishes needs to be stacked up. Just 4 points. Can Meta NINZA snatch away the chicken from Gravity is, of course, a big question as we stand at a 3v3v1.
Yeah, Ranveer, solo warrior. Hasn't been scouted out yet. Apollos was able to clean out 1 rat. But it seems like he's going to try and get close towards Ranveer here. Doesn't see it, but eventually misses the timing. Ranveer's off angle was able to punish him. And just like that, Apollo loses his life. He thought it was clear, but it wasn't. We're down towards the final 6 teams. Gravity with 3 players on the low ground, and Fierce, they are going to try and get a couple shots in. Gravity looking to reposition and clutch the chicken dinner from down below. Shoop able to push up closer, but Meta NINZA with the zone coming in. They know there's a guy right there, and they are going to isolate this fight and clean out Ranveer before they focus on Gravity right now.
It's actually funny how Ranveer managed to disguise his presence for so long, hiding behind that death crate for a sec. He still wants to survive, but it's going to be a tough job with the blue zone creeping up. His back is against the wall. Gravity Esports as well. They are being pinned down. But Ranveer, if he follows that ridge, I guess the entirety of Gravity Esports will be open in front of him. The nade gets cooked up. Might land quite next to Shub. And if it does explode, it will take him out. That is close. Meta NINZA have been following the movements of this lad for a while now. And it seems like they still haven't yet figured out a slow way to hold on to that spot. Gravity Esports, that was a weird final fight, by the way. I don't know how they came out from the edge, but what a game, what a chicken dinner. Like I said, it is a dream run, and it might just be the dream run I see.
Almost dream run here, but nevertheless here, Gravity Esports was able to win the winner chicken dinner thanks to Ranveer, because Meta NINZA, if they gotten the control of that sides of the high grounds as well, they would have gotten Gravity completely boxed in. Ranveer took a little bit of his time here to kind of open things up, but it was too late at that point.
I think Meta NINZA, they are second guessing a lot.
Yep.
These players, Apollo, Fears, you know them to play fearless, but that was not a display of fearless game. In my opinion, I guess if you have a high ground like that, if you've got the zone control as well, Meta NINZA, the ones that I know, would actually be shooting down beaming lasers against every single player on the low ground. But instead, Meta NINZA, they were waiting and they were waiting. They were waiting for something which I'm not sure what. Just led Gravity Esports to have the entirety of that map control.
Well, the circle definitely favored Gravity Esports right from the get-go as well here. At the moment they snuck past GENxFM and crossed over this river, they've been docking here. All they need to do is just lay low, and they can't really pick out as well because they do not have high ground advantages, which gave them a little bit of an upper hand. But this was the blunder here coming from Apollo from Meta NINZA, because if Ranveer did not take down Apollo, I'm pretty sure Meta NINZA would have gotten a 1-2 split with high ground and gotten Gravity completely surrounded in that scenario and just taken them out.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Wasn't Fierce the one who had actually spotted Ranveer in the distance? And if he had spotted him, why did Apollo just run towards him? Now, a little bit of mismatch of information. Not sure what exactly went wrong in the team comms, but Gravity Esports, I think the way they held on to that shoreline needs to be given credit. Rivalry tried to do something, a much more experienced IGL, but you see Shubh and you see the talent in this young lad. He still manages to pull it off. Amazingly done, but still a long way to go for this entire team because not a lot of finishes in that one.
Exactly. A small little recovery is needed here, but with this winner chicken dinner from Gravity Esports here, they still have a chance to fight for the top 8 to qualify for higher stages.
Absolutely. Also, one more important thing, I think I loved GENxFM as well in that position. The way they held on to that push coming in from Phoenix Esports, who just directly came in to challenge, that was brilliant. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is Erangel done and dusted. We are going to be waiting for the Miramar as well. I don't know your thoughts. Team Alpha could not really do much. Do you think Miramar is going to be their home turf?
It could be, because it's a completely different play style here. So I'm hoping it to be a little bit closer, maybe a more urban warfares, but long range is my thing.
Well, we'll find that out, ladies and gentlemen. But all of that after, on the other side of this very short clip.
We're back again here for another BGIS, the grind here for Group D in particular. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is Big Boy Necro. Is going to be casting your remaining games for today itself. And it seems like Group D has turned things up a little bit here because a surprise entry into the later stage here is going to be Gravity Esports that secures the winner chicken dinner.
I was really waiting for Gravity Esports to show something, right? And finally now Gravity Esports waking up. It's a good thing. If you remember in 2025, Gravity Gravity Esports was doing better. I would not exactly say that they were doing good. They were doing better. They were doing decent. But now we're finally seeing Gravity Esports establish that comeback. It's a good thing. It's just one good game. I still do not want to say anything else.
Well, fair enough. And of course, speaking of good games here, if you guys want to look cool, look icy, and look amazing here, you guys got to check out the Frozen Floka, which is currently in-game itself, the Frozen Flora with this icy cool skin. And you could be staying cool in-game and also very, very chilly as well here. Freeze your enemies to death, I would say.
The skin definitely looks pretty good. But yeah, back towards the conversation, right, as we're having. Even for Meta NINZA, a decent game. Not exactly the Meta NINZA standard. We expect a lot more from this banner. But for Meta NINZA, the way they played in the final few moments, I feel like they were too suppressed. They should have been a little bit more open. That's what I personally think. Letting the opponent take the control of the final few moments is not the exact way you're supposed to play.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to just experience and just the conditions that has happened towards them, right? Like I was having this conversation with Salty as well, when Apollo didn't spot Likitha Esports as well. Renry was just stuck in a corner. I think Apollo was expecting that he might be cleared. He saw a box and maybe there was just remnants of his body or something, and it just hesitated to shoot and just got taken out. But let's talk about the MVP of the match here. It seems like iQOO is going to be the ones that secured the MVP with 3 finishes, despite being one of the first few teams to be eliminated in this entire game, because they are drop clash with TOP official and also I believe to be was Rivalry Esports? No, sorry, it was White Walkers that initially put them in this spot here, and for him to be #1 is just very, very concerning here, Necro.
You've also got Maxus right there from Team Insane Esports, and even Zyrex coming through from Los Hermanos. Once again, Los Hermanos, Rivalry Esports, you will see them constantly on the point standings as well. For Gravity Esports, as I mentioned, a decent game, not exactly a good one. It's just one decent game, so I'm not exactly going to focus on Gravity Esports completely. For Meta NINZA, getting 11 points definitely is going to be a big sigh of relief. GENxFM, for them, 9 points are also going to be a big sigh of relief. It's going to be second shot at life. Esport Social, they're already doing pretty good in the overall standings. They've got more 8 points. That means the consistency is maintained.
This is kind of weird considering the fact that this points is kind of separated between all the teams as well, because you can see in the finish point it's just divided by everybody else. So when I saw that MVP list, I was a little bit stunned to see that, oh, it's iQOO that is the MVP, but wasn't he the guy that got taken out right from the get-go? Because the skirmish with White Walkers in this North military base took like 6 minutes long.
True.
And they were third party by Shadow Blitz, and then eventually another third party happened as well. So 3 teams got eliminated before Circle 2, which is very, very weird. But now, did it really affect the overall standing? Yes, GENxFM had a very, very good game. Yes, they did not get chicken dinner, but it pushes them in towards the top 7. However, for Gravity Esports here, it's only 1 point up, and that is going to be on the 15th position.
That's the concern, right? The moment you get a chicken dinner, you at least are supposed to have somewhere around 19 or 20 points. But Gravity Esports only got 14 points in total. That means they only had 4 elimination points throughout the entire game, which is not a good average to have. Gravity Esports, after chicken dinner, should aim for big games. Now, speaking of the teams on the latter half of the board, once again, you've got the team called Evolution MIZORAM with 56 points on the bottom of the board. This is another one of those banners that we've been looking for the past years. And to be honest, if they do not step up now, then once again, the same history is going to repeat itself.
Yeah, and of course, with that match just now in Erangel, it felt like an equalizer match for every single team here as well. Because I thought for a second that, oh, maybe Gravity would have gotten a lot of big points. Meta NINZA might have pulled out a big game, which again, Meta NINZA, they did. But it feels like they're overthinking a little bit more. And Salty also mentioned as well that they are no longer the roster back then where they're just fearless all the way through. They're just so confident. And because of this, they're just playing so safe in multiple scenarios. But before that, let's talk about a little bit of a player substitution here coming in from Team Insane. They are bringing in Aryan in play over Clutcher.
Interesting. Let's see how this one's going to be changing the dynamic for the team, and let's see what sort of strategies we'll see and what sort of changes we'll see from Team Insane inside of the game. But back towards that conversation, right? Imagine your best game throughout the entire group, and you've only got 14 points from a chicken dinner. That does not sound too good, right? For Gravity Esports, it's better for them to now start aiming for big games. If they're just going to keep on getting such less points, they will be there on the latter half of the board. They will never be able to cross that top 8. Speaking of Meta NINZA, yes, I completely agree. They do have a few experienced players, but still for some reason that experience isn't really used out there.
Yeah, especially from Apollos as well. And usually Apollos has been known to be a clutch master here. For him to actually whiff and not check that box getting taken out by Ram. It was just very, very awkward as well.
Yeah.
I think he may have went for a quick clear rather than checking things out thoroughly, which may have caused him a little bit of blunder. But still, a nice little recovery here from NINZA. Most of us, the casters, we did predict them as well. It's nice to see them in the top 2, but we need more.
Now, let's be honest, right? The moment the tabletoppers start to wake up, Esport Social, Phoenix Esports, if they start creating that vacuum, the teams on the bottom half of the board, they will struggle even more. So in my opinion, the longer these teams are suppressed, you are supposed to wake up. And speaking of waking up, let's head on towards the upcoming game in Miramar. The planes in the skies, once again, this time of the Deserty lands for Group D. And as we know, Miramar, it's supposed to be a slow and steady start, but then you've got teams like Phoenix Esports inside of this lobby, which can really amp up the aggression anytime. Still a lot more teams on the latter half of the board that are supposed to be on the first half, or at least deserve to be on the first half. The struggles are real. NINZA in the previous game started things off with 11 points, and even for Gravity Esports, that chicken dinner only got them 14 points, which is not enough at all.
Now, speaking of 14 points here, let's give you guys a little bit of updates here on the map standings for the teams that has been performing really well. In Miramar, Los Hermanos is currently in the top of the leaderboard as well, and that's going to be a team you have to be watching out for here. But in the previous game just now, Los Hermanos had a very, very early exit here as they collided into a team and just got completely shut down by Mysterious4. And that was a big game for Mysterious4 as well, which, again, every single team has had their moments. Unfortunately, they just could not convert into the end game to try and rack up some serious points.
Phoenix Esports in a bit of a scuffle towards El Pozo. Two teams dropping right next to each other. Phoenix Esports is one of them. It's going to be interesting to see how this one's going to pan out. There's also Punisher around the nearby territory. So one thing is for sure, that battle's about to brew up soon. And we already do hear that Uzi click. Up close and personal battles are always quite fun, but the circle, it takes a drastic shift down south. Los Leonas southern side is going to be heavily contested soon.
Interesting enough, this is going to be like our 4th urban warfare potentially here in Los Leonas. It's pretty, well, it's not really obvious here. It might shift all the way down south as well. But again, we've had a lot of Los Leonas this past few weeks so far. This 2 weeks in particular.
Shadow Blitz and Los Hermanos as well in the nearby proximity. BotArmyEsports getting their hands on a vehicle. Still getting set up for the early game. For BotArmyEsports, things do seem a little bit quiet as of now. But soon I'm pretty sure the surrounding lines might just be filled with foes. Since the circle is completely down south, it's curveball shift. A lot of these teams do want to make that rotation as early as possible. And especially for teams like Gravity Esports, Los Hermanos, they've got a decent start. Around the circle, pretty close to it. They do not even need to readjust for too long. That means they can take their time and loot up as slow as possible.
I'm really surprised that Team Alpha and Phoenix didn't actually exactly collide on El Pozo here, because it seems like Phoenix, they're taking those vehicles, they're going to bail out of it. We've seen them, shift their rotations from time to time. Sometimes they just hard drop El Pozo, and now we do see them, maybe look to try and push outside for Trailer Park. But for Team Alpha, seems like they are going to be looting things up, just a couple of buildings, and then they are going to make a dip themselves here. So, not exactly sure what the game plan was. It seems like they are just looking for a couple of resource steals. That's about it. Weird. Very, very weird decision here.
Phoenix Esports as well, still in the early phase. Trying to adjust, getting their hands on the vehicles, getting the loot done as well, getting the basic loadout. Then you've also got another team around the block. Even they're trying to make that rotate. Luckily enough for Phoenix Esports now, they do not really need to worry about TA since they've already left El Pozo. And as I mentioned, since the circle was completely down south, a lot of these teams just want to get inside of the circle and then maybe continue the looting phase.
Speaking of looting phase, Los Hermanos now might be spotted out by Shadow Blitz mid-rotation. And like you said as well, a lot of these teams, they're going for early rotations into the zone. And they don't really have a lot of loots. Like, Shadow Blitz is okay. Los Hermanos is not exactly fully looted yet. But Team Insane, they themselves also make a very, very early entry as well. It seems like they're okay with just leaving their usual drop spots and hope that if the circle hits into the Los Leonas here, we're going to loot up whatever compounds inside the Los Leonas and then hope to just stay there.
I'm just surprised. There was a clash in Chumacera as well. Los Hermanos and Shadow Blitz were right next to each other, but still for some reason no one took any shots. A little bit weird. No casualties yet. Such a slow start to the Miramar. Was not supposed to be slow.
It feels slow, but in my opinion, seeing how the map has been happening as well, and especially how teams are rotating this quickly, I don't think it's slow. They're just getting very, very quick in terms of just looting up. Like very minimal loots and then just push through inside the zone just because of the fact that this could be a urban warfare. They're just preparing for it. Especially for teams like Shadow Blitz, teams like Insane, from Gravity, from Likitha Esports as well. Whereas teams like Phoenix, White Walkers, 2OP Official, Mysterious4, and even Evolution MIZORAM, they're just going to full loot first before they push in. So there is a divide in opinion on this drop, on this circle itself.
For Evolution MIZORAM, the time's running away. All the way up north, too far away. This one's going to be a rough one. Mysterious4, they're heavily contesting that San Martin vicinity. And considering it's still out, they need to be quick. And this drop clash that we spoke of, Gravity Esports now, they're the one to close in against the players of MyG Los Hermanos. And Los Hermanos, as of now, things are a little bit different. The man strapped in the front is Zyrex, and utilities are being tossed against him as well. Shub, he wants to reposition as well. He's got his hands on the shock, and that can definitely help him quite a bit. But instead, Zyrex is just going to run out in the open, gets behind that vehicle. And luckily enough for Zyrex, Shub has got no idea where he is. But now finally he reveals himself with those shots. And Los Hermanos, they instantly try to reposition.
Well, the push is coming in from Gravity. They don't seem to be able to box him up. Xerax is a little bit afraid. He needs some sort of cover fire, but what's spotted out from Osiris from the sides. And that's going to be the confirmation coming in. Los Hermanos just losing bodies here as Gravity Esports makes a little bit of bounce back here. Them getting the chicken dinner seems like it has given them a little bit more confidence here to get aggressive. They've got the first pick, but seems like they've cleared out those angles and they're looking for an exit now. Los Hermanos, they want those revenge, but they just don't have the vehicles. As you can see, they are proned up. But it seems like Gravity, they just want to continue with this fight. They don't really want to bail out.
Gravity Esports, I guess, is pretty mad at the fact that the previous game they only had 4 elimination points, and this time they do not want to let it slip. But I don't really understand why they want to contest Chimasera. It's on the edge of the circle, it's not even a good position to have, but still Gravity Esports is forcing this fight. I just hope they do not end up digging their own grave, because that's going to be a really problematic start. Gravity Esports, look at Osiris, he's got no clue there's a man right behind him, and for some reason that man's not even taking shots. What? Gravity Esports, they've given a free pass.
Yep, Los Hermanos, they've lost Shogun, and now iQOO, he's just sitting outside. He's not made a move yet. Now finally takes a shot. You know, Osiris gets caught up. And just like that, Gravity Esports, they need to go in for the reset. iQOO stuck in a rock and a hard place, and now Gravity Esports, they decide to push out instead. iQOO looking for a clutch. He gets another knock as well. And Gravity Esports, they get completely bamboozled. Unfortunately, they just do not have the numbers, and Shub will be the ones that turns the table and takes them out. Los Hermanos, first team eliminated.
What was that from Los Hermanos? I just don't get it. They could have won that fight way before if Alto would have struck. But instead, Gravity Esports was given a free pass. And that's why they pushed up and got those eliminations confirmed. This is diabolical. Unacceptable, to be honest. And Gravity Esports, they just get free 4 elimination points. That's the way I look at it. But Shadow Blitz now, here to go for an instant third party. They've already got the man advantage in the fight since Los Hermanos did get 1 man down of Gravity Esports, and even the utilities from Exploser. That's going to get the second man knocked out. Osiris, the man was pinned in the corner, and he does have the surprise effect as he shuts down one of the players from the side of Shadow Blitz, but now still the man advantage is with them. And Shadow Blitz, it's a situation of 3-on-1, just 1 man standing for the foes. It's not going to take long for Gravity Esports to be eliminated from this game, and that's what Shadow Blitz do.
They lose 1, but they do get up 3 points themselves here. Nice little third party coming from Shadow Blitz here, and this has happened exactly the same thing here in the previous game. But As of yet, that's going to be the second team that gets eliminated, and that's going to be Gravity Esports. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the circle shift. It seems like it's not going to be in Los Leonas. No team has looted Los Leonas at all, so that's a lot of resources in this game, completely ignored throughout the game. And the circle shifts takes a hard shift down southeast as well. This is a big shift. Team Alpha in the middle, Team Insane makes their way there as well. GENxFM also looking from center control. BotArmyEsports also next to follow. But what about the rest who's outside? Shadow Blitz tanking the zone. 2 OP late. White Walker's late. This is not a lot of cover here, Necro.
And look at Evolution MIZORAM, still all the way back in the blue. What's going on with this team? Why do they always seem lost? Come on, guys, it's time to buckle up. You cannot be this slow with your rotations. Even though you wanted time to loot, but still, you should have been a little bit quick. Being this slow, being this sloppy will always get you eliminated, and that's why you're on the latter half of the board at the bottom in the overall standings. But Team Insane Esports, that's a freebie that they just got. Massive mistake from Ernie, and this time it's going to be punished. Team Insane now having the man advantage in the fight as well. If they want, they can press the matters, but I'm sure Insane's playing for placement.
What a shot. But BotArmyEsports now, the rotation. Well, they're not really rotating. They're inside the zone here. But fortunately for them, they're going to be A-okay. They have a small little compound to work with. Not exactly a lot of loots, but Insane, they themselves find themselves at home. Home ground now. With Aryan in the play here, seems like Team Insane, they are really playing a little bit more passive. Let's get a little bit more positions. But let's take a look at the replays here coming between a skirmish between GENxFM as well as Rivalry, which we did not catch. But it seems like Rivalry was able to get a couple knocks in on GENxFM, who was trying to exit out, put up a Rizzo. Weird little interaction, but no major fights since Los Hermanos and Gravity though.
Indeed. And Likitha Esports, another team with a slow start. Well-known players. A team that does have a decent bit of experience. The next circle, though, this time, it's going to shift up north. A little bit tilted on the right side. BotArmyEsports still in quite a solid spot. But losing Ernie in that position was definitely bad. They should not have lost out on Ernie. They need every single player to hold down that spot that they've got. Team Insane, with all the 4 men standing, they can definitely be a constant threat for the players of BotArmyEsports. Phoenix Esports as well, breaching it from the left side of the map. There's a huge cluster of teams just trying to breach inside of the circle from the left side, and that's where you will see a lot of third parties happen.
Oh, this is a huge shift as well. There's not a lot of space to work with. GENxFM, they are going to be hugging in the most corner of the southeast corner. They are going to be very happy in this zone that they do not need to suffer this much, because everybody else, they need to out-rotate everybody else, and there's not a lot of room to work with. I'm glad for GENxFM, but I hope they do well in the end games here, because every single team is going to be bleeding out of utilities now. And you can see the finish board as well. Esport Social, they've lost Fragger. Punisher was able to get a knock in.
Indeed. While Team Alpha, I mean, the position they've got, it's decent. But if they make too much noise, there's a chance they will be focused as well. So they need to be careful. And you know, when you are the center of focus, there's going to be a lot of problems. Shots coming in from all the directions. The moment you peek out, even for a second, you're knocked out. And I'm sure that's not what the players of Team Alpha want. But what you guys want is this beautiful Porsche 911 Carrera GTS. It looks absolutely beautiful in the game as well. IRL, it's quite tough to get, but in game, at least you've got a chance. So you might as well get inside of the game and give it a shot.
Speaking of a shot here,
oh my God!
What? White Walker is caught out in the open. Guru forced to disengage from Not Buggy. Is running side by side, but it is open hunting seasons here for Mysterious4 as they get a point for themselves. And Sketch instantly spots out Rollicon from the horizon. Gets a couple shots in. But at the same time here, Mysterious4, they're getting shot themselves here. Wants to try and pick up where Goku is. Naman smokes him up. Might be able to save him though.
I mean, for Phoenix Esports on the other side, a bit of those problems now created. As it's another team just ramming their vehicles on the compound of Phoenix Esports. They're not going to be your daily cake to eat. They are a tough one to chew, and that's what Phoenix Esports is here to tell. But at least there is a man down for Phoenix as well. Even Sombraj makes a massive mistake, and that he needs to pay the price for. Still, the opponents are in the game, but Phoenix Esports, they're down bad. They're hurt. A third party comes through from NINZA, as even they're desperate for the points. Here to get the consistent point flow, even on this map. And Phoenix Esports, they're in shambles. They're in a lot of trouble. Simp is the only person standing, and there's another man, Smoker, knocked out. Simp's utility is going to find a return knock against the players of NINZA. But what about the players of EVE?
Oh my goodness, Sim, he's getting bombarded as well. TOP official, they get the reset as well. This is going to buy time here for Phoenix. But here comes the spray. NINZA cleans them out. That's going to be points gathered. But it is now a 2 versus 2 potentially. As Sim will try and pick up Smoker. NINZA picks up Fierce as well. But all this gunfire has attracted Shadow Blitz. And now it's on Shadow Blitz whether or not if they want to crash this. Polos will be nading outside as well to try and clean them up. They are going to be able to get a decent amount of stock change for resources. But seems like Shadow Blitz, they are going to third party. It is Nanu with the nades on the direction of Phoenix as well as NINZA.
I told
what
you.
A fiasco.
On the left side of the map, there was a massive wave of enemies just breaching in. And third parties after third parties were ought to happen. And that's what's clearly happening right now as well. Shadow Blitz, do they know that there's 2 teams in this compound? Maybe not. They've made a raw push against the players of Phoenix Esports as of now, and they might just end up eliminating them as well. Smoker's the only person standing, but Smoker, individual heroic, saved the day as he gets that elimination point secured as well. But now he needs to get the revival on his fallen comrade first. Simp is still left knocked out.
Oh my goodness, Shadow Blitz, they went for a split push. They did not realize that NINZA was on top. And they get the jump. They take him out. And just like that, Shadow Blitz, they get completely dismantled. Smoker looking for the reset. Apollos goes for the pick, but Smoker one-pumps him. And now looking for a second. Unfortunately, could not do so. NINZA was able to win that fight. But a 5th party joins the fray as Team Insane finds an off angle onto his NINZA. This entire compound has been an absolute massacre here.
Even Team Insane's here to get the piece of the pie. Maxis with the utilities. Oh, that's too far away. I don't think that's going to land.
Okay.
Way too far away. For Team Insane, I'm sure they're not even going to try to commit to this fight fully. They've already got a decent spot inside of the circle. It's not the best, still on the edge, but it is at least something that they can work with. Forcing a fight against NINZA might just be digging your own grave, and that's not what Phoenix Esports wants to do. Or that's not what Team Insane wants to do. Next zone is also going to be extremely important. Mysterious4 on the other side. All the 4 players, they've got a decent spot. Rivalry as well, right in the smack center. For NINZA now, they need to deal with another team, and that's going to be Esport Social around the block. One man from Esport Social is a little bit isolated on the right, but instead NINZA, they prioritize positioning. All the 2 players pushing in tandem. The one was able to get the trade, but the second one's down low. And Esport Social, they might just have a chance to shut down the entirety of NINZA here.
And they do. Keliuji finds one more. They get the confirmation now, Chris, with the nade. Trying to isolate this fight here. It comes down to a 2v1 here, but NINZA, they go down. Apollos was sprayed from afar. Coffin was able to third party this. But Esport Social, they're hurting. And now Keliuji looking to try and pick up Chris OP. But they were able to fend off NINZA. Unfortunate demise there for them. But let's take a look at the zone. Where will it shift? Seems like it's going to shift down south even further.
Oh my god, Rivalry Esports now with the biggest advantage. All the teams on the back that are going to try to make it inside of the circle for Rivalry Esports, they can just keep on poking from that spot. And of course, once again, we're going to see an absolute hell-breaking lose moment. The moment one fight happens on the other side, there's going to be instant third parties back-to-back because everyone wants to capitalize and everyone wants a good spot. And points, of course. And as of now, for teams like Likitha Esports, they're chilling. They do not need to worry about too much.
Oh boy. Speaking of chilling here, look at the esports. Like you said, they're still a little bit far off here. Keliuji, he's trying to go for a little bit of a drifting maneuver. Caught out in the open, now prone out as well. Ray will look to try and confirm him. He's going to go down. And that's going to be Esport Social. Losing another player, leaving only 1 player remaining here. But look at the esports, however, they're still hearing all these gunshots. And Team Alpha, they need to push inside the zone. but they're trying to not let anyone through. Insane skedaddles past him. Ranveer forced to take shots in. He won't get the first knock through. Great setup here from Likitha Esports. And they're slowly thinning the herd right now.
Team Insane, that was such a random push. Did not even calculate properly. They just sent it. And Team Insane was like, yeah, you know what? Let's cross our fingers and hope for the best. And of course, they lost 2 players in that rotation. Sacrificial Lamps. But at least they've got Maxis still standing.
Yeah.
And I guess now Team Insane, they've also given up on the hope that the fact they can actually win the game. They're just here to get as many points as they can. We spoke about Evolution MIZORAM and how they were going for that late game rotation. And it seems like somehow they found themselves in a decent spot inside of the circle. That late game rotation kept them suppressed.
It may have helped them as well, considering the fact that there was just so much noise happening across the map. All they need to do is just avoid those noise. And just like that, they snuck through inside the zone. Well done there. But seems like Team Alpha, they themselves finally have to make a move here, as they are one of the 2 last teams that has not made inside the zone yet. But Likitha Esports from the low grounds has an angle on Alpha, needs to be careful as well. Spots the headshot on a lone boy. Goodbye. Good knock. That's going to be the helmet down, and Alpha is thinking about going for the push. It seems like he is going to try as well. Needs some sort of backup, but shots being fired from afar to try and zone him up. But he will close the distance. This time, Likitha Esports has to be very careful here. Same can be said for Alpha. But seems like Likitha Esports, they pick a lone boy up, puts him in the car, drives off. And they are able to regroup and reset this.
They indeed are. Likitha Esports, though, constantly being absolutely pushed. What can you do? Repositioning is your only friend. But Likitha Esports cannot keep on running that direction. There's going to be a foe. Soon they will meet. So Likitha now needs to go for a pit stop, and they need to try and defend this ground. That's the only possible thing they can do. The next zone shift, that's what everyone's waiting for. And the circle's going to shift down south even more. Actually centers on up, but still there's so much unplayable area that now the fights are going to start to happen even more. Likitha Esports trapped out in the open, not a good spot that they've got. It's Team Alpha constantly peppering from the back as well. Then you've also got GENxFM on the right. Yeah, Likitha Esports is in a really bad spot.
And Likitha Esports, yeah, they have a very small shack to work with, but that shack is just open to multiple angles. And like you said, they should be stuck out in the open as well. A little bit unfortunate for them. But Team Alpha, this time they are going to be holding the ridges. Meanwhile, Northwest here, BotArmyEsports still outside the zone. Rivalry on the north side of compounds, trying to gatekeep every single team from the north side. It is a free-for-all. And BotArmyEsports needs some sort of noise, some sort of happening in order for them to make the push. But with no noise in play, it seems like with the circle slowly closing in, they don't really have the choice. They have to make the first play.
Evolution MIZORAM, now they make the pounce against the players of GENxFM. For GENxFM, it's not the ideal start to the fight they wanted to have. 2 players are down, and Evolution MIZORAM now with the biggest chance to come out on top in this one. But still, the odds and the tables can be flipped anytime. One of the men from the side of GENxFM is actually going for the revival as well. Evolution MIZORAM, now is your time to make the push. If you keep on playing passive, problems will be there. But look at Team Alpha. Punisher, this man is right there, stuck in between the foes, and he's still somehow firing on all cylinders, taking down the players of BotArmyEsports one after one, and everyone ignored Punisher.
Oh my goodness, but wow, this is happening as well. Likitha Esports, they saw the crash, and the lone boy with an off angle gets the knock in, and that's going to be Team Alpha slowly dismantled here. They lose 2, and Coffin dropping down really low, and Ranveer says, we are going to push up. Likitha Esports will be the dominators of the South as of yet. They will try and clean them all up. Adonis, Coffin, finally gets the reset, but they get the knock on Ranveer here from Coffin. That's huge from Coffin. The return fire from a lone boy chips him away, but no knocks yet. Likitha Esports may have dropped the ball here.
What? How did Rivalry Esports die? Rivalry Esports had one of the best spots in the entire circle. They had a solid compound, they had the high ground to play with, but I guess Mysterious4x just pushed up and eliminated them from the game. That is crazy. Rivalry Esports not able to defend that ground down. Oof. That's going to sting them. That's going to give them nightmares tonight. But as of now, Likitha Esports, they've got different plans. It's Team Alpha in the front, and 2 players only standing for Team Alpha, Coffin and Adonis. These 2 players, they've got a Herculean task to try and eliminate the players of Likitha Esports and at least break through the shackles, but breaking through this deadlock is going to be extremely tough.
Oh my goodness, they've got so many days. They need to get the confirmation on Ranveer. A lone boy is literally single-handedly keeping them at bay every single time they pick. They try to push up. They're getting shot here, and they do not have a way to shut him out. Now, resets once more from Likitha Esports to try and pummel them. As the circle slowly closes in, it forces them out in the open to Likitha Esports here. A very slow and brutal death here for Team Alpha. But Likitha Esports, they put on so much pressure. This is taking way too long for them to actually clean them up. And while they're distracted with that fight, inside on the east side here, Evolution, MIZORAM, and GENxFM has been hugging the corners of this compound for the longest of time. But even then, the circle is going to force both these teams to get out. But what happened? Sukuna, he got picked off. Confident was able to find Sukuna on the sides here from Likitha Esports.
Indeed. But still, for Team Alpha, how can you break in? That's the question. Even if you are able to find those knocks, even if you are able to get those points, maybe. But how are you still supposed to breach inside of the circle when you've got a team like Likitha Esports watching you constantly? GENxFM down to just a 2-man squad. Evolution MIZORAM now constantly being a big pain in the foot. But what can Evolution MIZORAM do to try and get rid of the players of GENxFM? This nade, it's going to be on the mark, and that's also going to find the knock. That's Story on down. And now for GENxFM, this is the right moment to strike. It's the right moment to make that pounce. DBS in the hands of Dippo, and he really does want to make sure that the opponents are being punished for what they did to his teammates. But GENxFM instead a little bit hesitant. They've pushed up close, they want to stop that revival from coming through, but they got to be a little bit quick on the trigger.
Seems like GENxFM, they've realized that they are not on the second floor, and while they're engaging the guy teams on the inside here, Damu is looking outside. Seems a little bit miscoordinated, but Evolution MIZORAM, they are going to try and push out now, going for the flush. Damu gets the first knock through. Mistakes were made. No trades here. He finds another one. But he will eventually get taken out by Evolution MIZORAM. They're doing it. They get the squad wipe. But they need to get the reset here. 15 seconds left before the circle completely closes in. Dreon, he's going to try and pick himself up. It's right in the corner. Are they in the zone though? Yes, they are. Barely in the edge though.
Yeah, barely making it. Team Insane Esports, now they've got their eyes pinned on Evolution MIZORAM. So how is Evo MIZORAM supposed to get out of that spot? Mysterious4, they're constantly just aggressing on towards teams, and eventually Mysterious4, they also wipe out the entirety of Likitha Esports. That's a big team down, and that's also going to give the opening for Team Alpha to actually make the entrance towards the circle, and Team Alpha now should start playing like Team Alpha. Mysterious4, the 2 split they've got. Both the players are knocked out. If Team Alpha makes the pounce right now, they can have 2 free elimination points.
Oh boy, but the problem is Team Alpha is all by himself. Coffin is the last man standing. And I don't think they realize that Mysterious4 is down that low. They eventually bleed out. And now Goku is going to be running out open here. The sprays comes in from Coffin looking for those connections, and he won't get it. He has done it. He has survived it all. The solo warriors are doing it. And now Evolution MIZORAM, they've got the numbers, but Maxus is going to try thin the herd. He's going to look for the second one as well. It is a battle of 1v1v1s now. Ralicon going to be tanking the zone. Now it comes down to Maxus versus Coffin in this final endgame zone. In a 1 versus 1. How did it happen to this stage now?
How did Evolution MIZORAM just throw that game? For some reason, it felt like they did not even have meds, but they just ended up wiping out GENxFM. That's a little bit weird. What happened there? This could have been such a good game for them. But now for Team Alpha, they've got a solid shot at winning this one. They've already got 8 finishes. If they do end up eliminating that final man of Team Insane, that's going to be 19 points if they do get the chicken. For Team Insane as well, they've got 6, which means a 17-point chicken dinner is waiting. But who is it going to be? A 1v1 between Maxus and Coffin. And Coffin is the man who's pulled off insane clutches even in the previous year. In 2025, he's got one of the highlight moments And this one, it might just be the second one brewing up in 2026.
It might be as well. Team Alpha, considering that they were pinned by Likitha Esports for the longest of time, they held on, and now Coffin out in the open, he gets the spray through, and he will get the confirmation. Team Alpha, they have done it. They won the winner chicken dinner. Coffin has done it, has clutched it big time. A near impossible task, survived all the way to the end, takes out Mysterious4, takes out Maxus, and clutching the chicken dinner. What a game from Coffin.
Crazy stuff from Team Alpha in general, right? For a moment, we thought that Team Alpha is done for, especially when Likitha Esports was constantly keeping them. But then Mysterious4 once again makes that push against the players of Likitha, eliminates them. Even Mysterious4 gets third-partied by a team completely the far fray. So both the players were knocked out as well. And then later on, even Mysterious4 gets eliminated by the hands of Coffin. So it was just perfectly set out for the man. I'm still a little bit surprised with the fact that how did Rivalry Esports die to Mysterious4?
Yeah, I was a little bit confused as well. But let's take a look at the final moments here as well between GENxFM and Evolution MIZORAM as well. GENxFM, they had the high ground. They were one of the reasons why every single team outside was getting pummeled as well because of the lighthouse. But while they're doing that as well, Evolution MIZORAM actually pushed them, which resulted in them getting put into as a 2v2, and then eventually it came down to a scenario where they tried to go in for the exit, but it was completely shut down by Maxus, which in this case, Team Insane was one of the first teams to make it into the center, was picked off mid-rotation, losing 3 players, leaving Maxus here as a solo warrior. So it was a very difficult push. Yeah. But well done for surviving all the way to the top 2 here, I would say, for Team Insane.
I know, right? For Team Alpha, with this sort of a performance now, they might have just nailed that position down to the top 8 because they just needed one big game just like this. And now Team Alpha, they've got remarkable amount of points in the overall standings. But still, the question remains here, IC. There are still so many teams on the latter half of the board. Team Insane is the only team that we saw some signs of improvement from. Yeah, it was a decent game even for the side of Evolution MIZORAM, but I know they do not have a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. But for all things considered here, well done to Team Alpha. They're still in the top, and with a near impossible moment in that scenario, surviving and clutching a chicken dinner, I think that's the highlight for today.
Without a doubt, that's got to be the highlight. For Mysterious4, we also did see a lot of those aggressive moments, not scared of the opponents. That's one of the best possible things. And taking away Rivalry spot in their hands, even that was crazy, because I'm sure not even a single sane team would actually think of pushing on Rivalry, especially when they've got the prime spot. But for now, we got to toss to a short break before we move on towards the last game of the day. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. And yeah, Salty, watching Evolution MIZORAM throw that game in such an awkward way, it's definitely caught me off guard. But even Rivalry Esports, even though they had a commanding spot in the final few moments, they had the high ground to play with, and the only compound in the end circles, they still somehow lost that fight to Mysterious4.
I think for Rivalry Esports, it's like a switch, right? They turn on and they turn off within a second. We saw day 2 for Rivalry Esports. Everything was going well in their favor. They were getting comebacks, they were getting good matches in their favor, they were getting high finishes. But now it seems like all of a sudden that rivalry has sort of died down. I still don't want to take hopes away from them because they've done the heavy lifting already, but now it's time for survival. And with the matches that are left to go, I think for Rivalry, only one thing that they've got to ensure is they remain consistent throughout those matches.
And to be honest, Team Alpha, they made something out of nothing. And if you guys want to look like Alphas, you better get your hands on this Royal Enfield bike. Of course, the Continental GT650, it's my favorite. What about you?
I think I like the classics. I am more into a little bit of old school. The Classic 350 is one of my go-tos because my dad owns one as well. I did mention it to IC that I think I'm going to get one inside of the game and then possibly get one in real life.
I mean, of course, you can get it in real life. Come on, you earn enough, you can own it easily.
No, man, I'm actually broke.
I don't believe that.
Necro talked about being a millionaire soon. I think once he does become a millionaire, I'm going to get a Porsche and a Royal Enfield.
That's too much. The man's asking now. Maybe we got to start talking about the teams once again. That's better for me. But yeah, I was speaking of Team Alpha, right? And to be honest, the way Coffin was able to secure a chicken dinner, it feels like the game was just gifted to the man. And the way Likitha Esports got eliminated by the players of Mysterious4 once again, I'm loving that fearless approach from Mysterious4. Taking fight against Rivalry Esports, then later on sending it against the players of Likitha Esports as well. Mysterious Esports is doing a good job in that, but I just feel like now they got to work on their closures.
Absolutely. But of course, we have to talk about the MVP of that last game. Coffin, you did mention about how Team Alpha were extremely brilliant. Me and IC had a chat about this. The Team Alpha, they love the map of Miramar. They know every single nooks and crannies, and it seems like Coffin once again just showcases his talent and his potential on this map. 5 eliminations, 975 points of damage. Brilliantly done. Team Insane as well. Max getting those 4 eliminations. You've got Kunal as well from Mysterious4 who had some eliminations on the board. Not really a lot of points from Mysterious4, which can cause problems, but today has been a fantastic day for them in terms of consistency. All that they got to do is to maintain it and keep it going.
19 points secured from them. Mysterious4 as well getting 14. Team Insane Esports as well getting 12 points. And Evolution MIZORAM, a game that could have been a chicken dinner. They only ended up getting 8 points in total, which is honestly unacceptable. They should have had double digits at least on the board. Likitha Esports as well just getting 8 points. NINZA 6 points in this game. That's not enough for NINZA to sustain a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, problems are arising for NINZA, to be honest, because they are right at the edge, 98 points, tied up with GENxFM as well. Rivalry Esports, by the way, have moved out of the top 8. Now, that is going to be brutal because there was a point where they were inside the top 4 after the first 2 days, but now, due to their inconsistencies, 97 points, they're still close. But I don't really know if they're going to be happy staying there in the second half of the leaderboard.
Maybe Rivalry Esports is going to pull off an FS Esports, and once again tomorrow they might just be back in the top 8. Anything can happen. We have seen some insane catapults in the overall standings before too. Team Insane Esports with 93 points. BotArmyEsports as well. That's another one of those teams I've got a lot of personal expectations from. But BotArmyEsports, they are to lose.
You have to look at the gap in between top 4 and top 5, right? There's a drastic difference of more than 30 points in between. And that is where the vacuum really lies. From 5th to the 12th position, there's not really a lot of difference. Have a look at that. It's almost like 18 points that separates Mysterious4 and Shadow Blitz, which does tell us that anything can happen. One big game for Shadow Blitz, they will be able to push through.
And still the fact that teams like Phoenix Esports haven't really woken up, the entire vacuum just gets even worse if that does happen. So the other teams now need to start waking up as soon as possible, because imagine if all the top 4 heavy hitters start fragging out once again, the amount of vacuum that's going to be there at the top is going to be insane. And of course the teams on the latter half of the board will struggle even more.
You know, I think we missed the conversation of the cutoff, so I want to know from you what you think the cutoff of this group is going to be, because in my opinion, because of that vacuum, the cutoff is actually going to be pretty low in this one.
Yeah, the funny part is, you said somewhere around 142.
I said 145. I thought that the mid pack is going to be...
for this group is crazy.
You said 147!
For the previous one.
So
it's the Group
what?
C.
Doesn't really matter. That is a very high cutoff.
The points are well distributed in Group C, all right? There's still a chance it might go 147, but 145 for this group is actually insane. Were you in your right mind?
Well. Again, nonetheless, I think it's all about predictions. And Necro, by the way, my predictions inside of the Grind 2026 have been going phenomenally well. So who knows what can happen? You never really can predict the future, can you? I can see the future.
My cutoff prediction is 132. For this group.
132. It's actually fair. I mean, considering they have about 7 matches remaining left to be played, the bottom team and the top 8 position is around 98 points. So 30 more points in the 7 games, that's decent, that's average. I think you are on the right track. I'm going to give it that. He's on the right track, guys.
It's a pretty balanced one. And for Group C, my cutoff prediction was 147. I generally do think that, especially in the final few games, especially when they've only got the final 6 games left over, all these teams on the latter half of the board are at least on the verge of being kicked out of the top 8. They're going to start to try as hard as possible. And that's when we'll see a bit of that points flow coming through around that table as well.
It is needed as well. I feel like I want to see signs of life, especially from the teams who are struggling right now. We get to see that from teams like Gravity Esports, who have been trying to place themselves in the top 3 positions consistently. They did that on the map of Erangel. They kind of did that on the map of Miramar. Yes, the numbers of finishes is still not high enough, but I feel like, yes, the signs of life are certainly there.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure the signs of life are going to be back once again with the boys of White Walkers. Because if they're not, then, well, today's day is pretty much wasted for them. White Walkers throughout the entire day, they've not been able to perform. They've only played 2 games so far. They've got 1 more game of Miramar to go. And if White Walkers does not wake up, it's going to be a problem. Guys, once again, and this is for the last time in the day. As we do know, this is a wake-up call for all the teams on the last page, or maybe for the teams in the bottom 5, because they're now slacking off way too back. And this plane flat path, it's tilted completely on one side of the map, Salty, all the way down south, starting from Puerto Paraiso towards Monte Nuevo. This plane flat path, man, it's going to be a major issue for these teams.
Not just an issue, I guess. It's going to be a nightmare for majority of these teams, especially the ones who love to go towards the north. We've seen circles on the map of Miramar quite heavily favor regions of either the extreme northern fringes, possibly towards the La Cabrera and the Oasis region, or somewhere around Los Leones. What remains to be seen is which is the team, of course, who kind of comes out on top. You still have the map standings on the left-hand side of your screen, and you saw LHS as well as Team Alpha just dominating on that standing. But we'll find out if there are other names who can possibly make amends and come back on the overall standings. Meta NINZA and another one of those teams are going towards Partona, so we're in for an initial battle, Necro.
Definitely. Seems like it. Meta NINZA, as you mentioned, having a bit of that drop clash towards Partona. And it's one of those places that you do not really see a drop clash brew up because teams just do not drop there.
Yeah.
But this time around, a lot of these teams, they decided to adapt on the fly, and that's why we'll definitely see those pit stop clashes a bit more. Phoenix Esports still trying to glide all the way towards El Pozo. The plane flat path wasn't too brutal on them, but for Meta NINZA now taking shots against Rivalry. Man, it's such a bad start for Rivalry Esports. Almost 2 players could be knocked out, but they've still got 1 man down, which is not a good thing at all. And Shadow, the man's literally on the run. He wants to hunt down the players of Rivalry Esports, and Rivalry's down to just a 3-man squad, and Shadow's already pushed up.
Absolutely. Meta NINZA, they need to utilize this timing, cannot let Rivalry Esports reset back into this fight. But the problem stands, Necro, as where are the rest of the players? It's Shadow who is already closing the distance. The weapons are there, no ammunitions to be found, no helmets, no vest, no utility, just 30 bullets in the chamber. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Shadow might just run into a death trap. Does he know that the opponents, or at least majority of them, are already left? And now there's just 1 man from Rivalry Esports around the block. Utilities being tossed out from Meta NINZA. There is a man on the outskirts as well. Rivalry Esports, they're trying their best to fight back. It's Arklin who was taking those shots. And even another player gets knocked out from Rivalry Esports. It's like they're not even in competition for the players of Meta NINZA. And of course they were sopping up as well. That's a different thing. But Meta NINZA, they just run them down like they're nothing.
This is pressure that has been built up by Meta NINZA, right? Especially with those initial shots coming in from Shadow. Just like you mentioned, softening them down, getting the early advantage in this fight as well. It's Arklin who is down already, and the rest of the 2 players, they're nowhere near to try and get that player back up. Meta NINZA will, of course, have to find out, search out for where the rest of the 2 players are. I believe Meta NINZA is going to overextend. They want to finish off that fight extremely quick. But what remains to be seen is, are there going to be 4 players up and alive for Meta NINZA at the end of that fight? They will have to be very efficient. They have been struggling on the overall standings. They are at the edge of that top 8 as well. Cannot let that slip up.
Now there's only Two players standing for Rivalry Esports. Arklin was trying to back away, but even he gets caught and eliminated from the game. For NINZA, it's a dream start. 2 elimination points off the rip, that too pretty much freebies that they've got. And for Rivalry Esports, it just blows. Getting caught in midway like that, I'm pretty sure they never saw this coming.
One very important point is that Rivalry and NINZA are almost neck to neck on the overall standings. NINZA with 98 points, they are into the top 8. Rivalry with 97. They have just been dethroned of that top 8 position, and now they are in the second half of that leaderboard. And this initial loss, it's actually going to hurt them even more.
Seems like it.
Giving away their finish points to their toughest rivals, to their closest competitors, I think that is something which Rivalry would have been looking to avoid, but nonetheless.
I guess Rivalry at this point, they just need to worry about the fact that they're slipping way too back in the overall standings. And how can they really try and patch it up? I don't know. They've only got 2 men standing now. It seems impossible. Evolution MIZORAM. Oh, that's a bit of a problem from Oxygen. Took those shots but found nothing. And took those shots absolutely nowhere. Especially when the enemy was already around the corner. That's when he went for those shots, and that just gave his own position away. And now Shogun pulls out the Mini 14. Luckily enough, Oxygen was able to at least get the man down. And instantly gets the confirmation as well. It's lost Hermanos. They've lost out on big man. But the remaining 2 players, they instantly make the push in tandem. They do not want to waste any time. They do not want to make sure that the opponents aren't going to get the reset instantly. So Los Hermanos, pretty quick on the feet. Utilities as well, being tossed out, and Los Hermanos is dope. The man's not even concerned of the foes. And what was he doing? Still patching up even though he saw Dope push up the stairs.
I mean, it's just miscommunication between the players of Los Hermanos at this point. Not Los Hermanos, pardon me for that, between Evolution, MIZORAM. This is also one of the first times that LHS has actually been challenged on the lands of Los Leones. They usually never get drop clashed. I love this approach coming in from Evolution MIZORAM. Looking to take on the top dogs, but it seems like it's just way too difficult. Possibly just out of their league at this point. One man standing, Ralakon, knows exactly that the chase is going to be there. 3 players might just push up onto his compound.
You want me to be honest? I feel like this fight, the only reason why Evolution MIZORAM lost it, or not the only reason, one of the reasons why Evolution MIZORAM lost it, it's because of Oxygen whiffing those first few shots. If he would not have whiffed those shots, if he would have connected those shots, Evolution MIZORAM would have had 1 more man up with full HP. And they could have actually held that spot down pretty well.
I mean,
and of course, Los Hermanos, they're better in all the aspects. That's also one of the facts.
Exactly, right? I mean, that is exactly what I was trying to say. Evolution MIZORAM, for them, firepower has been a cause of problems. And once again, it seems like we get to see that in display. But one of the problems for LHS is going to be the fact that they love to keep their foremen alive till the ending stages of Miramar. It is one of their strongest suits to have all those angles covered, especially when the final circle comes around. But this time, they are going to be missing the services of Shogun. We'll find out if that does hurt LHS and their performance, but it seems like NINZA, they've gotten somebody knocking on their doors, and it is the lads from Esport Social, Fragger. We've seen him pull off some amazing performances, a little bit of that pin switch coming through with the smoke to try and bait out that lad, but it seems like he is way too calm. A 1v1 in this situation. Fragger does have the DBS, Shadow 7 looking to capitalize on the opportunity, but this is where backup arrives, Necro.
And NINZA, they're ready for this one. Fragger now, its roles reversed. He was the one who wanted to make the push on the trapped man of NINZA, but now he himself is trapped. And Esport Social, this is such a bad position to be in. Utilities being tossed against Fragger. Where can you go? They're just doing too much damage. Eventually, the man gets caught as well. And Nate's going to find the knock. Fragger's down. The remaining 2 players, they try to make the push up as well. They try to get that cover. And Kolyu, he's able to find that instant trade as well. But it does not matter. Man advantage is still with the opponents.
Absolutely. NINZA, they tried to have the formation. One player in the back lines just could not really deal with that heavy pressure coming through. NINZA, of course, they're going to be a little sad about the fact that Apollo and his services will not be available. That is considerable amount of firepower being taken out of the picture, but it's still fine because they have the finishes on the cards. I guess 5 eliminations is what they have initially. A good start for NINZA, barring that one casualty that they did suffer. But look at the circle, Necro, that is taking us to the shorelines of Impala. Team Alphas, they're going to be extremely happy, along with Mysterious4.
Zone taking a shift up north. There's also Mysterious4 just breaching in from that northern side. Then you've also got BotArmyEsports towards left. And Team Alpha from the south. For Team Alpha, things have been really good. The first 2 games, Team Alpha has been getting a lot of points. And now in this game as well, it seems like Team Alpha has a promising position. And they want to continue with this one. There's also going to be a huge wave of vehicles moving in soon. So Alpha, they got to be careful off the back lines. But having a look at the replay of how exactly NINZA kicked things off in this one. Rivalry Esports, yeah, they were just trying to glide to the designated drop spot, but they got caught off guard since NINZA dropped down first, got their hands on better weaponries, and shot them down in midair.
I love flight paths like this. I love circles like this as well. Just forces these players to even duke it out on a map like Miramar. Everybody likes to take it passive. Everybody likes to keep their players alive, especially when you've got circles that close in on Lost Leonis. You know it's going to be the numbers game at the end, but then the circle shifts into the shorelines and throws all of these teams off guard. Team Rivalry suffered because of it. NINZA, they are going to be quite happy, but I feel sorry for that lad, Coffin. He's actually stuck. That is a weird place to get stuck.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Coffin was trying to do. He wanted to get on top, but yeah, messed up. Seemed like his vehicle was stuck as well.
This is what happens when you are on the map of Miramar, isn't it? I mean, the terrain just does not allow a lot of vehicles to move past comfortably. And then here is my crush, Rebel Rogue Fox. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you upgrade to the Royal Pass. It is brilliant. You also get the DP28. Have a look at this. Gravity Esports. They have spotted the 2 remaining players of Rivalry and they're hot on the chase. Shots do come in from Osiris, but don't really connect much. Rivalry Esports, they're still on the run, but can Gravity chase them down? Big question.
That's a good question. For Rivalry Esports, since they've only got 2 players standing, they really do want to avoid as much smoke as they can. Team Alpha from the top. Alpha himself, he's going to get the confirmation on that man of GENxFM. That's 1 finish point already acquired. Spotting the players of Rivalry Esports, making that rotate towards Chumasera. Not towards Chumasera, towards Impala, my bad. GENxFM as well around the block. Lost Hermanos as well now making it towards Impala. There's a lot of teams just trying to contest Impala, and it makes a lot of sense. It's also the centric part of the circle, but this fight between Gravity Esports and BotArmyEsports, Osiris falls down. Gravity down to man, just 1 man in the front, and shots are taken. But for some reason, Viper, he was not able to find the knock. Shoop, the man still barely standing with a sliver of HP. The man scraped up and scratched. For Gravity, now doing anything is impossible. That final man, he just needs to patch himself up.
Good control of the factory building, by the way, BotArmyEsports. They are in a lovely position and, of course, looking to pounce on any prey that comes close to them. This time it was Gravity. And have a look at this. It seems like another uninvited guest comes knocking on the doors. It will be the lads from EVEX2OP. Instant shutdown comes through as Viper Bolte. Too good on that shotgun. Shuts down EVEX2OP in a flash. That is one of the quickest eliminations that I've seen so far.
BotArmyEsports, luckily enough, they survived that wrath. And yeah, being able to wipe out the foes in such a great manner, that definitely does take a lot of skill. Fortunately enough for that player, he was not focused, but as of now, NINZA, they're focusing on just that 1 man who's right up top. And I guess they know it's the man from Rivalry Esports too. They know they do not have enough men to defend themselves, and that's why NINZA, they want to push up close and personal. But still a little bit hesitant on the fact that the opponent has a shotgun, and they do not just want to run in head first.
Having seen past performances, Ayush Oji is one of those men that can actually turn this fight around. Of course, numbers advantage is not in his favor. It's a 1v4, but he is one of those men who can turn it around. And talking about turning it around, it seems like LHS, they are in a deep world of trouble. They came in calling against GENxFM. They wanted to take this fight in a 1-8. Dope! Lovely little cook over there. Brilliant timing, and 2 players just banished from this map. That is brilliant counter from Los Hermanos. GENxFM, they are going to be kicking themselves.
That was impressive. Perfect time and a bit of luck as well involved. What matters is that you came out on top, but Ayush, he lets the opponent slip. It's not a good news. All the folks from NINZA now pushing in tandem, and eventually iQOO gets knocked out. Rivalry Esports defending that spot was impossible, but at least they have managed to punch the players of NINZA in the gut. And even NINZA is now down to a two-man squad.
That was a liver shot. That was a great shot, by the way. Taking the first player down, but the nade just came in through NINZA. I think they did not anticipate this, and now have a look at this. They have been brought down to 50% firepower. 2 players left alive. It is going to be White Tiger as well as Fierce. 6 eliminations shared between the two. Now they've gotten themselves a good position as well, but problems are still going to be there because from the map feed, Necro, there's Team Insane, there's Rivalry as well, and in the distance, now they're battling against BotArmy.
Oh, that was a precise spray. The man almost could be knocked out. Next circle shift's going to be important for every single team towards Impala, and it's actually going to shift right on top of Impala as well. That means the chaos, it's going to be held even longer. Team Insane Esports. They're the other team inside of Impala. There's Los Hermanos a little bit in the outskirts, but Los Hermanos maybe now it's time to contest the high ground. Team Alpha, look at that split they've got. Alpha all the way on top, on the southern side, while the remaining players of Team Alpha are all the way on the northern side.
That is surprising, by the way. I did not expect that to happen, but same can be said for Mysterious4 as well, as they just line up on the shoreline. They don't really want to contest for the lands of Impala. It seems like this urban battle will be left to teams like Insane, NINZA, Rivalry, and the rest of the lads. Meanwhile, Los Hermanos, Mysterious4, they're going to be playing it from the edges. It will be interesting to find out who does come out on top, but Team Alpha, this is something special that they're cooking.
Alpha now want to reunite with their teammate. Punisher and Adonis. And there's Coffin coming through from the back lines. If Team Alpha does get their hands on the high ground, the position will be supreme. And it's not even a question, they will have a lot of intel to work with and possibly finish points too. Shadow Blitz on the bottom left. Still in the outskirts, and if Team Alpha does get a good spot in their hands, then for Shadow Blitz, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. So Shadow Blitz, they need to start working right now, but Shadow Blitz has got no clue what Team Alpha's doing. White Walkers, those shots against Likitha Esports did scrape them up a little bit, did scratch them up, but it's not enough to get the knock.
Talking about the knock, it seems like White Walkers, they were unaware of Likitha Esports and their presence. Still battling the circle. Not all the players inside. Vegito trying to make his presence felt outside the circle, trying to clean up the back lines, but 2 real threats still remain. One being Likitha Esports, one being Phoenix Esports as well. For White Walkers, I think it is not safe to just venture inside the circle. Right now, they've got to hold on, let the other teams pass by. Surprisingly, Likitha Esports, they do have a high ground for themselves, but it's still very isolated. I don't think they're going to have any impact in the fight that's happening inside of Impala, but have a look at this fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, Gravity Esports, that previous push they made, that was a major blunder.
It was a blunder, but have a look at this. This was probably worse. I don't know what was Team EVEX2OP thinking. They knew that there was a third party. They were possibly looking at the finish feed and thought that there might be a couple of those players knocked down, chipped out as well. Possibly the greatest timings for a third party, but that was not the case. The formations inside the factory was scintillating.
Mysterious4 spotting the entirety. Phoenix Esports make that rotate. Shots are taken, but nothing's found. And Mysterious4 is one of those teams that's not scared of the foes anymore, by the way. Previous game, they were taking fights left, right, and center. Did not even care what the outcome could be. But they still made the push and went for the fight. And that fearless approach is something that can get you a lot further. Team Alpha from the top, they rain down death and destruction on the boys of Phoenix Esports, and within a blink of an eye, the entirety of Phoenix Esports, they've been eliminated. What just happened there?
Battle between table toppers. Talking about toppers, it seems like Team Alpha, they are on the top of the world. You mentioned how crucial this high ground position is, and it seems like it's just turning out to be exactly the same. Team Alpha, brilliant lines of sight on top of Phoenix Esports. Punisher had that direct sight on top of every single one, and he did not miss a single bullet. Striking fear, striking death, striking destruction in the hearts of Phoenix Esports. They've been sent back to the lobby, and now it's Team BotArmy. who are going to be receiving the same treatment.
What are these knocks they're getting? And for some reason, BotArmyEsports as well, they're too exposed. Should have been a little bit careful. They should have probably heard the shots. But still, somehow, for some reason, did not even care about Team Alpha's positioning. And now Los Hermanos, even they're present. And I'm sure Alpha is a little bit paranoid about Los Hermanos' presence.
I think the distance for Bot Army was way too much, so the sound cues don't really travel that much. But you can get a sense of what exactly is happening. This is going to be one of those hotly contested high ground locations. Bot Army should have been aware about that. Nonetheless, they've got Mysterious4 right underneath them. And I think that is going to be the safest spot where Team Alpha don't really have a single line of sight on you.
BotArmyEsports. At least the players are back up, so that's a good thing. Shadow Blitz still on the southern side, and look at this. Mysterious4, they try to pull off a sneaky move, but Punisher from top, he punishes them. One man down, done and dusted. Adonis from the back lines, his position's compromised as well, but Mysterious4, they're trapped. Nowhere to go. Team Alpha, they've got the high ground to play with. Mysterious4, they can't do anything in this fight. The only thing they can hope for is at least someone from Team Alpha gets knocked out from somewhere.
These nades that actually come in, can they do some damage will be my question. The arc of the nade, the trajectory, it's going to be very difficult to land on top of Team Alpha.
Oh my god, what?
You can't predict, but that was one of those nades that is exactly what I'm talking about. Punisher just barely surviving by skin of his teeth, but you've got one player who's at the distance. Look at the split that Team Alpha have. We've also got Team LHS trying to fight for that same territory, but I don't think they're going to get nowhere near that Team Alpha is. This is supreme control of the circle.
Dope try to climb that, but I'm not sure if he's going to be successful. Instead, he just waits in the back lines. Likitha Esports, 3 players still surviving. Everyone knows that Team Alpha's got a supreme spot. And everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up, so at least it can be shifted away from Team Alpha. But is that really going to happen? Is that really going to be the course of action? Shadow Blitz, they're constantly just on that spot, not even making a lot of noise. And luckily enough for Shadow Blitz, even Team Alpha's not looking at that spot, so it's all good in the hood. As long as Team Alpha's not focused on them, Shadow Blitz is alive. The next circle shift, it's going to be important for the entire lobby. If it's going to be shifting right on top of Team Alpha, the game's done.
Ooh, but look at this shift, by the way. On top of Impala, this seems to be like an urban finish, by the way. Shadow Blitz taken completely aback from that shift itself. They were hoping for a southern shift, but now it seems like they will be on the move. Team Alpha, by the way, they're still inside the circle, so nothing really to worry about. But how long are they going to be holding this high ground will be my question, because they can't really delay this too much. They will have to get inside of Impala, get a couple of compounds for themselves, and that is exactly that they're doing. The timing is precise. This is good stuff coming in from Team Alpha.
It indeed is good stuff. Likitha Esports. Look at them. Just revolving and rotating around Team Insane. And oh no, unfortunately for Team Insane Esports, they're going to be able to find that one elimination point easily. It's quite fortunate for them. Likitha Esports, a little bit unlucky in that factor. And that split between the boys of Likitha Esports, it's too much. To close that split, that's going to require quite a bit. Right now, he's finally sending it towards this boy, but I'm sure he's probably going to get sprayed down by the players of Team Insane who are right there. And just look at the city of Impala. There's so many teams around this block.
Yeah, of course. One of those players out there taking a lot of attention towards himself. It is Mysterious4, I guess, who was out in the open. You cannot go out in the open, especially when it's urban circles like these. You've got to stay put as long as the circle allows you to. Back up your resources and keep yourself ready, because the fights can begin anytime. And it's not going to be a small 4v4 fight. It's going to be an absolute brawl. You never really know from which angle that you're going to get third-partied, from which angle you're going to get intercepted. There are multiple teams in different stories, having different heights. The topography is brilliant. And of course, look at this bird's eye view. The eagle just shows us everything. NINZA do have a lovely compound to work with. They are at the smack center. They've got Mysterious4 right next to them.
Indeed.
You've got White Walkers, you've got Team Alphas who've actually made it as well. Team Insane finding a little corner for themselves. It's all about holding those positions, but as soon as the circle does shift, are you ready to leave your stronghold and go out in the open and take those fights? That's a big question, Necro.
But looking at the circle as well, it seems like it's not going to be a curve-pollic shift anymore. Even if it is a curve-pollic shift, there's still going to be a decent bit of Impala in that circle. So it's all good. NINZA, the only thing they need to worry about is going to be Team Alpha, even Mysterious4 and Rivalry Esports is that one player. So for NINZA, problems are going to be there throughout the entirety of the final few moments. The next zone shift is going to be extremely important once again for all the teams. If Team Alpha's position is still going to be in contention, then Alpha is going to be the one to rain down death and destruction. But if it does shift away towards the city, then Alpha will need to leave that comfort zone and move inside of the city themselves, and the chance of Alpha getting to chicken dinner goes down even more.
This zone shift is basically the go call for majority of the teams out there. You mentioned it correctly, Team Alpha, they will need to push inside the city a little more. A couple of their players, they're still outside. You've got one player who's still battling the zone as well. It is the players of Shadow Blitz who don't really have that much real estate to work with. Likitha Esports just playing in from the edges, lying as low as they possibly can. NINZA are going to be extremely happy, barring the fact that they just lost two of their most important players, Shadow and Apollo, down early on. They needed that firepower, that added man advantage, but this time it seems like it's not going to be in their favor. Majority of the teams have actually lost bodies along the process. It's just Team Alpha who are coming into this fight 4-man strong, and that is going to be their greatest stronghold.
Oh, Dope. The man's going to be consumed by the blue soon. Dope's on the run. Not sure why he was so late to rotate, but look at Team Alpha. I told you, the moment the zone shifts away from Team Alpha's comfort zone, the chance of them getting a win goes down even more. Mysterious4 now, they're going to be the one to knock on the doors of NINZA, and to hold this spot down, it might just be impossible for them. Mysterious4, they've already found a successful knock. There's just one more man lying, and he's going for that stick. Wants the revival to come through, and look at Numan. He's pushed it so deep, that nade, it might just get the re-knock, but no, the fears. He runs around the corner pretty quick, so he's going to be safe for now. Numan constantly tossing utilities, chipping away a lot of damage against NINZA, but the windows, they were exposed from them. And now NINZA, it's just down to fears, and he's not going to stand a single chance.
I love the aggression coming in from Mysterious4. This is precise execution of a squad fight. Love the way they use the utilities. Love the way they kind of preface the entire fight with Molotovs and nade just stopped NINZA from moving anywhere. We will talk about it, but have a look at this. Seems like Revenant Esports, they're trying to make their presence felt. Ernie with a suicide nade will get the knock, of course, but will also get himself taken down. That's completely fine. He will get the revive. BotArmy, they certainly are battling against fire, but still keeping through. Mysterious4, by the way, who have looked one of the best outfits out of all of these teams. They now have central control, and that is going to be quintessential for their success. Likitha Esports from the backlines will find a knock. Not really sure how BotArmy is going to react to that. White Walkers, Vegito, the last man who still remains standing. I guess he's cooking up that nade towards the direction of BotArmy, and if it does land, that is going to be an upliftment for White Walkers as well.
There's so many teams alive, Salty. And it's the Stage 8, by the way. Soon Stage 8's going to close in 2. And we've got 8 teams still standing. That means there's a chance the moment this stage closes in, well, we might just have either 5 or 6 teams still standing, which is insane if you think about it.
Speaking of Team Insane, they are also in the mix of things. Love Aryan and Max's position. You've got Neo right outside the circle, holding onto the back lines, preventing those backstabs from coming through. As nades do get exchanged, it seems like Dope wants to push up. He wants to take this fight against Mysterious4. Manages to survive. Shots to come through. Barely surviving with a sliver of HP. But he makes it work. He's in the compound of Mysterious4. I'm not sure how that is going to work out.
Yeah, Mysterious4, they're the aggressive ones. They're not going to let this one slide. But Dope, oh, there could have been a chance he could have got the knock. But Goku, yeah, he was pretty quick. Eliminates that man from his Los Hermanos. as now they've been completely eliminated from the game as well. Team Insane, 3 men still there inside of Impala, and even the zone's going to shrink down even more. As I mentioned, at the end of this entire circle, there might just be 5 to 6 teams still standing. Shadow Blitz, they're losing out on the man. They're also losing out on the grip in that fight. There's a lot of damage being dished out against Shadow Blitz. Mysterious4 constantly trying to pin down the players of BotArmyEsports. And for BotArmyEsports, remember when Ernie was knocked out? Because of that knock, someone went in to revive Ernie, and even that player was knocked out.
Yeah.
And now BotArmyEsports is down to a 3-man squad.
You look at that ridge right in front of BotArmyEsports, right? That will be a boon as well as a bane. At least for a while now. Nades, of course, will fly in. I'm expecting Vegito to sail a couple of those explosives towards that direction, but how are they going to tackle it will be my question. Team Alpha taking a little bit of a dip over there. Lovely nade coming through from, I guess it was Mysterious4 who got the knock. But I guess survival should be there. Every single one of these teams, they are battling for survival. They are battling for space, and it is the explosives that's doing the heavy lifting. You still have 6 teams and 15 players still remain as Shadow Blitz trying to fight their way out. Team Insane want to eliminate them, and I think they have been successful.
It's going to be an absolute chaos. The final zone, and there's still 5 teams standing. Too many players alive in this end moment. The chaos is about to unfold soon. It's the calm before the storm. And already a few players are being chipped down extremely low. BotArmyEsports, they mess up big. The man in the front trying to move out in the open. He tried to send it, and Fragger, he takes the opportunity and instantly gets the knock. Mysterious4 slowly and steadily starting to clench their fists as they're now on the verge of winning the fight as well. And unfortunately, Numan wasn't able to squeeze in that revival. But still, Team Alpha from the back, they also eliminate the existence of Likitha Esports. Team Insane being forced to leave their comfort zone, and look at Punisher, the man's farming elimination points.
And they will so as well. 14 eliminations on the board. They are troubling the scorers way too much. They're troubling the teams as well. Team Alpha, they are suddenly looking like Alphas at this point. Look at the way they're playing in tandem. The ones up top, they are shooting them down. The ones down below, they are nading them out. Mysterious4, there's no way they are surviving. Team Alpha, they get yet another chicken dinner, and this is insane domination on the map of Miramar. Insane consistency as well, Necro.
What is this from Team Alpha? Even though they were being forced out of their comfort zone from that high ground, they still end up snatching the game. That's beautifully done, and I guess even the surrounding awareness really plays a big part of it. Team Alpha knew exactly when they wanted to stay quiet. The moment they moved inside of Impala, they did not even take a single shot.
Yeah.
They popped out when the circle was constantly shifting on top of them, and they knew that, okay, now it's the final few moments. Maybe now we should start taking those fights.
They have utmost knowledge of every single nooks and crannies, and it seems like the rotation along that path was also brilliant. You mentioned it right, like there was a point where Team Alpha was up on top outside of Impala. They had that high ground for themselves. They were dominating back then. There was a brief moment where they only focused on pushing inside of Impala. And once they were inside of Impala, they just absolutely wreaked havoc for all of these teams. Mysterious4, by the way, a little bit of credit to them as well. They tried to keep up to that pace, but the circle in the final moments just did the rest of the deed as well. Punisher in these final moments, he's just absolutely brilliant. How many finishes did he rack up in those ending stages? I guess it's somewhere around 3 or 4.
Yeah, the man was just farming. He knew there's a lot of free elimination points just running inside of the circle, and he was just on top. He was just constantly mowing down the lawns. He took down Likitha Esports. He took down Team Insane Esports as well. And speaking of Team Insane, that's a good start for a comeback. Maybe in the upcoming days, Team Insane can definitely stand a chance to squeeze themselves around the top 8. I'm not saying they will. At least they can stand a chance. That's what I'm saying. But Mysterious4, I'm liking the fact that the aggression is there. Mysterious4 is not scared of who's going to be there in the front. They just straight up charge in and go for the fights.
I love the way Mysterious4 has been playing as well. A little bit of consistency being found for Meta NINZA. A little bit of consistency found for the likes of BotArmy as well, who kind of made it, I guess, somewhere around the top 3, top 4, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure how many finishes do they have, but at least from the point standings, we'll understand the math as well. But all of these teams who are in the second half, something is definitely noticeable, and that is the battle for survival. The top teams, LHS, Phoenix Esports, they don't really care. They are getting eliminated. That's completely fine. But these are the ones who are still giving it their last single breath for that race to the top 8.
Hey, listen, you said teams in the bottom half are still trying to give it all they've got. and then you look at Rivalry Esports and the way they get eliminated, it's a little bit of a stinger.
Yeah, it does sting, to be honest, because we did not expect them to be taken down in the air like birds, right? Shadow just catches a few players off guard. Rivalry Esports, they never really recovered from that point on, right? NINZA were the ones who again charged in against them. So I think that was just a bad day for them in totality. Now they are going to slip up even further, which makes it a much harder job when they come back next time around.
I know, right? Maybe next time they just got to give the fatalities and start getting those points in their favor. To be honest, you know what? Enough talks about the teams. Now let's start talking about the individuals. Who was the man that really popped off? Has to be someone from the side of Team Alpha, right? Since they did have the high ground. And of course, it's going to be Punisher punishing the opponents. 943 damage dished out. That's crazy. 5 finishes racked up just by this one individual player.
I love the fact that it's not just one player taking reins of this team. Once it's Coffin, once it's Punisher who gets the MVP. This time Coffin, though, is quite efficient. Look at that. 5 eliminations, but just 488 points of damage. This is one way to farm those finishes. And just like you said, I think he was in the right place at the right time all the time. Dope, by the way. I think that was a great effort from this lad. 5 eliminations, a lot of those position points coming through. Point standings in front of us. Team Alpha, 17 eliminations, 27 points that they have earned. Mysterious4 with 13, BotArmy with 13, and LHS with 8 points.
Yeah, LHS are getting the average points. That's a good thing. NINZA, just 7 points on the board. Looking at the position in the overall standings, I personally believe NINZA needs one big game to place themselves in the top 8 comfortably. But still, knowing the fact that how NINZA has been performing, expecting that one big game is going to be a little bit unfortunate. But let's expect that the fact that this consistency continues in the upcoming days as well.
And talking about consistency, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out which are the teams who have been consistent. It is BotArmyEsports who make their way inside the top 8. 104 is going to be where we stand right now. Team Insane closely following suit with 100 points. At the top, of course, you've got LHS and Team Alpha. Team Alpha, they're yet to actually assert their authority on the overall standing. Still chasing Team Los Hermanos, but their Miramar domination has been brilliant. But of course, you mentioned about Rivalry Esports, and yes, they are slowly and steadily trickling down. 98 points is still what they have, Necro.
This really makes me concerned for teams like White Walkers and even Gravity Esports, especially for White Walkers. Throughout the entire day, White Walkers hasn't even been seen once on the map. To be honest, I'm forgetting while I'm casting that even White Walkers is a part of this group. Yeah. Which is not a good thing at all. White Walkers, they need to start popping up. They need to start at least taking some initiative, go for the fights, or at least be there in the final few moments, play that survival game, but nothing's working out for them. For Gravity Esports, we all saw that one fight near the warehouse around Impala. It just did not work out well.
Yeah, even Shadow Blitz, as a matter of fact, I think that was one of those games where they got themselves that decent bit of position points for themselves. 92 points, not really a big difference as compared to what BotArmy stands right now. I guess it's just about 12 points that they need to actually enter the overall standings of top 8. But then, once again, you cannot really say what is going to happen because this mid-pack, it's confusing me at this point.
In my opinion, Evolution MIZORAM, now speaking of them, all the way at the bottom, there's a lot they need to work on. Let's be honest. Even basic mechanics, it feels like Evolution MIZORAM, there's a lot of scope of improvement. You talk about overall game awareness as well, overall positioning inside of the games. There's a lot of things that they need to work on. They seem inferior to all the other teams in that group. And let's be honest, we're speaking of Group D. It's not even the best group that we're still going to see in the future. There's still a lot better teams coming through.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to give them the benefit of doubt, I guess. The best part about the grind is that you don't really get eliminated, so you get another shot coming in straight from round 2 itself. But I still feel that Evolution MIZORAM, just like you mentioned, there's a lot of work to be done, man. Communications, firepower, yes, they will have to work it out, but maybe after the grind, they will be able to understand that.
To be honest, if a team needs to work on mechanics, that's probably one of the worst possible things, right?
Yeah.
Because then you've got a lot of scope of improvement, and you better start doing it right now. Because Evolution MIZORAM, there's so many fights they could have easily converted, but they just messed up big time. But hey, Salty, with that being said, even the day comes to an end. That's going to be it for me, Necro, and Salty. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some more BGMI action.